All right, everybody, check into the stream. Check into the stream. Make sure we're live. We're up. My goodness.
Holy shit.
This is a live look. Look at this. I hope she stays safe out here. This is crazy. Wildfires in Southern California.
All these wheelchairs and everything.
Pasadena. The wind is so bad.
I don't think we can get over there.
See if I can make this a little larger. There we go. There we go. Everybody check in. We got breaking news tonight. Yeah, she's very close.
I'm not trying to walk back in there.
She is indeed.
Are you getting that?
What up, everybody? How we doing? Making sure all my platforms are live. We got breaking news tonight. I hope she does. I hope she gets assistance. Seems like this is her platform though, is filming the fires. But this seems pretty dangerous, doesn't it? This is literally not old news, Randy. This is happening right now. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna have a cooked chat like every single place, everywhere. Hope she gets to safety here, though. This is wild. I get in the vehicle at this point, you know what I mean? Man, she gotta get in the vehicle at that. Yeah. It's too dangerous to be outside. Okay, Randy. Goodbye.
I can't see. Holy crap.
My goodness. This is live right now. Fire photo girl on X.
Okay.
That was pretty dangerous.
Oh my god, my chin is raw from my face being covered all day.
Yeah, she did that. Or some air, yeah, you need a breathing mask.
I'm gonna go up to this.
Oh, okay, well that's gone. Evacuations are underway, you guys. We got here, let's go to ABC 7 Los Angeles. This is live right now.
So many wildfires in the past, you know, and you know, I've been there watching as people.
That's footage from earlier, but it gives you an idea.
Hosing it down.
Right. That's footage from earlier.
And protect their properties, and you know, we have been evacuated before.
So there is a live look we got here. There's also other feeds on YouTube, but I'm surprised she even has a connection.
Any water?
A windstorm that forecasters described as potentially, let me read this really quick, you guys, and then we'll get her back. Man, yeah, that's going to be tough on the lungs. A windstorm that forecasters described as potentially destructive and life-threatening is impacting a large swath of Southern California. We got here, dramatically raising the risk of wildfires for the next several days. Firefighters are battling a fire in the foothills of the Pacific Palisades, a Los Angeles coastal neighborhood. Another fire brush erupted in the evening in Eaton Canyon area of Altadena, prompting mandatory evacuations. I do hope I said some of these cities correctly. I'm not too familiar with Southern California. I live in Minnesota.
Get through right there.
So we have her feed. She's literally live in it right now. I do have the Los Angeles fire.
And some patients are on O2. None of them are requiring a vent. Yeah.
Okay, copy. O2, none requiring a vent. And then, we're going to work on that medical package for you.
This is the West County fire. You get an idea? I got the scanner.
We're unable to back
back up. We're still at that corner. You guys get it back there?
310 Verde de la Ventura.
Some pretty intense winds. They had to down. Chat was telling me they had to down the helicopters or not get them out of the air. Let me check all this really quick. LA fires. They couldn't put in get the hoses in there. Evacuations underway in Pacific Palisades.
Operations Branch 7 when able.
Fast-moving fires fueled by dangerous winds. The Palisades, a fire had grown to more than 2,900 acres. 2,900 acres.
Operations from Branch 7. So we have Sheriff's evac, and we may have a medical need. I'm going to set up a carbon medical group, and it's going to be at Fire Station 70. So any requests for station care or ambulances will go to Carbon Canyon and PCH, and we'll do those requests through myself. But we're going to set up Carbon Medical Group, and it's going to be at PCH and Carbon Canyon, LA County Station 70.
They're setting up a point.
Carbon Medical Group at Fire Station, LA County Fire Station 70, and Carbon Canyon.
Fire Station 70. That's the scanner right now. This is ABC 7 Los Angeles. Some of the views. I don't know if that's a trustworthy feed there. I think the only really trustworthy feed they have is the Fox feed here.
Nothing left. That homeowner we've been speaking to all night who would not go on camera.
And then also this feed.
He wouldn't. He's 80 years old, and he said, "Well, I guess there's nothing left for me to do here.
The sky is red.
Gone. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do with the situation." So he finally is accepting help, and he's going to one of the evacuation shelters. Thank goodness. But you just look at this devastation, and so many people are going to be so impacted by this. I mean, these are entire homes and communities in some cases, at least in these mobile home communities or these mobile home parks, that are just flattened. They're just gone. We don't know the extent of it yet. We don't know how many of these homes have been impacted.
A tracking link in the weather Discord?
These homes, especially these mobile home parks, they're put together so tightly that you can imagine, and what we saw when we got here, and those were up in flames, is that once one goes up, you've got that.
Drop a comment where you're watching from if you could.
Well, especially because there's no firefighting efforts here at all. I mean, we've been here for hours now. We have not seen any.
Do you have anybody in Southern California watching?
That we've been seeing anywhere here.
I'm pulling that up right now on my Discord.
Going up and down, doing their very important work. Now, if we look to the south, you can see again just this glow, this orange glow, these embers, these spot fires. We saw a power line go down not too long ago. And you can see the outlines of some of the structures that are still there. A lot of them are gone, though. There's just nothing left to burn.
Thank you for this, Immortal Badass.
Like this part of it, at least, everybody who's out is out.
How do we make it bigger?
Damage is done in this part of this fire. We're up against the ocean.
Can I make the map?
The direction the wind is blowing,
okay.
Which is a good
this is what we got.
We've heard a loud boom. We've heard a lot of those. Not sure what that was.
Whoa.
But this wind is pushing these flames and the smoke out toward the ocean. There's nothing left to burn here. You've got this parking lot. You've got PCH, and there's no homes on this side of PCH. So that's a good thing.
Wow.
I think the damage.
There's a fire map. We can also pull up NASA firms.
Unfortunately, that are on the other side of PCH. We're just.
I've been using NASA firms for some of my other coverage, but now is the time to really use this one, right?
I've said this before, but I'll say it again.
There's a satellite map. Show us the fires.
I feel like we're on a movie set, not actually standing in reality here. But this is unfortunately the reality of these wind events like this. I mean, there's only so much that firefighters can do. There's only so many preventative measures that people can take, and this is the situation that we're in. And unfortunately, this wind event is going to keep going.
You said it's pushing it towards the ocean.
What's going to happen overnight?
She said it's pushing it towards the ocean.
To kick up again. Right now, they're kind of calm, but then we get these slams with these huge gusts that kind of knock us around. So that's certainly happening up in the hills as well. And coming.
You said son lives in chat right quick. Chat says son lives in Los Angeles. He said 65 mile-an-hour winds with the fire.
Homeowner lost everything here tonight.
Terrible. All right, let's check in with Fire Girl. She's live, like on the scene. We have a few maps. We had some resources here. We got a couple feeds.
Definitely a structure of some sort, but I just can't see what it is.
Yeah, and X does not have a live feed or a live chat. No, it does not.
Do you hear the wind?
Wonder what those big explosions are. Here, let's we can go smaller here. We can go smaller to make it larger. We'll go like that.
I think that's like a duplex or an apartment complex right there. Oh, you guys are taking chances. Look at just sitting under the trees. When we first got here into Pasadena, all there was trees everywhere. Down. That's a bad sign. That means it's really, really damaging wind. Right here.
So how you guys think this started? Gas cylinders exploding? Are these theories or is this facts? Like you guys know, I can look that up in the background while we're watching the feed.
What is that?
I got that. We can also check into the scanner as well when needed. Are there storms? Well, we can check the weather. I don't believe so. Space lasers.
I know, that was weird.
Yeah, let's get a little troll filter in here really quick though. Okay, we do have it on. I like reading my chat. We have a good quality chat. No storms. There's the high winds.
Oh my god, look at that telephone pole!
Oh, that can't be that accurate. It's only saying 8-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh shit. This is like the worst freaking place.
Oh, those are gas cylinders exploding that you're hearing in the background. I hope she stays safe out there, truly. You said it can be power lines or a malfunctioning car that set on fire.
Oh, that's what I know of.
My goodness, how do you even breathe, dude, without air? Santa Ana winds. The wind's gonna get worse overnight. This is terrible. There's somebody's fence on fire. Well, as long as she stays out of the way of the first responders, I think this looks like this is what she does too. That's her tag name. Breaking news photographer, fire photo girl. Looks like she covers wildfires, I think. Someone has to, right?
Yeah.
That's how people can see what's happening, like, because the news sucks these days, so people like this are very important. You guys should go follow Fire Photo Girl on
I
X.
think we're behind the building, so I don't hear it.
Let's see, she knows what she's doing though, so. Those winds are insane.
Tell right here.
Wow. AXN News, thank you, Julie. Oh my goodness. What'd you say it was, Julie? AXN News?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's the wind sound. Distance shot. There we go, there's another feed.
Hey, we got a lady!
Yeah, you gotta get out of there. That wind sounds terrible.
Right here. Hey, right here.
They gotta go.
Okay. They're coming right here.
Oh no. Oh Jesus Christ.
Hold on.
Ain't no way, bro.
We got you.
Ain't no way. Oh my god.
Just down there. I'll just take her over to my house.
You talk to them.
Take her, sir?
No need to get her out of
I'll
here.
take her. Where did they evacuate everybody?
I can't even stand up in those gusts and this lady's gonna freaking go over.
Damn.
This is putrid. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, it's time to get some oxygen for everybody. We get Grandma out of there. Yeah, she's breathing it in.
Oh no! The fire's in that building right there.
So she's with the evacuation efforts. So this is live with the evacuation efforts right now.
They're getting it. It smells really. Whoa. Something's choking me.
The air.
That means it's time to go.
Yeah. Man, I hope this girl can get oxygen here. I mean, they're clearly evacuating people though, like they need to. The fire is right there. They just evacuated somebody's grandma. Dad and grandma that stayed behind. There's clearly other people that need to be evacuated. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. So Tora says for LA. Let me get some candles in LA in the chat.
Oh my god. Whenever it was on fire over there, it was burning my throat bad.
It's a nursing home.
I think it's safe to say that.
Chat saying that's a nursing home right there.
Days after today. You want tissue? There's tissue back there.
Yeah, let's rotate feeds really quick.
Wind.
Very big one. Let's rotate feeds really quick. Let's go to Fox.
It was right in the middle of the road, and he had to go around.
This is Fox 11.
It's such a difficult time for the people who are living in this area.
We'll check in with her in like a... Looks like they're getting to safety right now.
Out of control, and this wind is just not helping.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at that street sign that is being completely barreled over by the winds.
Which could be a very dangerous projectile if that thing separates, too. Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, and again, the name of that facility is the Two Palms Nursing Center. Two Palms Nursing Center.
Two Palms Nursing Center.
I'm just a helper bystander. Yes.
Oh boy.
Saying how many more patients are
His eyes are so red because of the breathing that in is so bad. All right, we'll do prayer hands in the chat. That's more recognizable. Prayer hands in the chat for LA.
We either walk down.
This is Pasadena.
Here, and we don't know if the fire is going to get any closer, but we'll try to head on down.
Yeah, why don't you take a beat and you guys discuss amongst yourself the way that you think is safest.
Literally. It's getting super dangerous.
On you in terms of that, and we will go back to you when you think that it's safe. But wow, what a scene! What a scene right there, and the human.
These are evacuation centers.
And it looks like some great work by everybody in getting everybody out quickly.
That was something to
Team
see.
effort. Wow.
The seniors being in wheelchairs, being put into SWAT vehicles. To be taken to another senior facility or a nearby hospital. We wish all of them the best.
And that's a wide view of the fires.
What we're hearing, evacuated from the Two Palms nursing facility. This is the live picture from Mount Wilson. When we first reported this fire, more than 90 minutes ago, it was 10, 20 acres, and there was just a small plume here, and now that has just exploded. And it reminds us of the Palisades fire, of course. That's the other big fire that we're covering and have been covering since that one erupted almost 12 hours ago at 10:30 this morning.
Takes up our whole screen now. It was just a small blip not that long ago. All right, let's go back to the other fire burning in Southern California. Christy Fajardo with the Palisades fire. Christy.
Fires in the whole region. Let's check the NASA firms.
Pushing us around, and when that happened, all the flames, everything that was on fire just exploded. The flames just got so much bigger. And in the last live shot I showed you, this is Palisades Charter Elementary.
Be seen from the satellites.
When we went up the steps to look, we saw that some buildings were burning,
wow.
Others were not. Over here, it looks like something, perhaps a rock wall, has also caught fire. And this is the backside of the school. This is the part on Swarthmore. And even in the last 10 minutes, if we pan that way, I can show you a house caught fire. And further down the road, multiple homes are burning. In fact, there was a man who drove out who told us that dozens of homes were on fire. And as we were going down there, it became too dangerous, so we had to turn around. But the conditions are just worsening. They're not improving for firefighters. These winds are just...
That is crazy wind.
All over the place. And we're seeing palm trees catch fire. Sadly, homes, a school, also businesses on De La Cruz. Business there looks like it's a total loss. It's right next to the Frontier Communications building. Vegetation on the Frontier's Communication building has also burned, but fortunately does not look like the building has. And down the road from us, going in the opposite direction, closer to Villa de la Paz.
That whole building's on fire.
To finally see firefighting resources. We saw a couple of fire.
I hope everybody was able to get out of there.
Other direction. And just a few minutes ago, a Cal Fire pickup went through here and seemed to be surveying the area. And if we pan to the right, see another home is burning. And again, as I said, a man told us that further down the street, he saw dozens and dozens of homes burning. He's a property owner. He had gone to check on his properties. He said it was not safe. So he got out. He also advised us not to go down there either. And this is the house that I showed you earlier. And now it looks like it's a total loss.
Damn.
Our house there was on fire, then caught this one on fire. And if we pan to the right, you can see these flames and the rain of embers have ignited other homes on fire as well. So that is the latest right now from Swarthmore. Let's send it back to you.
One devastating scene after the other. Christy Fajardo, thank you.
All right, let's check back in with the fire photo girl that's live on X. She's still in her vehicle. They're just out there with the nursing home. Also, you have a distance shot. You hear the winds. The winds are so loud.
So I think what we're seeing right here is the fire jumping into the Santa Canyon area.
So he's a distance away and the winds are crazy. So you can still hear the winds from quite a distance away. Thank you, Evie, and also from Michelle. Appreciate it. Thank you.
She may have had some sort of
Seriously.
And she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that.
So we heard one of the reporters said that it's heading straight towards the ocean. We have a major populated area just to the south.
On a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was.
All right, let's go back to the fire photo girl.
This whole road right here, Altadena, is just house fire after house fire.
She's at a house fire after house fire. Let's see. Do we have a?
Well, this is Carrie, the one they're working on.
Yeah, well, she's moving really quick. We got another article that just came out. Let me pull this back up. Officials warn of devastating loss as Southern California wildfires burn out of control. Parts of Santa Monica were ordered to be evacuated as fast-moving flames destroyed homes along the coast in Los Angeles. Officials warn that winds could pick up overnight, fueling the fire. There's an image. Here's the latest. Raging fires driven by a fierce windstorm scorched a rapidly growing area of Southern California on Tuesday, destroying homes, forcing at least 30,000 residents to evacuate and choking the sky with smoke, with officials warning that the worst is yet to come. My goodness, this is the latest too. Traffic was backed up for miles along the Sunset Boulevard as residents tried to flee the Pacific Palisades, an affluent coastal neighborhood west of downtown Los Angeles that is home to some 24,000 people and many celebrities. Gusts of up to 100 miles per hour, the strongest Southern California has experienced in more than a decade, were forecast throughout lunchtime Wednesday. The authorities issued an evacuation order for northern part of Santa Monica on Tuesday evening, saying there was an immediate threat to life in the area, which was closed to the public. The city, which borders Pacific Palisades, is home to about 90,000 residents, most of whom live south of the evacuation zone. By then, the fire had jumped to about 3,000 acres. California fire officials said. Billowing clouds of black and gray smoke directed and drifted from the Pacific Palisades towards the shoreline and stretched across the Pacific Ocean. Officials expanded evacuation orders to include areas west of the fire along the Pacific Coast Highway, and evacuation warnings were extended to portions of the Calabasas, signaling a concern that the fires could spread west. The cause of the blaze was under investigation, according to California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. Multiple agencies were responding with strike teams, helicopters, and other aircraft. Here's what to know. We have another fast-moving fire. Firefighters began battling a new brush fire, which erupted in Eaton Canyon in the San Gabriel Mountains above Altadena on Tuesday evening. It consumed 400 acres in less than 2 hours. Officials have started ordering mandatory evacuations for several streets in Pasadena and Altadena, warning that the fire could spread fast in heavy winds. This is the latest right now. More to come. Fierce winds are expected between 10 p.m. Tuesday and 5 a.m. Wednesday. This is going to be all night. The city of Los Angeles was under a state of emergency for the wind. Officials said Governor Newsom proclaimed a state of emergency for Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Early reports of damage, as we're seeing right now in some of these feeds. Let's tune back in and then I'll continue. Okay, I got a little feed interruption. Surprised this feed's lasting this long. Here's just, this is a live look at the damage right here. You should see the pictures on Fox 11. Yeah, I have Fox 11 up right now. I have both of them, but right now we have this Fire Photo Girl account on X is out there too.
Wow, the reporters just stand wherever they want. I'm gonna get out right here. Can you get out? Are there bushes?
Yeah, she did. I hope she really does get some clean air in her lungs right now. And they have all that equipment.
See out of these things.
If she covers wildfires, you would think she would have, like a what do you call it? A portable O2. She's getting back out there. Understandably, her feed is like not going to be perfect with the weather conditions, so it's going to likely be doing this. But at least this is like the closest thing you can get to someone on the ground. I don't. You mentioned here's AXN News
On the Delta side.
off in a distance, but the wind is still felt. Who's in Southern California in the chat right now who can feel the winds? I know some of you guys are. Some of you guys are and checked in and said you have. You are in Southern California. You can feel the winds. Oh, this is the one to listen to. This is the one. Let's check in with the feed. Los Angeles County Fire V1. 7,000 people are listening.
I get them all in there. But in situations like this, there's just so much going on. Sometimes it's better.
Not hearing anything on it yet. 7,000 people are listening to that one. Is that the one to be listening to? The Fire V1? Not much wind in San Diego.
Not to get too crazy.
Those winds are loud. Stay safe, everybody that's in Southern California. You said you're in San Diego, California. Winds changed around 2 p.m. today. We're not in the main path of the Santa Ana winds, most funneling into Los Angeles County from the desert. I'm gonna tune into this, but it's not. Oh, they must have changed. Not getting anything from that.
On fire, but that much of a glow suggests it's something much larger as well. And
looks scary.
That you saw flying are actually
whole sky is red.
Charter Elementary. Something is burning right on the other side of that fence. We've watched that fire come in our direction. We're actually on Swarthmore, and the rain of embers have ignited other fires. In fact, I showed you some homes that were burning earlier. Now we're seeing multiple trees, and at one point it looked like a car was going to go on fire. There were palm fronds that were underneath it that were burning, and Gino, who is behind the camera, thought very quickly, and he was able to move those fronds away from that car, and that car luckily does not appear to be damaged. But unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do to save the homes and the elementary school and the other buildings that we see burning. And also you heard firefighters and the LAPD telling people to evacuate.
I can go full screen for you guys.
The visibility is really, really poor. And you added to that all of the smoke and also the wind. In fact, Gino, can you pan this way? Look at what the embers are doing now. Gino, pan towards the school. Look, I want to show you. There just was one giant gust, and there we go again. Embers just flying everywhere. And this is what firefighters are having to deal with, and why they say this is like trying to stop a tornado. There's really nothing you can do when these embers are whipping around like this and landing on homes and landing on vegetation. They'll ignite sometimes blocks and blocks away, so they could be fighting a fire in one area and not even know that another is on fire. So witnessing very, very tough conditions tonight to the firefight.
It's getting worse, right? In the feed here, like, as you.
That's an understatement, as you know, Christy, and it's tough for you to be out there in the crew. We appreciate you so much. This is the Palisades fire. We want to turn our attention back to the Eaton fire. This one erupted at 6:30 tonight, so it's been about 3 hours. This is our live picture from our Mount Wilson camera, and those flames now pretty much enveloping this whole hillside. At least 400 acres have burned. We just showed you, and we've heard from you on social media about just how horrifying and heartbreaking the images are that we brought you live of those seniors, more than 90 of them being evacuated from a senior facility taken by SWAT. And
Photo Fire Girl was over there too.
Local facilities, Gina Silva, she's moved. You're on the ground. Where are you now?
Yes, sadly, what you're watching is a house on fire. This is the 2300 block of Galbraith Road. And unfortunately, when we got here, it was, fully engulfed. LA County firefighters immediately arrived, and as you can see, they are putting out the flames. There is a person here with a water hose who has been watering down the house, but it wasn't doing much until the
boy.
One of the neighbors. What is the
My name is Luis.
Your name? Luis?
Luis.
Luis, so you guys were out here trying to help out?
I live right up the corner there. We live in the same building together. We were told to evacuate a while ago, and we went down and dropped some stuff off, but I came back up here because I saw all these spot fires coming up here, and I can't help but feel bad for all the people who live here, and we've never had a fire like this, I don't think, as far as I've been alive, at least not down this close. So,
I mean, describe the wind conditions out here.
Oh, it's bad. It's horrific. I mean, just driving in the car, if you don't see any trees around, the car shakes like it's an earthquake. That's how strong it is.
Luis, how are you holding up? ¿Cómo estás?
It's fine. Everything is fine. Yeah. So no problem. Yeah.
Where's your house? ¿Dónde está tu casa?
Yeah, this one. It's in the front.
And it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine.
How long have you lived over here?
About 3 years there. I think they live there a lot longer.
And your house is okay right now?
Yeah, this is Fox 11
I think it's okay.
in LA.
Well, they're making really quick work, obviously, the LA County firefighters. Oh. It's an emotional reunion. They hadn't seen each other.
So funny. This is one of my best friends from high school.
Oh. How are you holding up?
Under better circumstances, it'd be so much nicer.
You hadn't seen each other?
In years. A long time. So last person I expect to see him is this guy, but somehow he found his way up here.
Yeah, how are you? I've been asking everybody how you're holding up with this.
I live in La Quiana, Flint, but my godmother, she lives down the road, and so I was on my way to her house because she got told to evacuate. And then I saw this, and we all just pitched in to help.
Yeah, I saw everybody moving in using water. Unfortunately, it wasn't doing much because the flames were so strong. But as soon as the firefighters arrived, you can see now that the flames are out. There are obviously some hot spots, but not as what it was.
All right, let's check in with the Photo Fire Girl really quick now.
The live report with the senior.
Oh wow! All right, he's catching back up.
Walking a couple of blocks, and we talk about how fast these fires move. My car was parked at a 7-Eleven parking lot, and I decided to walk.
All right, we'll come back. We'll come back to that. This Photo Fire Girl on X.
It's like a freaking shrub maze. It's insane.
Yep, Photo Fire Girl. Let me put her link in the chat too, so you guys go and support her efforts out there, taking in flames for everybody. Because I put it on full screen, you guys. I figure for this type of news, we need full screen, so better viewing for you guys.
It's just all houses.
It's spreading fast to the urban area. Multiple houses are on fire. And unfortunately, the winds are not expected to get any better right now throughout the night. At least that's the last report that we have. About to die down at 5 in the morning, but that's dog shit because it's like, what, isn't it like 9:40 p.m. your time right now?
Alright, well.
That's a long night of these winds and fire and...
Looks. This street that we're on right here, where all these houses are burning, is Garfius. Garfius and Altadena.
So this is in Altadena, she just said. It's supposed to be like this until late Wednesday? Terrible.
That does not look good.
None of this looks good. Yes, this is... I really hope... Man, I hope that the coverage they do in this... in the fires, they get the good medical attention, and can't be a job where you know, it's longevity must be tough, I guess, right? Just because of the lungs, your lungs can only take so much.
Attempting structure, it looks like.
Yeah, I know that, but she has a mask on, but still.
All over these houses.
Oh, she spoke about, she has a respirator on, she spoke about it? Okay, we haven't heard that. I've been flipping streams a bit here and there. When she gets in the vehicle, I flip the stream. Yep, I do have the NASA firms maps up.
Big building right here. Not really sure what this is.
You're looking at live in Altadena. This is in Southern California, Los Angeles. Wildfires are out of control right now due to the winds. This is live right now. Currently live at this time. 11:44 p.m. Central Time, January 7th, 2025. I'm Central Time though.
Thought that maybe this would give us some shelter. Not really working, huh? Oh, you just said they're leaving? What the heck? Oh.
Oh no. Come on. Oh man. What happened? Okay, okay, she's good.
Oh, you just said they're leaving?
Oh no. Oh no, what a bad time for the feed to cut.
Oh.
Okay.
Shit.
Oh, what a bad, oh, not a good time. Oh. Not the best time for the feed to cut. See, nope, still cut a little bit there. Maybe that'll come back. I don't think she's gonna leave, guys. I'm gonna be honest. This is her platform. She's breaking news, wildfire breaking news. So I think she's out there for the long haul. I'm gonna be serious.
My camera won't even focus. It's smoky.
It is back. It's like in real time you can see how out of control it's getting.
Is this the one that We were on the other side of it.
My goodness. So it's literally getting worse, like, as we're sitting here.
Service guys out here.
Like, understandably, her connection is not going to do the best right now, given the circumstances.
Firefighter they can find is here. Alright, this is getting a little more aside.
Yeah, this has gotten worse. Like, she was in this intersection just a few minutes ago, and it's getting, like, the fire is spreading here.
There's literally like nowhere safe to park.
That shrub is, that whole bush is going to be on fire shortly. That whole thing's about to be on fire.
Down trees. Again, this is Altadena and Carpheus. I think is how you say it. That's where these major fires are at on this street. Alright.
What kind of timer?
Jeez, look at that. I'm sure the camera doesn't even really pick up
Oh,
what the heck is going on.
it's doing enough. It is doing enough to grasp the situation.
You guys see that guy right there? He's actually somebody.
Oh man. The wind, fuck. You're gonna get hit with all that.
Back in the car where it's somewhat safer.
Yeah, that's, oh my goodness. Holy shit. Like, are they wearing, I hope they're wearing fire resistant clothing and everything. There it goes.
Shrubs.
She has to have all the PPE and everything though. There's no way, because she covers this.
Crazy. Hold on, Ty. Hold on.
Fire truck pulled up. There goes the shrub. It's on fire now.
I want to see him get out and do some work.
Damn.
these trees. Very dangerous.
So you guys, this is Altadena, California. And just to remind you that evacuations are underway in Pacific Palisades and Altadena. We're watching a live coverage right now from Fire Photo Girl on X. This is live feed, but we have a few others up right now, but she's out there in the shit, so. Altadena, sorry. Altadena, got it. Altadena, 4 syllables. Never been there. I've been to Los Angeles. Looks like it's a beautiful place, all things considered. Firefighters trying to put house fires out. You've never been to LA and you've lived in Cali your whole life? It's not, no, it's not, Los Angeles is not close to where I live. If I drove there now, I wouldn't be there for like 3 days. 2 days.
I'm really shocked that they're,
If this was taking place in a state around me, though, I would be there. I'd go there and do a live coverage for you, but so it's a little far. Otherwise, yes, I would if it was closer.
yeah, they're trying to do what they can and maybe minimize a little bit of what's going on, but I mean, these scenes are just intense.
Another reason why they're not able to quell these fires very fast, you guys, again, is because due to these extreme winds, the helicopters have been grounded in the Palisades and the Eaton fires.
Nice job, guys. Yeah, they pulled out. Nothing they can do. All these tiny little streets that go back into these houses.
Wow, that's a house. In Los Angeles, I bet you can smell you can probably smell the fires. Downtown LA. very hot.
Like hot acid.
There is a Reuters feed now. I have not. This is one of the better ones, though.
Yeah, this area, I've had enough.
I'll pull them up, though.
Can you breathe?
Oh, that's from a distance. Wow, look, this is a distance shot, you guys. So just bouncing around some feeds. This is a live look. But the fires from a distance. So if you're in, you gotta be able to see it from the sky. Yeah, dude, take a break.
Oh, that was getting gnarly.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, look it. Right as we get in the car, look it. You guys, it was a sign to come back. Oh.
Damn. Yeah, this is Fire Photo Girl on X. Out there.
I don't know about you, but I need some clean air.
Yeah, they do have O2 tank. I just heard it.
I can't even.
Okay. If you're being like weird in the chat, this is like we can't like thank you, Dinky. We can just blast. There's no point.
Right.
There's like 18 other chats you can go just spam nonsense in. I actually care about my community here. Yeah, it's tough. The air quality is the worst possible you can imagine. And she's out there. She's got the respirator on, but there's still it gets through.
I can't even see where I'm going.
Some of that gets through. Okay, so she's moving to the next location. Yeah, that's apocalyptic looking. There's another view of it on Fox 11.
Look, these guys got freaking headlamps on.
There's 2 fires in total. There we got AXNs. Where's he at? Okay, there's in the car.
Oh.
Anyone else doing feeds? Anyone else doing feeds out there we can pull up?
Shoot.
You, dude.
No. Sigh, you're gonna drive me crazy. Here. Oh, got another one right there.
Air quality in Pasadena is terrible and it's hard to breathe. Is there like oof. Can we get like air quality right now? Air quality index. What is that looking like right now? It says good. Yeah, okay. Sure. Hey, if you Google it, it says it's good right now. It says it's great. Your thoughts?
Down there they are.
That's crazy. Just like it said, there's only 8-mile-an-hour wind. I'm like, bro, what? No, there isn't. There's more than that.
Jeez.
Oh boy. All right, let's tune back into Fox 11 really quick, and well, Photo Fire Girl is gonna get into another spot. It seems.
We're gonna zoom out here, take a wider look at.
Damn! Just as I flipped over.
Mountains. This is an area of Los Angeles that is mostly mountainous. People think of LA as this large concrete metro, but there are so many large hilly areas. That's why we see so many wildfires breaking out. This specific area is a large mountainous area right in between, as I mentioned, roughly Malibu and Santa Monica. When you look at these images and you look at the forward progression, the line of fire, if you will, can you explain to us how containment happens? How do they actually measure once a fire is beginning to be contained and once it's fully contained?
We look hard at the areas that we have resources on. So containment for us,
I thought there was
considered, the forward.
Okay, we're gonna switch back over to Pasadena fire. Pasadena Eaton fire with Fire Photo Girl. Better than Newspeak. They had a live report on the ground there, but we missed it.
This is never gonna end. This is gonna go until the wind stops.
U.S. Forest Service is also on the job. Yes, there's firefighters up there in that fire right now in that mountain. One of my friends, I think he does it. I think he has that job. Can't get the helicopters in, so there's guys on foot. Yeah, too windy for air support right now. That's why this fire is, I mean, the winds should show you. The helicopters are grounded.
Yikes.
Oh boy, somebody's house on fire there. Like, that can start, so like the embers that are coming off of, like, they're just starting things on fire. Like that, you know, that isn't, that house or that fire of that house wasn't in the line of fire, but the smoke and the wind is pushing it into the residential area. It's not under control yet.
1402 Alpha, 1422 Alpha, 1109 Alpha, 1112 Alpha, 1130 Alpha.
Is that an entrance right there? Okay,
1131 Foxtrot.
There's down in Boma, it's like this too. There's like all these little driveways and little alleys.
Alpha, 1112 Alpha, and 1109 Alpha. Copy, and also 9140 Charlie and 9210 Charlie. Copy, 9210 Charlie, 9140 Charlie. So far, I believe only 9210 Charlie and 9140 Charlie are the strike teams that have checked in.
It's not going to get better anytime soon, you guys.
You guys see that? It's an intersection and Grandma just blew it.
Oh boy. We got to be careful.
We're clear?
Alright, so they're getting to another location.
See that old lady?
Give you guys an update. High winds expected to intensify overnight, fueling the fires. Wind gusts have reached hurricane strength in parts of Southern California. North of LA on Tuesday evening as two rapidly spreading fires in the Palisades and Eaton fires burned in the area. The windstorm is expected to peak overnight and into Wednesday morning, while humidity levels are dropping, creating extremely dangerous conditions for fire in Los Angeles and eastern Ventura counties, the National Weather Service said on an update Tuesday afternoon. Officials issued mandatory evacuation orders for at least a dozen areas in response to the new Eaton fire in Altadena, according to social media posts from Angeles National Forest. The fire spreading at rapid growth. Angeles National Forest. That might be another account to look at here.
Okay, that LA County, engine 16 and engine 93 Delta.
This is so bad.
Following.
Okay, I copy that. Great.
San Bernardino, Ventura County fire following. Eaton fire estimated at 400 acres. If you're in evacuation order area, please leave now. This is a couple hours ago now.
It goes off.
Division Delta, operations, command.
California secures federal assistance to support response to Eaton fire in Los Angeles County.
Oh, they got a hose right here. Are they putting water?
Go ahead for Delta.
Shoot.
Hey, Delta from Alpha, I'm gonna give you engine, county engine 22 and also A&F engine 332 ahead of your way.
Yep, there it goes. There goes the water. Good thing my backup camera can still see stuff, or else I'd probably be running into all kinds of crap. It's like super dark out here.
Yeah, we're not keeping low quality comments like that in the chat.
Reporting location, Skycrest and Park Villa. Yeah, affirmative.
Tim Jackson says, my sister lives in Santa Monica. She's safe 6 miles away. Good to hear that, Tim.
Can you show me the last update? So originally, I think, what did they call this fire? Altadena, and they changed it to Eaton. It went from Altadena to Eaton, E10.
Last update was 400.
So last update was 400 acres.
That's what I just read to you guys.
We're basically just cruising up and down Altadena. And it's just kind of a mess, like what we saw today, the other fire.
There's an update on the Eaton fire.
Blowing all over the place, into the houses. It's just one after another.
Operations from 1130 Alpha on command. How do you copy?
Fast-moving Eaton fire explodes in Pasadena, Altadena. Quote, we're not playing around. This is serious. And again, the update, Eaton fires burned more than 400 acres. This just came in like 6 minutes ago. Prompted evacuations in the area west of the Eaton Canyon Golf Course, according to U.S. Forest Service. Officials also told people living in these streets to evacuate immediately. Kinola, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs Road, Coolidge Avenue, Roosevelt Avenue, Veranda Avenue, Kinclair Drive, Fox Ridge Drive, Canyon Close Road, Grand Oaks Avenue, and areas east of Altadena Drive, which is actually where, I think this is where Fire Photo Girl is. She's on Altadena Drive. North of New York Drive and west of Sierra Madre, Villa Avenue. So they moved now, so I don't know what road they're on now, but she was just on Altadena Drive.
I'm tired, are you?
I bet.
I forgot. I started chasing fires at 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh my goodness. It's a lot of fire. Dude, that shout out to that. Wait, she's using an iPhone for this? What iPhone is she using? Does she have access to an iPhone that we don't? Dude, I try filming in fires and riots and shit, and my phone overheats.
Because I kind of...
She's out there in the front lines of fires. iPhone. I just saw it in the rear view mirror. Maybe it has like a protective case. Do they sell cases that are like fire protectant?
And now we are back in Pasadena.
I can't. There's no chat on this.
We're gonna have to call it and go home because I'm super tired and tired of all the smoke, and this is basically never gonna end. So I really appreciate you guys for watching. We're probably gonna wind down a little bit.
Yeah, get some rest. You're out there.
We still have wind. It's still early.
Earlier.
It's only 10. This is gonna go all night and into tomorrow. So who knows what the heck tomorrow is gonna bring, or tonight.
There's another look from
I do gotta get gas.
AXN
A bag
News.
of chips. So again, thank you. Please like, please share. I appreciate all you guys.
Yeah, that was Fire Photo Girl. Looks like she's signing out. Needs to get a raster. Play a replay on there. AXN.
You can see it above the flames.
AXN News is live. Anyone else live out there? There's also ABC7 Los Angeles. Thank you.
Look how fast the smoke is moving.
She was having the best coverage, but I believe it, dude, it's tough on the lungs. All right, ABC7's out there.
And let's go to Sophie Flay. She is also near the Eaton Canyon fire in Altadena. And Sophie, how are things? Well, clearly, it's devastating where you are too.
Clearly.
David, I'm standing at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center.
God, hold it in, chat. Please hold it in right now. Now's not the time. Boy. Oh, wow. What a time.
At the Pasadena Jewish.
Oh. Don't know what to do about that.
It's already a lot of structures, a lot of houses, a lot of commercial things.
ABC7's cutting out.
If it jumps over Sunset, like if all that comes over Sunset, it starts burning like all the houses.
Engulfed in flames. And if you take a look on the left-hand side, you can see a home right next door to it. Here, we're on Altadena. A home right next door to it has also.
Your internet's gone now? Oh no.
Tried to show you that home earlier, but we had to move because the embers were flying so fast towards us. But as you can see, that home completely gone. And actually next to this area, when we were talking to you earlier, we mentioned that there was a nursing home and an assisted living home that
Facebook kicked you off. We're still.
That was at the intersection of Altadena and Washington, and I want to show you some of that video that we have of people being evacuated. That was the Park Terraces and the Pasadena Wellness Center.
We're live on YouTube, Jose.
There were 96 people that had to be evacuated.
You can come over to YouTube.
People in gurneys, people in wheelchairs, people in rolling beds being rushed out of that assisted living home, out of that.
We saw that.
Home.
We saw parts of that.
96 of them transported and evacuated to Los Feliz. We talked to a woman who rushed over here from Arcadia to help her mom. She had had power going in and out all day, so it was really hard for her to understand the situation and what was going on. But if you take another live look back out here, you can see the flames have just gotten bigger and bigger. That black smoke, those bold, bright orange flames just ripping through right in front of us here at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. I don't know if you can hear that, but a lot of popping, a lot of loud noises, a lot of crackling out here. It really is just devastating to watch. So far, the building kind of, again, I do believe that this building is connected. These two structures are connected to each other. Again, it's my first time here, so I want to be careful in reporting that. It does look as though the building to the right-hand side,
of course, I am Blair. We'll be bouncing around.
But again, the roof of this building, the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, has completely collapsed. And we did hear that firefighters are on the other side of these flames trying to fight it. Again, we didn't go over there because it does feel like a little bit of a dangerous situation, and we want to let them do their job, their very important job tonight. But again, the wind is just moving so fast, forcing these flames, again, in a matter of minutes. This has just completely collapsed.
Renegade Chungus is in NorCal.
Sophie, as we were watching your live report, do you have any idea how close you are to Leanne Suter? Because we know you both are covering the Eaton fire. Yeah. And you both are, your backdrops are devastating and destructive, and you just see it. The fire is just ravaging so many of these structures behind you, but I can't ascertain exactly how close you are to Leanne.
Actually, when we got to Altadena earlier today, we ran into Leanne. We saw their news truck. We pulled over. We saw her in front of those burning homes. I would say she's about 3 blocks away from us. So we're in Altadena. She is on New York, and we're at Altadena in Washington. So Altadena, we're in Altadena, and it's sandwiched between New York and Washington. So we're really not far from Leanne. So that gives you a good idea of just how destructive it has been in this neighborhood.
That certainly helps clarify exactly how close you are, because I know, this whole community, they're on pins and needles watching these fires taking over these areas.
Right. Sophie, thank you for that. I know you have to move and try to stay as safe as possible. We'll check back with you when you get to a safer location.
So a separate fire is now going in Pasadena. The Burt fire expanded to 3 acres before 10 p.m. Tuesday night, according to Los Angeles County Fire Department. Yeah, I'm just reporting it right now.
We have to report, but this is towards Sun Valley, shot from the Burbank Airport area, and you can see another fire has broken out.
That's in Pasadena.
In Sun Valley, beyond Burbank, beyond the Burbank Airport. We don't know what is burning at this point.
Oh,
this
that must be a different one.
Shot. We don't have.
Is that near Pasadena? No, I don't know California like that. But I just got a report, a separate fire in Pasadena. The Burt fire, it expanded to 3 acres just before 10 p.m. Tuesday night, according to the Los Angeles County Fire Department. The fire is in East Pasadena near San Gabriel.
Where this is, or if you can safely.
So a couple new is that a new fire? So am I talking about a separate fire then?
ABC 7 Eyewitness, or you can send it to our breaking news on
I'll pull it up
website,
for you guys.
ABC7.com to send in a tip. But again, we're watching this breaking development happening right now in Sun Valley.
Now, another imagery that we want to show you of, let me see, that's Not quite what we're talking about, but this is showing you some proximity. Oh yeah, I see. Philip, thank you very much. Philip, our weather producer, is helping out Dallas. So look there, Dove Creek, you see that? That is the home that Leanne was reporting from, and Lisa, the woman we had on the phone, that's where she lived, on Dove Creek Lane. All of those homes is what she was talking about. You see that curve in the cul-de-sac? That what she was, I'm sorry, Creekside and Dove Creek. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Creekside is where she lived, Creekside Court, right?
Right.
And then Leanne was also on Dove Creek Lane. That small kind of pocket of homes is what we saw devastated in the last few minutes when we were talking to Lisa, thank you, Philip, when we were talking to Lisa and we were talking to Leanne. It's those homes, many of them are townhomes, so each building that you see is actually multiple homes.
Yeah.
And most of those are now gone.
It was very sad to see the destruction, and then to hear Leanne tell Lisa that unfortunately so many of those homes, except for those two that are right at the very end, the left-hand side, I believe, where Dove Creek Lane and Creekside Court merge. And David, actually, we're also talking about getting an idea exactly about these fires. So you're at our touch screen, and I know that our lighting is a little bit off right now.
Sorry about that.
We have a power outage.
We haven't had an opportunity to actually talk about this, but we don't have power right now here in Glendale. The high winds have knocked out power. We're on reserve power. So are basically a generator, and so we don't have our regular lights. Pay no attention to me. This is what I want you to pay attention to. And
that's what I'm looking at right now on NASA Firms.
I just want to give you physically, kind of show you what we're dealing with when it comes to Southern California, particularly Los Angeles, and the fires that we're dealing with right now. So this is, hang in there. Let me see. Oh, it just jumped. Okay.
I got you guys.
We're gonna reset.
Nope. All right, I got you guys. How about I got it. I'll do it. So here we're looking at, I don't know the area exactly, but on the NASA Firms map, you can see that the fire has spread, and you can see it in multiple locations this is the Pasadena area as I'm looking at it and mapping it. Pasadena, Glendale, Burbank. They're spreading. All right, spreading. Let's see if you got the map back together. No, there's still
communities that they're hitting. Philip,
they're still trying to figure it out over there. All good. Last, who's near the police. This is AXN News YouTube channel. Drop a sub. There's a look at it from a distance still, which I don't. It's keep your lungs safe out there as best as you possibly can. There you go, new Doppler.
So quickly, and we see such devastation where Sophie and Leanne are. The Palisades fire over here to the left that Philip just circled, that has been going on since 10 o'clock this morning and has been burning steadily. Now, what's important is, Philip, can you zoom in on the Palisades fire? Oh, and this is the new fire that we just showed you with the breaking developments beyond the Burbank Airport in Sun Valley. So now we are dealing with 3 different fire areas here in Los Angeles particularly. So as you can see where the fire is, it started up in the hills in the Palisades, but it has burned down. We saw it going towards Malibu earlier in the day, but now it's burning south towards Santa Monica.
Oh, shit.
And starting to create evacuation orders for basically the meat of Santa Monica, where all those homes are. We're redirecting many of our reporters into that area to see how that evacuation is going. Philip is basically circling this huge area that is now affected by the fire, from Bel Air to Brentwood to Pacific Palisades to Santa Monica over to Malibu. That is an enormous area that is growing particularly quickly and has been growing since 10 o'clock this morning. Philip, can you bring us back to the mountains over there near Altadena? So that area, it started near Eaton Canyon in Altadena, but it burned south there. Now it's burning towards Pasadena, down south of there, and Sierra Madre, kind of towards
their map person is terrible.
Was just talking to us about. So you could see
he wanted it further south. Thank you.
One small community, but these communities are growing and growing, and the evacuations are growing, and that's why part of the challenge is, where do you find an evacuation center when the centers that they're looking at could potentially be overrun by this fire because it's moving so quickly and these winds are absolutely blasting. And
that's what we were seeing from that. She was on Altadena Drive. She was up in there. And that was where the fire was spreading really bad.
This time when it comes to these fires, I have a number of people here in the studio trying to help us out with all these maps going on before.
Yeah.
Great job.
You need a new one.
Really messed up this other monitor.
Yeah, you need a new one.
Fixed and going in just a second. Dan is here saving the day and trying to fix that monitor that I messed up. It was a creative effort.
It certainly was.
I gotta have to use the local news a little bit, guys, because I don't know anything about that area.
Good idea of the vicinity of where everything is located. So again,
Dan's over there fixing it right now. So we'll have it for you soon.
And he's hoping that we don't pull him up. But let's go. We're going to go to Jory Rand. Jory, we know you moved locations. Now, where are you?
Yeah, she was live for over an hour.
Look to move locations. We're still at Amalfi Drive at Sunset Boulevard. We went all around to see what was going on because we thought that flames were imminently about to arrive.
Any other live feeds you guys see pop up, let me know. I'm sure there will be more now as the fire gets later.
The flames are still a ways away. Here, I'll step out of the way, and you can see this is what
Pacific
we saw when we got here about 5 hours ago. Flames crested that hill and have slowly been making their way down. There is a valley down below between where we are right now and where you see those flames off in the distance. They have yet to make their way across that valley. We've just been able to see some homes that are burning up on that hillside and some empty brush inside Will Rogers State Park that has not burned yet. And that's what we're seeing burn right now. And police and firefighters thought it would have made it here given the pace of its progress up until a couple hours ago. It seems to have stalled until, of course, just within the last 5 minutes, these flames have picked back up again. And we'll see what that means in terms of the progress. But we also, once things died down a little bit, began to drive west on Sunset Boulevard. And we have some video of that. And flames reached right up along the roadway of Sunset Boulevard. That was one of the hazards while driving. Another is these winds have brought down so many tree branches that navigating Sunset Boulevard was nearly impossible. There were portions where there was really only one or less than one lane open to go through. We have seen LAPD cruisers maybe switching shifts make their way through at relatively high speeds. And there are a lot of dangers on the roadways. That's one of the reasons why they shut this down, because there is just so much danger on the road. Plus fire, tree trunks on fire right up against Sunset Boulevard. And we have seen some homes off in the distance here on Sunset go up as well.
As we've been watching, Kim D says, I have a friend who has been evacuated from their apartment. I will find out in the morning if the building made it. So far, it's not looking good.
His head injury had to be taken to the hospital, and I believe at some point we're going to get to video.
Arnold says, I live in the fire zone.
Was taken to the hospital against serious injuries. We also learned that several people were seen walking towards a restaurant suffering burn injuries. We've learned that they have been taken to a hospital as well. Back here at Amalfi and Sunset, south of Sunset, looks really good. We took a drive down there as well, and really no danger at this hour for homes down there. And in fact, that was particularly of interest because we learned that parts of Santa Monica are under evacuation warnings, and that is basically in that direction. Riviera Country Club is just a couple blocks away from here. On the far side of that is San Vicente in Santa Monica, and that's about the point where those first evacuation orders went into place. In fact, they were warnings at the time, and then beyond that, between San Vicente and Montana were put under evacuation warnings in the city of Santa Monica. So that was when flames appeared to be making a really rapid march to the east towards our location. It seems to have stalled, although it found some new brush, perhaps some new homes to go up here off Sunset Boulevard and up into Will Rogers State Park. We were told at the top of Will Rogers there are some homes up there. They say those are gone. Those have been lost. And as we hear an engine coming up Sunset right now. It's difficult to tell what is what with the noises out here because the wind is so steady and so strong. There are times it sounds like a jet is taking off, but really it's just the wind whipping through the trees.
All right, we can hear it a little bit. All right, let's switch. On NASA firms, you can see the red here. This is, you can see it from space, from NASA. And the fire, according to what we were seeing on the map, it's heading this direction and also this direction. Yeah, like multiple fires happening right now, and more are starting as the night continues. Another live look at AXN News. He's live out there. You can see the fire from a distance. You also have Reuters is live. They're also from a distance. There was this fire photo girl account who was literally right up in the mix of it all. I'm not quite sure if who else it would be live out there. I guess I can try to find another feed.
Back in with you throughout the evening, of course. We also
find
want to
another
talk
one.
about,
This one's old now.
About a firefighter who was injured battling the fire. We know that there was a firefighter seriously hurt battling the Palisades fire. The department says she suffered a head injury around 8:30 tonight. It's the 25-year-old firefighter. They received treatment on the scene before she was taken to the hospital.
KTLA 5.
Thoughts are certainly going out to this LA firefighter who, like so many of our firefighters tonight, they are putting their lives in danger to try to protect.
I don't think they're not live out there.
We're also going to go back over to David. David, hopefully that touch screen is going to be a little more mindful.
We're going to give it a shot.
Yeah.
Oh boy. One more shot, because it's an important illustration to make, and this is where the Palisades fire started right here. And you
All
can
right, see if this map works.
This is the path of the fire, and then the pink color that you see here, those are mandatory evacuations. What we have been reporting that throughout the day since 10 o'clock this morning. The important thing that we want to talk about when it comes to the latest evolution of this fire is this is the evacuation warning. This is the area they want to start thinking about evacuating, or they want you to get out if you can right now. And that is getting into the meat of Santa Monica, the heavily populated area of Santa Monica. I don't want to go in too much because this map is touchy, but each one of these is a home or an apartment building. Let me go back out a little bit. Now, if this evacuation continues to move in this direction, then you're looking at the really heavily populated area of Santa Monica. And these are the folks that need to start thinking about preparing to get out. If the winds continue to blast like they have been, and we expect them to go throughout into the morning, but overnight into the morning, all of these folks right here could be in danger of this fire that continues to rapidly move. And we just want to make sure that everybody knows that if you live in this enormous community with thousands of people, you need to be aware of the dangers that you could be in throughout the night tonight. Keep aware of all the warnings that are going on out there.
If you live in Santa Monica, you better leave.
We should probably check in with Dallas Raines because he has been monitoring those winds, and tonight is the most dangerous night of all. Dallas.
That's right, David, and we're moving into a situation where after midnight tonight through early tomorrow morning, I am anticipating another very strong surge of Santa Ana winds. Tonight, when you look at the wind profile here, it's impressive. Winds of 36 to 55 mile per hour gusts still being reported, especially in those canyon areas. That's where the strongest winds are blowing tonight. There's Pasadena. We've had wind gusts in some of the remote weather stations that we look at as meteorologists, and some of those have been up to 69, 70 miles per hour. As we go down into the OC, very strong winds are blowing through the canyon passes in Santa Ana and all the way down to the coast. You can see San Clemente still getting some wind gusts tonight. And of course, all of our friends in the eye.
You got some wind coming.
We have not seen any fires started down in that area. This fire today was started about 22 minutes after 10 o'clock in a canyon just above the area where the most of the fire has been today. And then here's the Altadena shot. So again, this fire was started
KCAL News, Inky Greeny.
Communities in Altadena up there in the foothills just above the city there. You can see that we're zooming in on those areas where some of these homes, unfortunately, are burning tonight. And the winds, of course, are so strong they can blow those embers over some houses into others. So anyone who is north of the 210 freeway tonight, I would advise you to be ready to move out just in case.
You got to evacuate.
And Washington and Pasadena.
This is footage from earlier.
For maybe 45 minutes or an hour.
Is there like a feed on the ground? Yeah, they're live out there, but they're showing old footage right now. I mean, this is live right here on Reuters. This is a live feed from a distance. You got the AXN News is out there live.
20 homes already.
Student with AXN News.
Between the high school and the firehouse.
It is live technically, but it's not like showing, you know what I mean? They're showing B-roll footage right now.
But again, there's no flames. Like I said, that's what's so weird. I mean, driving up 26th Street, there's all flames. There's I'm like, where the
evacuation noise.
And then I come over here and I'm like,
Wait, so this guy's in Malibu. Oh, the fire's heading his way. No, the fire's heading this guy's way right now. He was a distance away. Look how close this shit is now. This is the direction. He's in the path of the fire.
trying to like walk back into my place and go, okay, start back.
According to his feed, it says he's in Malibu, California. This is probably the one to watch now, unless you guys have another one. Yeah, we have Fox 11 up, but they're not showing anything. Eaton Fire. Okay, they're live with the Eaton Fire.
10:32 here on KCAL News at 10. We have fires burning in Pasadena, flames from the...
See, that's not live. See, they bounce between live and not live.
House ain't bad. The school burned down. I think the gas station burned down. I seen an apartment complex burned down. Like 10 houses.
I don't think we've seen the tip of the iceberg until, you know, I think it's...
In the morning, it could be devastating. Bro.
Yes.
Like unbelievable.
Catherine's World Channel. Thank you, T. Jennings.
Sylmar, there's the one in Pasadena, and I think there's another one.
Yeah, Pasadena's another big one.
And one in Sylmar, 50
Catherine's World. Please.
We ran through this
wildfire tracking.
Palisades a week ago.
I don't think she's live. Oh, she is. Okay. Yeah. Good feed. She's at home though, doing at-home stuff like I am.
Most people evacuated.
Yeah.
I was in the fire, but they kicked us all out.
I guess I would imagine all this is evacuated too.
Yeah. There's probably some people that are going to try to ride it out, but not smart.
You're gonna ride it out? I don't know, dude. That fire's moving. Chat, hey, chat, would you leave? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll right now. Fire is coming.
Yeah, I get it.
Do you evacuate?
I don't think this place is up.
Bro, I mean, I get it, like for hurricanes, but like a fire, I think, I know people stay during hurricanes and they board up and stay, but I think a fire is a little different, huh? I think you try to get the hell up out of there. You know what I mean? They're getting the warnings on their phones. CNBC 18 is playing old stuff. They're not really trustworthy. CNBC TV 18. I'll look at it. I think AXN might have the better feed right now.
So it's too windy for the aircraft. Too windy for helicopters.
Nah, what the?
I don't think those planes can fly in this either. But
nah, they're showing the Reuters feed. I have that one, you guys.
I'm not sure if those super scooters can fly.
I have the Reuters feed up right here from a distance. I don't think we have much better than AXN right now. Oops. Yeah, hold on.
Info on hospital? No, I have really no info on stuff, dude. You guys probably have better info.
Yeah, your fire is coming towards you.
I'm just out here in the thick of it. Local news would have way better info.
I mean, sometimes. I'll keep updating you guys with the latest in the background.
The 3 schools burned down, all the Palisades, the elementary, the junior high, and the high school. If so, that's crazy, because if those burned down, that means all the houses around them are burning down.
So he's looking at the Pacific Palisades fire, you guys. He's in Malibu right now, and as we know, or as we learned, if the weather guy is correct, that the fires are heading towards Malibu, and he said that they should be evacuating right now. Maybe we need to pull up Malibu fire and rescue feed. I'll try to find a.
It looks like the
Malibu fire.
It looks like we got a fresh fire. I don't know if you can see it. The very tip. Okay, we got this one is.
No, the radio stream is down right now.
That might be a structure.
Hey, what's a good scanner? What's a good scanner to use for this? All right. Paul's coming in. So they got a couple fires. I hope he doesn't get pinched in there.
So yeah, this is looking west to the beach. To the ocean.
Foxtrot, that's a negative. Yeah, Foxtrot, I want to make sure we're protecting the village and the Palisades area.
Got it.
Tactical maneuvering.
I got the scanner up too. They're all getting warnings.
Resources on Belmar immediately. Acknowledge.
Okay, I got the. This is they're responding to the Pacific Palisades on this one. The Los Angeles County Fire V1.
Officer Branch 1. I'll go up there. All the resources up there are well entrenched in firefighting. I don't think anybody's just going to be able to bust loose. So go take care of that.
Yeah, Branch 1. That's priority. That's from being in homes on fire. But that's our.
So you got the scanner going. AXN News stream up. This is the Pacific. I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly. Palisades.
Ops, give me, from Branch 1, give me that information again.
Yeah.
The wind is very loud too. I have it the volume turned down. Okay, see, I have it turned way down, and you can still kind of hear all that.
From Branch 1, can you text it to me? You're just not coming out through very clearly right now.
Yeah, Branch 1, copy that.
The fire is spreading in the feed. Like you can see how much it's increased. It's getting closer and closer. I hope he's not in the path if he's going to sit out here. There are multiple fires in Southern California right now. We're looking at one of them here. There isn't anyone else live reporting at the the other fire, which would be Pasadena. The Pasadena Burbank area fires. Right now, the Eaton fire. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody. We had hours ago, 9 minutes ago. What do we have here? Another rapidly spreading wildfire is broken out in the hills of Silmar, with a heat signature on satellite growing extremely fast. There's simply not enough resources for these devastating wildfires in Southern California tonight. They're getting overwhelmed. Southern California resources are being overwhelmed right now. Here's a look at it from NASA firms from the satellite. You can see the fires from the satellite. That's how big they are. And there's the two major fires, but again, there's other fires.
I'm pretty sure they have a bunch of firefighters from everywhere here, but
that's AXN News. He's out there right now.
Just a massive area to cover, man.
Major area to cover.
Structures. Look over here. Look, there's black smoke. It looks like it's coming over west of or south of Sunset now. Look at that black smoke right there.
They can't get air support because of the wind. That's
what everyone's afraid of, that it comes over the hill here and this whole fucking canyon will go up.
God damn. The wind is preventing any air support right now. Everything's grounded due to the winds.
Task Force 1046.
Look, there's a lot of dark smoke.
From 717.
This shit is like 0% contained, bro. There's no way to contain it. It's not one little area. Who knows how many fires they are?
Exactly.
This whole thing glowing. These are all fires. The whole hills are on fire. All the vegetation's on fire. There's probably like 30 plus structure fires going right now. Even tiny little patches of vegetation, grass, center medians. Everything's on fire, man.
Go ahead, 717. This is engine 4.
We never have winds like this. This is like the worst condition for a fire.
Yeah, engine 4, I need you to get to
damn.
first area. Stop that earlier.
They're gonna probably have to bring other cities in California, like even far away, are gonna have to come.
Copy. What's the address?
The only hope is they're
gonna have to.
Planes or helicopters, but they're down.
Yep.
The helicopters are down. I haven't seen a plane. They were out earlier in the day, but I haven't seen them at night. And I don't know how good they would do, bro, with all this wind. Like, the wind would just spread the water like crazy.
Copy. I'll let 105 come. Yeah, there's better. And once you get up there, get me on 22. Copy. We're the last line of fuel.
Bro, if you're in there, like, I'd be getting out. Like, if you're in this, obviously. Oh, what was that?
Giant 717, Engine 105, 1046.
Did this camera get hit by something? What the hell was that?
As soon as Force gets done with fuel.
Yeah, you got AXN News out there. We also have the Los Angeles County Fire Scanner in the background.
717.
This is in Malibu.
Yep, I got it.
Pacific Palisades fire. And again, he was correct. I mean, he's speaking out of his first-hand perspective, but we do have, there's multiple fires. Unknown how many truly. I mean, there's fires seen on the satellite, but the two major fires are this, going to be the Eaton fire in Altadena and heading towards Pasadena. And also we're looking at live would be the Pacific Palisades heading south. You must be not Malibu is north of this though, right? Isn't Malibu? Let me check this. Isn't Malibu the other side of this? Isn't it over here? He's got to be on the other side of it now.
Looks like it's getting bigger and wider, you know, the swimming point. It's just a matter if it's going to come over the sunset.
He had to have moved. That might be the title of his stream.
This whole shit's going down.
Yeah, he definitely moved. He's not here. He's got to be looking at it from Santa Monica area. Let me type in his chat. Where is he? Got it. Let me see. I don't know if he'll answer. He's got to be looking at it from Santa Monica. Can anyone know where he's standing at? Anyone in California, Southern California, know the spot he's in? He's in Brentwood? He's in Brentwood?
I think most people evacuated.
I hope so.
This is on the other side, you know, the canyon. So I think it'll take a little while for the fire to get over on this side. You never know. I gotta go get my charger.
He's gonna be out there. Right. This is what I'm trying to figure out. Try to map out where he is specifically, and he was the way he's looking at the fire. He had to have been in like the Brentwood area or further back. This is the direction of the fire, but it's also heading southeast. It's already, the wildfires are on the map here. We have it. It's over Rustic Canyon. We checked the actual incident fire here in California. 2 major fires, but again, there's multiple. Nah, 2,921 acres right now in the Palisades fire, and the last report is 400 acres with the Eaton fire, but I think that
from operations on command.
That's had to have increased by now. Here's a live look at closer.
Emergency personnel are on the move in both directions. We've seen that throughout the night. We've seen what we believe to be a shift change when we saw about a dozen LAFD head out. A few minutes later, we saw another dozen head the other way with their lights and sirens on as they're.
He's got to get his charger. He's going to be out there though.
But we have been camped here for about 5 hours.
Look how close the fire is getting.
This area was generally clear, and we felt like we were pretty far from the fire. In fact, we saw in the distance at the top of that ridgeline, behind where those flames are right now, it had just crested that hillside, and we figured it would take a long time for it to go down the hill, but it marched down pretty quickly. It was a rapid descent down that hillside to where those homes are, and that seems to be where it has stalled for the last couple of hours, and that is good news for the residents here on Amalfi. I've got a message on social media from someone who says his family lives up on the north side of Sunset on Amalfi and asked us how they're doing, and I said it's good news. It seems
he's in this area.
Seems to have stalled. The only concern that I can think of is that
in the hills,
wildland above this area, it could creep around the top and make its way down. That doesn't seem to be what is happening right now. But I can see way up on the hills in the kind of a northwest direction, there are some flames up there as well. So,
he's back out there. Pacific Palisades about 40 minutes southeast off me. You on MD Media 18?
A lot of resources around here, including the protection of Fire Station 69 as well. So just give me a minute. Let me scope this out and see if I bring them up into here or not.
That's the scanner in the background, guys. Los Angeles County Fire Scanner. I'm thinking the AXN News. If you guys, Andrew Boots on the ground. Peace, Love, Sunshine. Is that a YouTube channel, or help me out there? Or can mods verify that for me? Mods, help me out if you could. Thank you to iBlue.
And a street called
the wind is picked up, but these really super strong gusts have kind of calmed down.
intersection of Stanley.
We're going to give you the right shot for a little bit for like 5-10 minutes so the phone charges up and I'll do some moving
We've got a couple structures going. Don't have a lot of resources here, so if you have some availability.
Oh man, if you're out there, you shouldn't be out there without.
So is that, are you talking in branch 7 or is that 5?
Arizona sending crews and equipment.
Whoever's up in the Palisades, kind of by
We try to get the latest really quick here.
and you might have available resources.
Worst have yet to come.
Okay, I think that's going to be branch 5, so branch 7 is extreme west, LA County through Topanga, Sergio.
Roger.
Firefighters are battling a fast-moving fire.
Yeah, branch 1. I'm just getting into there.
Yeah, gave you guys that one. You know that already.
It's hardly banded there now, branch 1. Up off of Sunset into these neighborhoods until we let this fire front go through. I'm trying to get a good look at it, and I'll get back to you in a minute.
It's a live scanner right now.
Yeah, branch 5 from IC. I'm up here on in the Huntington Palisades and
MD Media 18.
and Alma Real Drive, just along that crest there, is going to be a real problem. My concern is I don't have a lot of resources, so if you have anything to spare, let's try to get some down here.
Oh, wow.
Try to get my map to boot up so I can see where you're talking about.
Wow, he's like out there, huh?
ICP, I went up Chautauqua. That's taking off. And then it's like that, you take a left turn and it kind of runs along the crest back towards the
Hey,
there. And all these houses got very limited.
go rate his chat really quick. He only has like 100 some viewers. He's out there in the fire. He has literally like 142 viewers. Go rate his chat and say Merc Raid. Go say Merc Raid in his chat and then go sub too. Yeah. He has literally only 100 viewers and he's out there doing this. Go say Merc Raid and go sub and then you can come back or stay there, up to you. This feed we're watching right now, MD Media, they only have 146 subs.
74 in and staging. If you need us to send them to that Corona Del Mar location.
It's going to be Sierra Meadow, north of Carter. There's 2 streets.
Right from who? Everybody.
Also, this is
I just dropped the link in the chat a bunch of times.
the Corona Del Mar area.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody.
I can use resources here. I don't have any. And we're getting...
There, we had to verify. I do that also to verify too, right? Make sure it's not like a replay. So he saw you see in your guys' comments.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Send them out of the ICP. Just turn those to Chautauqua, and then it should be like your first left, and it'll be up in the neighborhood I'm talking about.
Copy that.
Welcome.
Trying to get his camera situated.
I'm right here at Monrovia High School.
Alright, go give his feed a like too.
Chief Everett from branch 1. I'm going to head your way.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, everybody. New joining the channel. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you, Andrew, for that. I really appreciate it. Wow.
Good raid. Good raid.
Thanks, guys.
Just come down.
Yeah, I've been watching Andrew for a while. He was there in Kenosha and...
What?
That whole area there,
for a while.
that's
What?
where I have all of...
I do have a plan, yes.
That's where
Thank you.
Foxtrot
Thank you,
is
guys.
concentrating most of their efforts. I got
He's watched me before? What is happening? What is happening?
Yeah,
I guess he knows me. What the heck? All right then.
Right now, then I'll talk to you and see if we can line them
I
out.
appreciate you guys all joining. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you, guys.
Branch 1 from Task Force 1045 on command.
Thank you, thank you.
1045, go.
We're in Monrovia, Sierra Madre.
We just drove the whole Mandeville Canyon area.
Pasadena.
We weren't able to see any fire at all in this area.
Pretty cool.
You have a reassignment for it.
We're not going to get any closer because I don't know the area too well.
We'll have to get a report from him.
Task Force 1045.
I live not too far from here.
Now, why don't
He's getting notifications too.
make your way back
20 miles from here.
Turn on the scanner just a second.
No, I'm not in danger at all.
Said he's not in danger. It doesn't look like he's in the path, right? Like, you can see it from here. You can see it up the hill, but it looks like it's heading like away from him.
but I have to. I'm gonna go. If I have to, I'm leaving.
Yeah, for sure.
My live going, but
no, you can lead, bro. You can, tell him to be
winds
safe.
are picking up, so. Well, thank you very much, guys.
6828 Charlie, I want you to report to branch.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for the connect. Peace, love, sunshine. Okay, so we have that feed going. You can see that from a distance. We'll keep MD Media 18 in the queue, especially since he has watched Mercado Media before, which is a small world.
It looks like a house might have caught up.
Full circle, if you will.
Way in the distance at the top of that mountain.
He's going to be in
It's in a residential area.
We're not getting him out to their PPR.
Oh, wow.
That one.
Do you have an actual?
Luckily, it rained like on the second or third day because they've had barely any containment on that. Also, that was a smaller fire.
We're going to get him out to Nikita and again, he's a green miner.
And they got lucky that it rained.
Chautauqua and Sunset, they're going to get him too.
It's a fire road or
That wind is so loud. I'm sorry.
Chautauqua and Sunset.
Imagine being there.
Chautauqua and Sunset.
If you got headphones on, the volume is going to bump up a lot, so you might want to turn the volume down.
Yeah, hey Joe, can you come up on V-Fire 25? Chief Everett?
Yeah, stand by.
Give a shout out to the hot dog man. The legend of the hot dog man lives on. Yeah, he's AXN. Golly, dude. Holy wind. 100-mile-an-hour winds, 80 to 100-mile-an-hour winds. My goodness. Yeah, I'm controlling volume on that, you guys.
7 from Operations on command.
Operations for Branch 7, go ahead.
Yeah, Branch 7, can I get a name? Your name?
Fire in the distance he's looking at.
Last name Smith, first name Drew, D-R-E-W.
Drew Smith.
Who do you have in Sierra? Name?
Last name Velasquez, first name Mike.
Yeah, there's multiple fires starting up in the area.
Branch 7 from Clemo here, Planning Ops. Is it possible for you to change Sierra to Papa in preparation for a switch that we're going to do tomorrow at 7? Are you in that position now, or do you want to just keep them Sierra? Let's keep them Sierra, then we'll brief to it on the retooling tomorrow at the ops briefing tomorrow, sir.
Commander on the
Ops, copy.
got commander on the radio. And planning ops for tomorrow. What about the plans for tonight?
We also have Division Union established, which is last name Kazal, K-A-Z-A-H-L. First name Mo, M-O.
That wind is something vicious.
Anything else in Branch 7 for tomorrow morning?
Check there's fires in all over.
We also have
There's fires just all over right now in LA.
that is unstaffed, no overhead. Copy. I'm also going to give you a couple of
Those red squares you see,
divisions in Branch 7 for growth for tomorrow. They'll unstaffed to
turn that down just a little bit. The squares you see on the NASA firms map are other fires that are in the region. The biggest ones, obviously, like we're looking at, are Pacific Palisades and what is called it has a new name now? No, the Eaton Fire. It's still called the Eaton Fire here to the east, northeast of Pasadena. I don't know if do we have any live reports outside of the Eaton Fire. We have live report here in Pacific Palisades heading towards Santa Monica, but do we have any feeds in Eaton? of the Eaton fire, Altadena area. Altadena, Pasadena. The winds have picked up here in AXN News' feed big time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there he goes.
I'm at Sunset Chocolate 2. I should be able to find you here in a minute.
Foxtrot from operations on command. Yeah, Foxtrot from operation. You're going to be getting rescue 19 to Chautauqua and Sunset for your patient.
I appreciate that flying, a nuke fist, yep. Been covering war for the last couple of years, but
Rescue 1919 to Chautauqua
few
and
years
Sunset
now.
for your patient. 19.
All right, let's check what the latest on the news reports coming in. See if we got any new from the LA Times. Nothing in the last 22 minutes specifically. Excuse me, California Wildfire Tracker, NASA firms. We also have the incident. It hasn't spread any further than, let me refresh. Maybe, do we have new information? Oh, there's another fire that popped up in the California fire map. This is a website.
1075 Alpha from
The Hearst fire. 3 fires now.
on command.
So not only do we have the Palisades fire is the biggest one at 2,900 acres. The Eaton fire is at 400 acres.
1075 Alpha from Zulu on command. Unable to raise you on 22. I need you to reposition. We're going to abandon all those homes in there where we have no water supply. We lost the anchor. I need you to go up to Chastain Parkway and start assisting with trying to get ahead of this as we're getting additional spotting in the neighborhood. That'll take it all the way to the Palisades.
The Hearst fire, San Fernando.
Position to Chastain Parkway. Do we have a cross street?
Watch duty. Is Watch duty on YouTube?
Brittany.
Chastain and Brittany, 1075 Alpha relocating.
MD Media is view of the Eaton. He has a view of the Eaton fire.
Currently, we have a water supply up there.
MD Media has a view on the Eaton fire. He has it from the safer side of it. We can see it up on the hills. Meant in terms of is there anything like AXN News out there? So MD Media is live, which again I put his link in the chat, and he is a viewer of Mercado Media, ironically. I'm gonna mute that really quick. Viewer of Mercado Media, so MD Media 18 is live in Eaton at the Eaton fire. We had AXN News at Pacific Palisades fire, and now we have another one that's popping up here, and that could be also seen on the NASA firms. Joy of Everything on TikTok. Hey, we could just mods, could we just confirm some of the suggestions from chat? I don't want to pull up some crazy ass feed that isn't like
They're on the Forest Service already.
like this MD Media feed, which is solid. Okay, so MD Media is out there looking at the Eaton fire. AXN News, Pacific Palisades. You don't have TikTok? All right. The Joy of Everything. I do have TikTok. All sources. Let me pull it up over here.
Remember, it was like when we first came here, the last time we came back, it was kind of like 3 little spots. And then there was a little spot right here, and then it was like the far east.
Hello?
And then it was
I was looking for Matt.
God.
And then, look,
That was TikTok.
it spread and it connected all the patches. It's all on fire. Yeah. There's only a little space right there.
Oh my goodness.
West, you can even see behind the ridge line, something's on fire over there, way west. I don't know if that's at the end of Sunset or past Sunset.
Oh, he's standing right next to AXN News.
This wind event we're having.
He's out there standing right next to AXN.
Streets, and people are getting knocked over. Trees are being uprooted. There's been gusts of up to 98 miles per hour. 98 miles per hour. Unprecedented wind in recent time.
No, you're good. No, don't say sorry. This is good feed. No, you didn't. This is good. Multiple angles are fine. Appreciate that, Kyle. No, it was just an observation I saw that he's standing in the same spot right away because of I look at the terrain features. Okay, so we got a TikTok feed in the queue. TikTok live feed up there, just in case, like, say AXN goes down or something, you know, or one of them, one or the other.
90 mile per hour wind
98 mile per hour?
that they were expecting. At least not here.
Are you sure? Some wind right there. The joy of everything. Standing next to AXN. What else we got? Nothing new from the LA Times. In the last 27 minutes. NASA firm's map is accurate, of course. 3 fires are being tracked there. Let me see, is it on this map too? The Palisades, they don't even have it labeled on here yet. Let me see, let me refresh. That's some wind. You saw everybody comment. Mercado Media says, good job.
It's gotten really smoky to the east. It looks like the smoke is headed west, like southwest.
Gonna put the scanner back on now. Crux is live. They copyright. Your girlfriend's house lost power.
Division Michael for operations.
I was just saying if it burned east, it's gonna light Brentwood on fire too.
So if it goes east, so he is south of Brentwood then.
Go for Brentwood on command.
Like City Culver Park, like you mentioned.
More homes in the Brentwood Hills over there. No shit's getting on fire.
Go again for Brentwood. It wasn't clear.
We're talking about Brentwood in the scanner right now. You live in the Bay Area.
Operations from Zulu.
God, it looks like.
Yeah, Zulu, go ahead.
Looks like Godzilla. What's that? Is that what's in the sky?
We lost our anchor at the hill of the fire. I'm having to shift all my resources to the far edge, the far right edge. I would talk to Evac and make sure that they're pulling the trigger on that Ciela.
That sky is so scary.
With the wind shifting the way it is, Ciela could be impacted. Ciela was the
Ciela.
The home with all the facility with all the people we needed to transport.
Yeah, copy that. Wind shift towards Ciela. You've lost your anchor. I'll tie in with.
Lost your anchor. They don't have control of this fire.
We lowered the volume.
Division Mike from operations. Copy. You've got a VNC engine that is down. You need LAPD. Your location address 19036 PCH.
So Mod I Blue in the chat just confirmed what we read, that ABC7 reporting that the Hearst fire is now at 100 acres. And that is what we're seeing confirmed on the Emergency Incident California report map. So we have 3 fires we're tracked. There's more, but there's 3 major fires. And that's going to be the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire, and the biggest one that we see in this feed is the Palisades fire. 3 big fires, and then there's even more though. Here we got MD Media 18 live at the Eaton fire. Pretty cool that he's a viewer of the channel here, but he's also live doing his own feed now.
I do have to blow.
But that is what the Eaton fire looks like. from a safe distance. He did mention he is in a safe distance from the fire. He's not within the fire's pathway. And he said that, or at least what he said on the stream was if he was in the pathway, he would leave. Make sure he gets out of there safely. Can you see this from space? Yep, you can see it from NASA firms.
It's not blowing.
These are two major fires. And also this, which is the Eaton fire. Let me refresh here.
Fire spreads, it's going to spread this way. I don't think it'll go towards mountains.
My city is on fire. Silmar, God be with everyone tonight. That was mentioned on the scanner. Silmar, there it is from a distance. Look at it, it's just like look at the smoke. The whole feed looks like smoky because it's spreading incredibly. That's the Reuters feed.
Planning ops.
Wow. This is MD Media 18 looking at the fire.
Branch 7 from planning ops on command.
Look how dark it is.
Okay, what other feed did you say I should do?
It's covering the whole west side
from
over
branch
there.
7.
Now these are both the Palisades and the Eaton fire.
If you could text me or call me for your resources in Union and Sierra.
Okay, copy that. I'll send that to you here shortly. I'm reorganizing that, if you will, so give me a few and I'll send it to you.
Copy that.
This was hours ago.
Palisades, ICLA.
Wow, here's a clip, really. Here's a clip. This is by far the craziest video from the fire in Los Angeles. Bro, you're in there in their house still? Oh, man. Oh, man.
You guys do me a favor, hit the thumbs up and share the stream with anybody you know.
Okay. It's gonna be okay. Hi.
Oh, get the dog too?
Palisades, ICLA.
Bro, get out of there.
Shit.
The dog.
Don't worry about that, dude.
I'm not staying there. Maybe his house is fire protected or...
Palisades Branch, LA.
Yeah. The plastic is gone, dude.
Yeah. Bruh.
LA, are you calling for Palisades IC?
Reporting
the dog is
tree
scared.
fire at 16751 via Pacifica.
Bro, why are you... I'm leaving.
IC copy.
Or I'm out of there. Maybe it's too late to leave but...
Outside? Okay, the gas is off right now.
So the gas is off. My guy, if your house starts on fire, that's a... Did he... Man, I don't know. I wouldn't film things I wouldn't do. 4 hours ago. There's a distance from a few hours ago now.
Juliet, go for operations.
That was a crazy video, though. News aircraft have been grounded. Go. 6 minutes ago, LA County Fire Department, Palisades fire, 0% containment. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior, short and long range spotting continues to challenge firefighting efforts to the Palisades fire. Wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour are expected to continue through Thursday. This was just posted 6 minutes ago. I don't know why he was in there, guys. I don't know. I don't know why he's being like I've streamed some crazy shit, so but I wouldn't like as a non.
It's like one of 4 fires right now, I think. Pasadena, Silmar.
Why is the Selmar fire not showing up yet? People in chat are reporting on it.
Pasadena, Silmar, Palisades. Maybe 3. I think there's one more that I forgot.
the winds are still are picking up. This is a clip from just 6 minutes ago from the LA County Fire Department. 0% containment. The Silmar fire is also the Hearst fire. Thank you, Mod Eye Blue. And then here's another view.
Is it Altadena? I thought the Altadena was the Pasadena one.
I'm just gonna pause him really quick so we can hear the clip. This was just posted. Richard says the Silmar fire is now called the Hearst fire. And that's about 100 acres wide now. The Eaton fire in Pasadena, northeast of Pasadena, is 400 acres. At least that's the last report I have. And the Pacific Palisades fire is at about 2,900 acres right now. What a fire. Bonker bag. Daryl says shit's wild as fuck out here. Mercado Media right on the border of Santa Monica. Please be safe. Please be safe. Look at, maybe the police are gonna tell them to get out of there soon. Maybe not. Police just making sure people are okay. This is AXN News.
The sun goes down about 5 p.m. Pacific time.
Oh yeah, we checked into MD Media 18. He's a Mercado Media viewer. I have him up in the queue. This is another look at the Eaton fire here.
It was blowing real bad. I was there. I was out there at 4:30.
This is a live look from MD Media 18. Who else is out there? Would you say Renegade Chungus?
I was watching Jason. I'm not sure which one Jason is.
What a fire, huh? What a wildfire. Again, this is the Eaton fire. There are 3 major fires right now, but I would, from what we've seen on the firms and what the eyewitnesses are saying, like AXN News, he says he sees even more fires.
Task Force 1054 from Operations on command.
That's the Los Angeles County Fire scanner in the background. Man, I don't know. Is the fire spreading towards him? This thing's gotten bigger since we tuned in.
1054 from Operations on command.
Yes, I do.
He said he was safe, but I don't know. The fire looks like it's gotten bigger on his feed.
I know right where I'm going, right behind you.
Not now, but in the future, it's just looking up the fire spread prevention designs.
I'll probably be out soon.
I wouldn't even know what resource would I use for that one.
I'm gonna stay here 10 more minutes. I'm far right now. I got a plan. I'll stay here for about another 10 minutes.
He's got a plan.
I'm still a little bit east. Not a little bit.
Okay, I thought where he was, the fire was going away from him, but it's actually heading in his direction.
Branch 1 from Operations on command.
This is.
See, Dale, they were common
go.
earlier too when I left.
Yep, I have the Cal Fire map up. Cal Fire map is a plus.
Off of Mandeville, just to get an update from them, if you could reach out to them.
Still looking at 400 acres spread. Hasn't been updated in a while though, but it's still saying 400. 35 wildfires right now. There's 35 wildfires, but that's in all of California. 3,000 acres burned. 8,587 total emergency responses. We're also seeing the same thing on NASA firms in the satellite map. Just hit refresh. Those are the two major fires with the Hertz fire in the middle there.
Heavy equipment 1.
Heavy equipment 1, go for ops.
Yeah, by the looks of it up here,
the fire is getting very close to AXN News.
And is making a topo run up on the west facing aspect, just below, I think, Murphy's Ranch. So it's starting to make its way towards the east again.
Yeah, copy. Rustic Creek at Murphy's Ranch. What's the best access if we need to send resources that direction?
Yeah, there's no reason to commit any apparatus off of the paved road.
Copy.
Thank you, Renegade Chungus, for the gifted.
And that area is going to be Casale, Amalfi, and Capri, where they all dead end at the top.
Yeah, copy that. Understood.
Okay, so AXN News is walking between locations. MD Media is still out there next to power lines.
And also, ops, once it makes its ridge top, it'll be a backing fire down, and then it's going to start impacting Baylor.
What happened?
Street.
I need to log in. What is my... Hold on. I need to log into TikTok to... Joy of Everything on TikTok is right next to AXN News.
Operation, copy that. Baycliff is going to be the next.
That's correct.
Am I logged in? What is happening? Thank you for your service to the community of all people. Thank you, Randy.
Heading like towards over there.
I was in the fire earlier, bro.
I don't think they can fly this. Head over there. Everything's blocked off.
You can't get in anyway. This is as close as you can get right now.
I tried taking off Sunset, but everything's blocked.
Said everything's blocked off right now. So that's Pacific Palisades fire. This is the Eaton fire on MD Media 18. Trying to log back in.
They were using the super scoopers today. I think those are on loan from Canada. You can get a different angle.
What is happening? TikTok is just being impossible right now.
Yeah, it's not worth driving into that area. Even with my press badge, my media badge.
1321 Alpha and 1050 from Juliet. Operations is aware of the situation we got with the down power lines. So they're going to be working on some additional needs. They're going to let us know. So just hang fire, grab some water, grab some food if you got it.
With my peener out.
TikTok shit. What was that guy's?
Santa Ana's is late in the season.
Hey, Kyle, what was that guy's name on TikTok again? What up, Cadillac? Kyle M, what was that guy's name on TikTok to have the feed right next to AXN? You keep losing power as well? Trying to get another location. Joy of Everything.
Who said that?
I don't know if he's moved or not. We'll see.
That's it.
Well, I don't think he's. I don't think he's live anymore.
That's it. Who you got?
I don't think he's live anymore.
I keep getting warm air and cold air.
I think people are evacuating. People are like, there's a lot of traffic outside now. I think people are leaving.
St. Anna's. We usually get them in October. We got them real bad in September. That's when the bridge fire happened. and burned into Mount Baldy and into Wrightwood. I think I'm gonna get in the car and drive up the side street where this car's going. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a drive.
So he looks like he's gonna relocate.
From 1041.
Adelaide Drive.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm trying to figure out exactly like where he is. Santa Monica.
Ventura? I'm not sure.
So he's right here. Yep, found him. So he's getting in his car right there. There's the stop sign, I guess, or the ending of the stop sign. He's right here,
Yeah,
chilling.
we'll see what we can see. If not, we'll just come right back here.
At Juliet.
This is the view we're looking at.
Ops from Branch 1.
Okay, MD Media is moving. MD Media is moving.
Back from Mandeville was that there was no fire activity over in that area at all.
How far out? How far is that? Let's see.
Branch 1 from operations, copy that. No activity in there.
This is live. Yes, I'm live right now. Oh, he's. Oh, wow. Oh, he's closer.
Operations on command.
They're in the Rustic Canyon is just north of that. Palisades Village.
Alpha from operations on command.
He's pretty close. He's closer than I thought he would be. Or the AXN is. Right here. He's right here.
We're gonna get out of here.
You're just a little north of him, bro. Be safe.
I mean, the only thing I expect is that thing to just get bigger. I don't think there's anything they can really do, man. Like, they might be able to save a structure or two here and there, but
there's 0%.
Jump sunset, starts catching those properties on fires.
0% containment. Okay, really quick, he's walking around. The Hertz fire in.
Yeah, ops from Branch 1. I'm up here in the in that Foxtrot area, Corona, Del Mar, Alma Rail Drive. All that's really looking pretty good. Not too bad. A lot of the structures we've really been able to cool down. I wanted to make sure you tie in with Juliet because he had.
Good to hear a positive report. The Hertz Fire Incident Command has requested evacuations for the following zones: SCL Wildwood, Skull, Eternal, SCL New Hall Pass, SCL Calgrove. Hard closures of the 5 freeways in Balboa to the Sierra Highway have also been requested. Sounds like IC experts to the Hertz Fire to jump the 5 soon. We'll respond to the Hertz Fire. What was Los Angeles Fire Department? What was that? What was that fire department that I had found? It's back on dead air. MD Media is moving. They're on the move. He's in his car, chilling, waiting. That's a look from Reuters from a distance. Yeah, MD Media is getting a little bit of a distance. He's getting a little safer spot because he was right up there. He's right up in it. Well, they have a fire department page right here. Our LA County Fire Department. Nah, I thought I filed them. As of 22 minutes ago, 0% containment. So I got LA County, LA Fire Department. 42 minutes ago, nothing since then. So nothing official from LA Fire Department or the LA County Fire Department. Wow. So this was an hour ago, but this is our neighbor's back.
One from operations on command.
This is our neighbor's backyard in Los Angeles right now. Power lines sparking against trees. Neighbor and I have been trying to call 911. and fire department for 45 minutes with no answer. I mean, boy, I hope he left. Fire department is a little busy, isn't it? That was earlier today. They're unable to put anything in the sky. This video was crazy. I don't know why you'd be in your house. Your poor dog. Seems like other people were in there too. This was 5 hours ago. It's crazy how hourly news is old. It can be old now, right? Like news that just happened like an hour or two ago can be considered old. That's how fast things move now.
I think where people thought they were cool, you know?
So AXN News is still out there. MD Media is moving. He's moving locations, it seems. That's a live look from the Reuters feed from a distance. I have the LA Live scanner on.
Conducting tactical maneuvers. Nobody is setting up command post locations, and they're doing fire front following. Because we're getting reports that some companies are setting up anchors.
Yeah, there's no command post operation. Most resources are all being very mobile. I haven't seen any that are anchored in anywhere. There are some resources that have attached to hydrants just that we're using to sweep with wagon batteries, but things that they can do that they can pick up quickly and get mobile fast.
Are they on YouTube?
Copy. Can you just make sure you push that down to the BCs that are working for you?
What is happening with YouTube?
We just put that radio message out on VFire 25.
Is that a YouTube channel? Fox is playing old stuff right now. And he's moving. MD Media has a new angle now.
The lens back on.
Madison Avenue.
We don't need the lens, I don't think.
City of Morovia, so...
420 audits, how you doing? Yep, I'm good, thank you. Good to see you.
That would be Culver. No, he's in...
It hasn't come over this hill yet.
Monrovia. Okay, and he's... Madison Avenue.
Light isn't in our eyes anymore.
He's at the Starbucks, right?
Now I can definitely smell the smoke. I'm definitely closer.
There's a couple of them.
Hold on, bear with me, guys. Fucking A.
He's at the corner of Foothill Boulevard and Madison Avenue. I don't know why I can't find that. There's Foothill Boulevard. Now where's Madison Avenue?
Quite a few people are being evacuated. In this area, Chewies?
There he is. So he's in the Starbucks parking lot, looking at from a distance. RC Teriyaki.
Not in this area, Adrian. That's in the Palisades.
So there's the teriyaki he's seeing. There it is.
From operations on command.
So he's parked in the Starbucks parking lot. He's right here.
So there's the house all getting ready to go up in flames.
Command from.
So he's looking at the fire. He's looking at the fire like from here.
One from operations that is looking for Foxtrot.
Yes,
We are going to send an additional strike team.
Oh yeah, look at that house is going to get ready to go right there. Right at the bottom of the screen.
Strike team
at the bottom, center of the screen.
That's a house?
Responding into Foxtrot.
That's the house in Grand Theft Auto 5.
Roger that, 9270 Charlie.
To the right?
Correct, 9270 Charlie to Foxtrot.
Is that's a big mansion up there.
And that's a house going up in flames right there. We're starting to.
We'll have them check in on VFire 25.
Okay, that is the Eaton fire. Again, he's at Foothill Boulevard and Madison Avenue. He's literally right here. Or in the Starbucks parking lot. Where's that house he's seeing then? There's a big house. It's a big house up there he's looking at. Can we go over there?
Text. I don't know if you got it or not, but we're getting reports of people tracked at 1261 Las Lomas Avenue. It's told that that is in closer to your division.
I don't know where I'd be able to find it now.
Can you repeat that address again on Las Lomas? 1237?
Yeah, I would so, Asher.
1261 Las Lomas Avenue.
It's like up in the hill up here.
1261 Las Lomas. It'll be a while, but we'll check it out.
Copy.
Yeah, you can't even see that. You can't even go up here.
And gas out here is $4.47 a gallon.
God damn. What did he say? $4.47 a gallon? I'm out. There's the houses that are up here. I don't know if we're seeing the one he's looking at specifically. I can't get up there. It stops here eventually. Gated stuff. I can't.
Gas is ridiculous out here. $4.47, $4.32. Damn.
$4.47 a gallon, dude. No. $4.47. That's cheap. What? AXN News. We'll just keep it on MD Media right now.
Something on fire right down there at the bottom. No, it's blowing away from me. It's not too bad right here where I am.
It's like I think it's like $2.65 a gallon for me. Maybe less. It's gone down now. I'm mad if gas goes over $2.50 a gallon. I'm gonna be honest. Gas tax for the win. The gas tax. The gas tax. You paid $6 a gallon earlier in the year. I would not drive.
Zulu from operations on command.
Yeah, this is MD Media Live looking at the Eaton fire. Let's take a look and see.
With EMS 17 and the resources the app has up there to get an update on the
damn, look at the wind.
location they were evacuating. Could you have EMS 17 contact evac group on fire 26?
This feed's messing up a little bit. That's look at the tree got uprooted from the wind.
In the rear, we're at a different location now.
This is AXN News. Holy cow.
They're boxed out in a canyon.
Yeah, weather interference with the feed.
Yeah, Mike, stand by.
Okay, let's go back to MD Media. That house is up there.
Mike, we're going to send you task force 1055.
Everybody check into the stream where you're watching from. Not just for the sake of algorithm to help try to get the feed out there more, if you could hit the like button.
Yeah,
not that we like the fact that there's wildfires, but it helps my feed get out there. Maybe some information for people.
There goes that house. There it goes.
Yeah, Sierra, stand by. Mike, repeat your address.
In LA? Let me get prayer hands to LA County.
The power's still on.
Altadena, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, that big ball right there is a house.
Copy 17337 Terramonte.
It should be raining this time of year.
It says it should be raining.
And we usually don't have Santa Ana winds this late in the season.
All right, he's in a good spot. Let's do another raid.
Not at all.
It's raid time. And then I'm gonna have a step outside, have a stretch myself, and then I'll be back. I'm not ending the feed, but go raid his feed. While I'm recasting it. Go say Mercado Raid in the chat. Go say Mercado Raid. Click that link and go over there. Give him a sub. Mercado Raid. I have 2 R's on there. You can put swords in there or whatever.
See if I can zoom in a little bit.
There you go, Mercado
I don't
Raid.
think I've ever seen him bring in the National Guard.
And go subscribe to his channel.
For being here. I appreciate that.
And give him a like.
5, be fire 25 to get
Although,
a Fox
no, yeah,
shot.
they didn't bring the National Guard for any of these big fires we had out here. Raid time. I moved up a little bit closer to the fire.
And just stay safe. Newport, Rhode Island.
Appreciate that.
280 a liter where you're at.
So right there in the center of the screen is a house on fire.
So I'm gonna leave you guys with MD Media for like a couple minutes while I quickly just stand up for a second and stand outside quick, because we're gonna be live here for through the night, it seems, you guys. With this this isn't subsiding at all. It's 0% contained, and it's getting worse and worse like as we speak. So I just need a quick little stretch.
Power, and I'm not on some little site.
Facebook, come over to YouTube. I'm gonna end the Facebook feed. Come over to the YouTube channel with everybody.
This is all dark below me where I was earlier.
I'll put the YouTube link in the Facebook chat. Come over to YouTube.
Not this late in the season.
Yeah, Division Mike from Operations. Do you need any additional resources?
Click that link and come on over to YouTube. Okay, he's gonna have some. Obviously, you guys are gonna have some weather connection related issues.
Copy.
I'm gonna do the best I can, or even cell service might be going down eventually. You know. AXN News. We'll be going back and forth here. I think he's just got connection. So AXN News moved. MD Media. There he is. They're gonna have weather connection problems, you guys, in the fire. God dang, that fire, that wind is wicked. Yeah, lots of internet issues. I'm having my chat tell me you guys are having connection problems too, like cell service.
Operation Strike Team 9270 Charlie, can you give a reporting location for Foxtrot? I'm unable to reach him on Fire 25.
Yeah, copy that. Stand by.
That's the LA County Fire scanner in the background.
Branch 1 from Operations on command.
Welcome, Facebook folks. See if we can see any other.
Branch 1, go ahead.
Stupid. Anybody live on Twitch or anything out there? Probably not. Probably just evacuating.
Foxtrot. They're trying to figure out their location. Do you have that?
Fox
is on the life and death situation and getting us through this crisis. And this crisis is not over, and these winds are going to continue just as bad, if not worse, for at least the next 5 hours. And then through much of tomorrow, by tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, seems like we're going to start kind of being out of the woods in terms of the winds, but
gone through the whole night. This is going to go through the whole night.
And a lot of embers in a lot of different parts of Southern California right now.
Yeah, and to that point, Alex, we're hearing from the California Highway Patrol that a grass fire has erupted right near the Sherman Way off-ramp of the northbound 170, the Hollywood Freeway in North Hollywood. Typically, you know, we get these alerts all the time here at Fox 11, and we would, you know, just look at that and think, okay, that'll be put out quickly.
10-10
but given the wind conditions all across the Southland, this grass fire in North Hollywood could turn into something. Let's hope not. But again, CHP reporting that this brush fire has erupted right near the Sherman Way off-ramp of the northbound 170 freeway in North Hollywood. We'll keep a watch on that. That could be slowing any traffic, of course. One of the
They're losing connection. Connection is going down.
that we saw earlier was where people had to abandon their vehicles.
All their connections are going through a tough time right now. They're doing the best they can.
They literally abandoned their cars, leaving their vehicles behind without the keys. Evacuation routes were so jammed, officials had to use bulldozers. LA City.
That's like some zombie apocalypse shit right here. What the fuck?
Of these abandoned cars. Here's some sound from
whoa, they're crashing into each other. What happened?
About abandoned cars. That's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active
No, I didn't see this.
We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations. Okay.
Okay, then we can catch up with press conferences later.
261 Las Lomas. 1261 Las Lomas.
Okay, this is the latest update.
Copy 1261 Las Lomas, V-Fire 22.
Official update, Hertz fire erupts in Sylmar, evacuations ordered. Again, this was in the last 40 minutes. Los Angeles Fire Department issued mandatory evacuation orders Tuesday night for areas of Sylmar threatened by a fire that broke out near where Interstate 5 meets the 14 and 210 highways. Dubbed the Hertz fire, it is one of the at least 4 named fires currently raging in Los Angeles County as high winds and dry vegetation have created conditions conducive to explosive wildfires. The fire was about 50 acres as of 10:10 p.m. I think it's expanded to. Let me check really quick with the latest. I think it has expanded to 100 acres. Let me zoom in here, see what we're at. Yeah, it's at 100 acres now. The Eaton fire has expanded to 600 acres. I am now seeing 600 acres for the Eaton fire. Palisades fire is still at 2,900, with the Hertz fire again being at 100. But the expansion from the Eaton fire to 400, it was at 400. It is now at 600, according to the California fire map that we have up. And we got NASA firms. I mean, those big 2 blots are the 2 big fires we're seeing, with the Hertz fire right here off California 14 in the highway. Let's go back to AXN's got his connection. MD Media is live out there.
Oh, it is bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just blocky, but I mean, he's doing the best he can. I mean, what do you want, right? Yeah, the fire's right there. Everyone's losing their cell connection out there. Let's check in. Obviously, like mainstream media are gonna have satellite connections to their.
Right near Palisades Charter High School.
Operations.
Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see the smoke just blowing. Just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain. Just all of that wind just blowing all this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see. And Sam, if you want to walk with me outside the high school, we're going to look towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium.
This guy has a fire jacket on.
We want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school. And we did see some fire here a little while ago, and I just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school.
Zulu from operations.
Yeah, you can see the flames
is available. We'll be sending
coming
it to you.
in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation.
They'll tie in with Water Tender 88 on V-Fire 22. They're going to work in tandem.
That was a live report with Fox 11. That was a Fox 11 live report. MD Media is doing the best they can with the connection.
With Water Tender that's up there and V-Fire 22.
I mean, again, we're looking in the 18,000 block here on PCH in Malibu at just a straight shot through to the ocean. You know, normally as you drive up this particular section of PCH, you see these homes that are right next to each other.
Gone.
You know, they're all along there. You cannot see through to the beach. Now that is not the case, and that is not the case up on PCH a little bit further than where we're standing. So we're between Latuna and Topanga Canyons right now. You can see this firefighting presence. They have been trying to save these homes in the middle of these two kind of spot fires that we've seen pop up on the beach side that have destroyed several homes, at least 5 homes on this stretch of PCH. They have been working to try to save those homes.
Even the news is having connection issues.
We saw, I think the last time you came to us, they had a hose that was pointed toward this property right here that's just a complete loss. I mean, there's absolutely nothing left there other than these beams. But the water wasn't even making it halfway to the property. The water was literally just being pushed right back on the firefighters. They could not even get the water to the property.
Because of the wind blowing back.
So that's what they're up against tonight. We still see firefighters here, not seeing as much of an active firefight. Now, again, this is the first active firefight that we have seen while we've been covering this all day and all night long in the Pacific Palisades. We're, of course, now in Malibu. But we've not seen them trying to protect any kind of property. I think their efforts have really been on saving lives, which is, of course, their first and should be their first priority. Property is secondary. But this is the first time we've seen them protecting any kind of property, which I think just gives you an idea of how serious and how just devastating this fire is. I mean, they are just stretched so thin, trying to keep on top of this, but it is just so difficult. We look up the way there, and you can see just destruction in the distance. I think I've lost you in the booth here. I'm not sure if you can still see us, but if you can, just utter scenes of devastation all along PCH. Again, this is the 18,000 block. At least 5 homes gone here, and we'll see in the morning how much devastation left there is. But I think that number that we were given earlier in terms of destruction, in terms of properties destroyed, is going to be up significantly. Marla, Alex.
Chelsea, can you hear us?
Can they even see?
Okay.
So they have the most money and the most ability for connection, and they're still having problems.
A little bit later as we continue to look at this fire burning.
So imagine that, and then now I have our independents out there doing the best they can to get the feed going, but it's getting rough. It's getting rough for that. AXN News is out there, but
100 acres so far. This is from our Citizen app. We appreciate all the videos that come in through there, of course, to help us tell the story. You see the hillsides. I mean, this is such a, unfortunately, a widespread scene that we've seen across the Southland today, with those hillsides and homes in the foreground and the winds whipping around all the trees and the vegetation. So new video into our room, or into our newsroom, from Sylmar of the Hearst fire that is burning.
Let's see that.
100 acres.
This is in Sylmar.
Let's look at some new video right now of some horses that are evacuating. This is in Sylmar. We saw some horses earlier being evacuated.
So this is that third fire.
And these horses right by the freeway with kind of nowhere to go. And you think about all the different kinds of properties in all these areas, including horse properties, that make this a challenge for people to get out. We've seen horses having to evacuate. We saw in Altadena, a nursing home having to evacuate, sort of helpless animals and in some cases helpless older folks, who need to be guided out of there, and the thought of people being stuck too. And this is that Altadena fire, and look now, man, every time we go to this shot from our Mount Wilson camera,
it's bigger and brighter.
Bigger and bigger and more smoke, and frankly closer to the Mount Wilson camera. But that thing has exploded. I mean, they said it was 400 acres. It's clearly a lot more than that, as we look at those conditions there.
It upped to 600. It upped to 600. If you look at the official California fire map, it's not 400 anymore. They've expanded it to. So I mean, he's guessing correctly, but the current report is 600 acres. 600 acres out of the Eaton fire. That's what they're looking at.
Staff that works there at Mount Wilson to transmit to you, and those workers were said to be evacuated earlier tonight just as a precaution. Thank goodness. You can never be too safe. Again, number one, protection is of our lives, and then property is secondary, as we've repeated over and over tonight.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cell phone transmitting that's done up there that helps with your cell phone. There's, you know, so that communication is iffy in certain places. We've seen powers out in lots of different neighborhoods around Southern California. Some of that is being done preventatively.
We got ABC 7.
A little bit about why haven't you evacuated? You feel confident being here?
Well, not really, but
What's going on?
I just cannot go. I mean, this is my house. I'm just trying to help a little bit, the most that I can. So, you know, this is all we have.
Are you worried?
This is the
about
third
being
fire
so
now in
close to
Sylmar.
the fire? You can see the fire.
It is.
No, this is live in Sylmar, the third fire.
My family, everybody left already, so I'm just here. But just, you know, trying to be calm, you know, because this is really stressful, man.
So your family is left. Where did your family go?
Yeah, they
You guys leaving the house?
Okay.
So yeah, like a couple miles away from here. So just trying to stay.
I have a poll up about that.
And you're just hoping and praying for the best outcome. Are you going to stay here all night? Is that your plan?
Well, I believe so, because this is going to be the second time we are going through this in 13 years living here. So I mean,
yeah,
it is what it is.
Tell me a little bit about the first time going through this. Was it similar? How would you compare this Santa Ana wind event? Yeah, it's the last one.
You know what? Even believe it or not, probably the first time it was worse.
Wow. Wow.
It was worse because we have fire all the way here on my side, all the way on my back.
Isn't it on its way though?
On the back side, I have firefighters going through my house just to get back there.
Yeah.
So
did that happen really fast? Are you worried? What if that happens with the fire here? Okay,
really fast. It doesn't take not even 20 minutes when you can see everything gone.
Right. So what are you doing to prepare? I see you have your hose.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get everything the most that we can get wet. So, you know, just try to do something.
Well, you seem very confident. I know that you are worried right now, but again,
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
And praying for the best for you.
Yes,
so
yes.
Good luck. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. No problem.
So you just heard Jose. He's obviously, this isn't his choice. If it was up to him, he wouldn't want to stay here, but he said this is his home, this is all he has, and his family has evacuated. So at least his wife and children, they are safe, but Jose is just trying to hold it down for his family and keep their home standing. He's just spraying, making sure it's wet. There's no dry areas on his home. He's lived here for 13 years. He says this is the second time that he has gone through this in 13 years. So
would that stop it, honestly, or maybe?
That Jose's house stays intact. The rest of the neighbors here, there are some people outside kind of just looking at how close we are to the fire. Again, very close to the fire, and this is an equestrian neighborhood. We've seen plenty of horses coming by, and they're saving those horses. So that's a nice sight to see. We've been in 3 different locations now all night. We were in Pacific Palisades earlier. We saw what Santa Monica looks like, and here in Sylmar. And of course, it's really hard to tell with these conditions constantly changing. It's just a fluid situation. It's hard to see what it's going to look like in the next hour, in the next 2 hours as the winds really start to pick up. But comparing this to the other 2 locations that we were at tonight, at least it's not as bad as the Pacific Palisades here in Sylmar, but of course with these winds just roaring in the next couple of hours, it definitely has the potential to get to that point. Of course, we're hoping it does not, but I know the residents here, they're on standby. A lot of them are probably ready to go at a moment's notice. There's no mandatory evacuation orders here in this neighborhood, but again, this is such a fast evolving situation. We'll see what happens in the next couple of hours. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, Nico, we're going to stay with you for a little longer here because, you know, you can't help but feel for that gentleman who's trying to put water on his home, because we have been talking about the firefighters. They've been spread so thinly because of this wind event and so many fires that have been, you know, breaking out all over the place. So, you know, I can understand why, you know, you work hard to own your home and you don't want anything to happen.
Where's that?
Are you going to talk to somebody else as well?
We're operating on V1, command channel V1.
We're looking around to see who else there is. I do see a couple people, Jose's neighbors. They're just watching. We can go talk to them right now and see what their story is, what they're doing here, why they have not evacuated.
People haven't left.
Right now with the wind speeds, they are really just coming. Talking to you guys earlier, it was calm, but right now I can really feel it. And again, I would have to guesstimate anywhere between 30 to 40, 45 miles per hour. That's what it feels like, at least. So we have two gentlemen here, Jose's neighbor. Hello, we're live. We're live right now on ABC7.
Yeah, Joe Biden's.
Hey, Section 5, Area 20. Call myself.
You live here. So tell me, how come you haven't evacuated? Have you gone through this situation before?
Yeah, this is probably my third time already.
How would you compare this to the past?
It was a lot worse the second time we were here.
Yeah, the one before this one was as bad as this one. Yeah.
What was the damage that you saw with that one, and why haven't you left this time?
Of course, I mean, I'm assessing the situation, and yeah, I'm not gonna endanger myself, so. Yeah. And as you can see, it sort of died down, which is good.
Yeah, right now it's good because we kind of have a lull in that fire. And have you seen the firefighters in your street helping people out?
Yeah, they did come through, filled up because we have a fire hydrant right there. And then they're right up here, I guess, battling that one behind the houses.
Yeah, but you're not scared.
Nah.
No. And who is this?
This is my son, Ryan.
Your son. Hi. Tell me a little bit about your experience. Is it scary seeing this and how close you guys are to the fire?
No, like he was probably saying, this is probably like the third or fourth time this has happened.
Yeah, you're used to this.
It's, living on the foothills like this, it's just a known thing.
It's kind of one of those things where you know what you have to prepare for. It's one of those things you got yourself into.
Yeah.
So in the Silmar fire, they seem like they're saying this isn't our first time, we've done this before.
Never had any damage from any of the fires?
Fortunately not.
Okay,
that's the Silmar fire. That's the third one.
You guys are doing.
So they're up on this one right now on this report.
Yard as well. Is that what you guys are doing?
They're up here right now. In the Hertz fire.
Neighbors hosing down whatever
up in this area.
While we're still here.
This isn't the Palisades or the Eaton fire. She's up here in this one.
So thank you for doing that. Yeah, definitely a very tight-knit community. And I mean, he said it best. When you live in the foothills, you kind of just know what you're getting yourself into. So these
it's 100 acres in Eaton.
Strong and very brave. So I really hope for their sake the fires really don't intensify and the winds, at least here, hopefully don't intensify to the point where they are under mandatory evacuations, because right now it seems in this neighborhood, Saddle Tree Ranch, things are okay. The fire hasn't made it down here yet, but it is very, very close. Colleen and Mark.
All right, Nico,
they seem like they're okay.
This is David Ono now, taking over for Mark and Colleen, and we want to get to Hastings Ranch right now, and Mark Cota-Robles, who has been watching this Eaton fire really spread.
Oh my God, dude!
So we're on Rivera Drive here in Upper Hastings Ranch, and again,
it's getting worse behind him.
Just the winds continue. This is such a devastating situation. I've been in this immediate area as a resident for just about 10 years. I've never had winds like this here, so this is just a really tough event.
Hastings Ranch.
Rivera Drive, obviously you can see it is a complete loss. This is the second home that we've seen. There's now a third one right here up the street. You can see the resources here on the street. We had LA County firefighters that are responding, and I believe there's a resident right up here who is not evacuated. They were using their hose minutes ago. They're waving me down. Hi there. That's fine. You decided not to leave.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
Oh, damn.
And they just lost. They got canceled.
What are you gonna?
Fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're not.
What are you gonna do though? Die with? I don't know what you like. What are you gonna do to stop the fire? Like you can't. Fire winds. It's one of those elements, right?
90 years old.
Unless you're a firefighter.
They've lived in this house for
75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So thank you, California insurance companies, supporting residents who pay taxes and love California. And they wonder why people leave California.
First and foremost, you did get your parents out safely.
I live in Sierra Madre. My parents are in Sierra Madre, but...
And now you know that it is under evacuation as well, north of Sierra Madre Boulevard.
Yeah, I snuck here. You know, there's a will, there's a way. Probably shouldn't do it, but you know what? Under the circumstances, send me to jail. That's fine.
It is unbelievable what's happening here to the neighbors. Your parents' house is still standing. You had a hose. You're doing what you can.
I mean, I have a hose. It doesn't compare to these beloved neighbors that I've known. I was born and raised in this house, and I live in Sierra Madre, and I'm now 62 years old. And this is the house I was born and raised in, and I've never moved out of Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Hastings Ranch.
I know people are dipping in and out of our coverage as we speak to you. Let's have my photographer Romeo pan right over there to where we were and what's happening across the street. When you see that of your neighbors' houses, what are you thinking?
There's no words to even describe how heartbreaking.
That means the fire's coming to you, dude. That means leave.
That's your entire life.
Yeah, for sure, but like leave.
You don't get that back. The memories are gone.
Yes.
I hope they're alive.
It seems like most everybody has evacuated.
Yes.
I've lived in the general area for just about 10 years. I've never seen winds like this. Have you?
I remember probably 11 years ago. Can we go over here?
Oh boy.
The wind is hurting my eyes.
America.
I don't have glasses.
Why? Okay. Sorry. I don't want to be too. This is their situation.
There was a bad wind before, but there were no fires. So when you add the component of fire and the wind, I mean, how do you win that? No, I've never seen a firestorm like this. This is like Paradise, California. If you drive through Hastings Ranch and you go up to the top, it's an inferno.
And this community,
the fire is like right there.
It is so tight knit. We just got finished with the holiday light display.
Can she leave, please?
And that's a tradition that is lovely, you know. And we're starting a new year, 2025, and how terrible. This is the worst thing you could wish in someone's life aside from death.
You're here now. When do you leave? Do you stay all night? What's your plan?
My brother is around here somewhere. I think he's in the backyard. My plan, I don't know what my plan. I don't really have a plan. My emotions are my plan.
You're doing whatever you can. Again, as I walked up to you, you had the garden hose.
It's on. I put it down. I thought because you're lucky enough to have the fire close, I thought potentially you were firefighters, so I was going to share my story so that this house would be saved if necessary. You know.
Well, let me tell you, it does help for people who aren't here to know what's happening. So you sharing that story, it does a service. I came up to you without even asking your name.
My name is Lynn Levin Guzman. This is the Levin household. I'm a nurse for over 30 years in emergency room. I deal with fire all the time and firefighters. And this situation here, luckily people got out because those are my patients. The people who are not so fortunate to get out.
As you mentioned, let's just hope everyone.
They're your patients? I thought they were your parents.
For you taking the time.
I don't know. Sorry, I shouldn't.
Parents, we wish them the best as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
So maybe she was like a caretaker for her parents.
As well, watch your footing there.
Just please leave.
Staying here at their home, the family home here on Rivera Drive. This house,
the fire's like right there.
Lost. There's one just south of there fully burning.
Yeah.
And now 2 more. So that's a total of 4 homes that I've seen here on Rivera Drive. As I send it back to you, there's Lynn again with the hose. She's using a garden hose, getting the awnings, getting the roof of the house, doing anything she can. We say that as the embers are blowing directly on us here in the Upper Hastings Ranch community. It is really tough to see, knowing that we're not done yet. These winds are going to continue. It is just about midnight, and the winds, the intensity, the peak of them, they're forecasted to continue through at least 5 a.m. as far as the peak intensity. That's what we've been told. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
Mark, she makes a great point, and one that we have not had the opportunity to talk about. I feel for her, Lynn Levin and her parents, who are 90 years old.
90-year-old parents.
Lost their fire insurance.
90-year-old parents.
With a rash of fires going through California, she's sitting there doing the best she can to save her parents' home. Tell me, as best you can, what is the address, just in case a firefighter is watching this broadcast and might be able to get a unit up there. What is the address of that house?
Yeah, it is 1470 Rivera. So we're here on the 1400 block, and you have those 4 neighboring houses that are a total loss at this point. So she's here, her brother's here, and you know that there's other. Let me tell you, the majority of the homes in this community are still standing. We drove past many on the lower side that are still standing, but the night is young.
Absolutely, a long way to go, and a courageous woman at that. And she does bring up a great point that we should talk a whole lot more about, and that is the fact that so many people are now uninsured when it comes to a fire. Mark, we'll check back with you in Hastings Ranch in a little while. We want to get to Leanne Suter, but as we throw to Leanne, quickly, if you could bear with me, I want to talk about the new evacuation orders because of the Eaton Canyon going out for the Pasadena community. Right now, the area north of Orange Grove Rosemead Boulevard, east of Lake Avenue, and west of Michelinda Avenue. So again, north of Orange Grove Rosemead, east of Lake Avenue, and west of Michelinda Avenue. New evacuation orders for that is getting towards the heart of Pasadena, a very populous area. Folks in Pasadena, be ready and get ready to get out of there. So Leanne, how's it looking where you are in
Pasadena?
David, this firefight continuing tonight. I want to.
They put that out on LA County. Let's do the LA County Sheriff.
I also saw that the Angeles National Forest just put out a new evacuation warning, at least warning folks who are just south of Sierra Madre to the 210 freeway. So this fire continuing just to push south from Altadena, pushing south. But I have lived in Pasadena for more than 2 decades, David. I have never seen a fire like this. I have never seen any kind of fire evacuation warning going that far south, all the way to the
Pasadena
from the foothills. That has never happened in more than 2 decades that I've been here. Forgive me. It's a lot of smoke today. And that has me very concerned because it could very easily jump the freeway, and then that would be astounding to me because I've never seen that happen. Doesn't mean it can't, and that is what is so scary for so many people.
Did you talk about the 210?
I want to touch on officials now just updating the numbers in terms of how big the Eaton fire is, now saying it stands at 1,000 acres charred. This fire began shortly after.
It's at 1,000 now?
And by midnight tonight, we have 1,000 acres that have burned, and it continues to burn out of control. I'm live right now here at Altadena and Washington. Crews have been working hard. They just finished
1,000 acres.
When we first arrived on scene just a couple of minutes ago,
it's on there. 1,000.
Out of this McDonald's, they were able to knock that down. It does appear they've been able to at least save the McDonald's. That didn't suffer from the outside. It doesn't appear too much damage, but I'm sure on the inside it does. We're going to walk along Washington here. Duncan Callis, my photographer I'm with today, has been doing a tremendous job with this.
So the Eaton fire is at 1,000 acres now.
Here, and the wind, I mean, it has really picked up how strong it is again.
Those start fires. Those embers.
With extremely powerful gusts up to like 80 to 85 miles per hour. We are not that strong right now, but we are definitely picking up again. We're just walking down the street because I see another building now on fire. We're in a business area here along Washington. There's a lot of medical facilities here.
Oh no.
I can see that one is fully engulfed in flames here. Just down the street is where we saw the Ultimed medical building. That is a total loss, completely up in flames. And then behind here, I believe, is a wellness center, and it looks like yeah, that's what it's looking like. Anyways, we make our way around here.
Yeah, you're right, Steve Sniffs.
The business is just hopscotching, just like the homes. It could be a couple right next to each other. It could be one, across the street. It could be one a block away. You just never know what is going to be on fire. And I see that as we walk back behind these things here, it does appear that this might be this wellness center on fire. Crews trying to do what they can to stop the flames and save as many of these businesses. I'm just astounded by this whole thing, David. I just have never seen in all my years working in LA, living here in LA, living in Pasadena, I have never seen a fire like this in my life.
Damn.
And we've covered a lot of fires. This is absolutely amazing. I can say the same thing though about the Pacific Palisades. These winds just blowing these fires and the flames out of control. Okay, I can see now. We can see off in the distance.
She said she's never seen a fire like this in all of her years.
In here. So the wellness center that I thought was at risk is not. That appears to be up on a hill up in there.
Oh my goodness.
This way.
Look at the wind off from the fire. Can you not run a fire?
There is another building back in there. So.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fire expert. I shouldn't say.
These gusts are just tremendous. This is what has me so concerned, when we talk about this fire, because it started so far, relatively far up on the hills, the foothills here in Altadena, and now it is threatening residents all the way to the 210 freeway, can easily jump and continue south. That's headed into an area that you don't traditionally think of as being at fire risk, and you're not technically classified as being in a wildfire area, but all bets are off in this. I mean, this has completely changed everything. These winds, the Santa Ana winds and the gusts, are sending that fire into areas that haven't traditionally burned, and putting so many more people at risk. And I'm just stunned. I mean, I truly am, David, just stunned. In the 25 years that I've lived here in Pasadena, I've never seen this. Right. And it's amazing.
I second that too. It's getting into those populated areas that is not so much, as you said, it's not wildfire territory. You don't see massive fires go through those densely populated communities that don't have a lot of brush and trees, and yet they are being evacuated right now. And it shows the power of those winds. You said it. I was thinking it all day. I didn't want to say it, but since you went there, I agree with you. I can't think of another fire that has had this kind of a devastating and violent personality.
It's catching up to her right there. You can look at
day or so has been. The character of this fire is absolutely.
It's literally like catching up to her, like right behind her.
Comes in its path.
Absolutely. It really is terrifying when you think about it. And as you mentioned, I mean, kind of what I said, if it were to get to the point that it hits the 210 freeway and goes south, you're in an area that is, flatland, for lack of a better word. There's no hills, there's no brush. You don't have to worry. There's no brush clearance anywhere around that area in terms of what's required. They aren't up in a traditional and even a classified wildfire area. That is, down in the city per se. And so that's what is so amazing to me, and obviously so concerning, certainly concerning for all of the fire officials. I mean, it's terrifying to think of how far this could go. You could probably say the same thing. I know you could say the same thing for the fire in the Pacific Palisades. Who knows how far this can go with the winds? I mean, it really is the Santa Ana winds that are fueling all these fires and fueling all the flames. And this is a perfect example. As you see this building going up in flames behind us. I'm not sure what building that is. If I look on the map trying to figure out what that is, but another example of just there's nothing they can do. I mean, they can't stop it once it gets into these large buildings and it's off and running. So So it just, it's just amazing.
The morning is going to be dreadful, undoubtedly, when we see the entire toll of all of these fires.
Okay, so that's ABC7 live out there. MD Media is live again. Back in his, I think it's his original spot. This is the Eaton Fire, which has grown to 1,000 acres now. I don't know if I think AXN News might be relocating. AXN News might be relocating right now. Guys, if you could smash a like button on the stream, just take a moment out here on Mercado Media and like the video.
Longer, guys.
Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you haven't done so.
At the 15-minute mark, I'll end it.
And 1,000 acres out there, man.
I'll keep my eye on it all night. If it makes its way further towards my house, towards Azusa, I'll come back out, but I hope it doesn't.
Okay, so that's MD Media, but it looks like we got NBC out there too.
Limbs that have come off of trees and come onto the road, and now they're on fire. Now, we did see some...
As this gets closer to the more densely populated areas and urban areas, there are going to be probably more feeds up.
Things that folks out here are having to deal with, including the first responders, the police officers that you're going to see right now, and then also, of course, the fire trucks with their big engines trying to navigate around this to get to the homes and get to the people that really need the help. But take a look at this. This is blowing so incredibly hard right now. We've seen these gusts kind of billow through Sunset Boulevard, almost into this canyon, and then we talk about those embers that are just pushed by the fire, by the flames, and by the wind really just pushing it up into the air and continuing to spread this fire. And this is what is making it so difficult. Also, you know, I mentioned it before, we haven't had a lot of significant rain in months. So a lot of the vegetation, a lot of the trees,
dry,
and the leaves that you see on the ground, they are so dry.
Oh boy.
And it really doesn't take much for them to go up in flames. And that is what we are seeing. We are seeing so much kindling around here that's so easily able to burn. And then those embers that are continuing to swirl in the air and continue to push through and push this fire forward. You know, it's a really difficult situation out here, Kathy, Colleen. I really feel for the first responders. They are trying their best to make sure that they are protecting property and protecting life. Earlier, we spoke to a man who evacuated about 7:30 and came back to his home to kind of water things down and pick things up. Again, you know, I get it. People want to be able to come back to a home, but some of this situation, some of this stuff gets so scary so quickly that they really need to be prepared. A lot of these folks don't have masks or fire gear, and they're coming back into this hoping to save things from their house or save their home. But really, this situation, take a look at it. We're just you know, this is what we would call a small spot fire comparatively to what we've seen. This isn't anything major. What we've seen are massive buildings and homes up in flames. And right now, what we're seeing is just some brush along the side of Sunset Boulevard. But take a look at it. We're going to see this fire continue to explode. Take that tree up with it, and right next to it is a power pole. So this wind is really fanning these flames.
That fire is getting bigger as we're literally watching it.
And really no end in sight, at least for right now, as these winds continue to blow. Colleen, Kathy, I'll send it back to you guys.
You know, Darsha, we had heard reports earlier that...
Okay, so that's live and from NBC. He's out there still with ABC. MD Media.
All right, folks, I'm going to end it.
Oh.
I appreciate you guys all. Have a great night. I'll be back. Let's hope I'm not back tonight. I don't plan on being back tonight. Take care, everybody.
That was MD Media.
Rest of the night.
MD Media staying safe. Those are the Eaton Fire.
That are continuing to just.
Who, Sky Master? Who's Sky Master?
Forward.
Is that a YouTube channel?
To answer your question,
mods, can we verify that? Sky Master.
Village and the neighborhoods around it. What was so interesting is we didn't see.
AXN's going into downtown LA.
our firefighters, trying to protect some of these homes that had started to burn.
That fire, look how much bigger it is just since we've been watching it here.
Usually we would see, a lot of fire engines and a lot of firefighters dousing those homes with water to try and protect them. We didn't see any of that. And we did see a huge response to Pali High School. We saw a lot of first responders there, and there was water going on to Pali High School. When I was able to talk to a firefighter and I asked him, what's your water supply look like? How are you guys doing? He responded and he said, yes, we do have water coming out of the hydrants, but it was interesting that we weren't seeing that type of protection on the homes. When I asked him that, he said, with these winds, it would be really difficult to put out this fire because I think the winds at that time were blowing so hard. So
that fire is getting closer and closer.
Again, this has been such a different firefight. It has been such a different fire because of how strong these winds are. So it's an interesting question and definitely something we should follow up in the next coming days.
Yeah, the winds are strong, they're erratic, and the water we heard was also evaporating in many cases. Robert had mentioned that. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I also know I've heard in other fires about the hydrants not working, the water supply being low, but I guess we'll have to wait and see when we take a look back when all of this is calmed down and see, if that really was the case and there's a water issue that needs to be addressed.
I have the scanner on in the background. That's my scanner. Is that better?
Yeah, what I was
Skymaster?
We saw that huge apartment that was on fire. In the top floor of that apartment that was on fire, we did see two large engines with long ladders and lots of water just pouring down onto that apartment complex. And that was shortly after we had left Pali High School. So there was some water at least going in that direction. We did see that with our own eyes. So, again, something definitely to follow up with.
All right, be careful out there. Those embers you showed us, that they were just raining down. And we've heard from fire officials the fire is spotting 5 miles out. So it's just incredible. Look at that. All right, Darsha, thank you so much.
Barkov also continues our team coverage right now.
So we're working to get a...
That's old feed right now. He's live out there at Fox or ABC 7.
Jory's been out there since 4 o'clock. You can hear emergency crews. We also have been checking in with Mercado. Mark was in an evacuation warning area of his home, but he now is still at Upper Hastings Ranch. Wow.
Is that lady out of there?
All I can tell you is that you are in you're sort of in the eye of the storm there.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful. I said earlier, a majority of the homes...
He's where that lady was.
The homes here still but there are at least a half dozen that we've seen that are a complete loss. This is at Pear Orchard and Rivera, and then right off to our left, this tree now has just gone up, so I'm a bit concerned about this home as well that is on the corner of Pear Orchard, but back to the left.
Oh, look at those embers, dude. Oh, God.
Still trying to douse it with water, I suppose, to reduce the flame and the embers that go to other homes here in the community. So this is a higher elevation street location here in the Upper Hastings Ranch area. For those not familiar with the area, it is on the east side of Pasadena, just before you reach Sierra Madre off of Sierra Madre Boulevard. We got big embers here, big embers.
Yeah, oh my God.
Photographers on the right. These firefighters there stretch pretty thin. I got to tell you, I don't think I've seen Pasadena fire, but mostly LA County fire that's here on the scene. We saw engine 13, and then just here by us is engine 20. They told us to be careful because there are wires that are down from this power pole just across from us, so we're keeping our distance just a bit. But the wind continues. The heartbreak is going to be felt throughout this community. Again, at least a half dozen that we have seen, but this is a large community. We know for sure there's going to be other homes lost from this fire, and look at that tree just go up right
Golly.
there. And the embers, that is the real concern. the embers that now
see the wind, all that's fire, like fire wind, basically.
Pasadena High School, potentially catching other areas, other homes on fire. Again,
that's how it gets across streets.
I did hear from Dallas Rains through our producer that these winds, albeit very strong, are not as strong as we saw in 2011. I was not living in the area then, but wow, for me, these are the
1,000
strongest winds
acres
that I've seen in the Pasadena area in the last decade, and the warning was there. We knew with a few days upcoming that this risk was here for the fire danger, the red flags, and to see this actually come to fruition is just really difficult. Haven't seen many residents. Earlier during the last 20 minutes or so, we spoke to a woman who was staying behind at her parents' house using a garden hose, doing what she could. She's one of the very few people that we've seen. Most everyone, thank goodness, it seems like they've gotten out. Again, this is Rivera Drive at Pear Orchard here in Pasadena, the Upper Hastings Ranch community. A lot of wind and a lot of embers. Colleen and Mark, we'll send it back to you.
I'm just looking at these images behind you. Mark, we're going to definitely stay with you for this live report. The winds look so strong, and you're okay there. You don't feel that you are being threatened right now?
You know, you certainly are watching your surroundings. We're watching these the direction that if we need to go, we can. There are exit routes. It's not one way in, one way out. Here in Upper Hastings Ranch, there actually are multiple streets that you can drive through to get out of here. So that is a good factor on our side. I do see some more resources coming, but it's not even a full fire engine here across the way. This is just a white truck that has arrived.
Copy, you've got that.
Oh boy.
Bear with us right now because we're trying
to... connection's bad.
When we get to this area...
Go ahead, Mark.
We touched base with firefighters to make sure that we're okay. Yeah, they alerted us to the downed water. So simply to ask Colleen's question, this is what we do. We're here. We're in the mix of it. We certainly watch our surroundings. We make sure we have an exit route, and we just watch the conditions as they develop.
Well, we certainly appreciate your live reports.
And look, right now they're going to cut. They're going to come get this tree right now. They're bringing over a hose to get this tree put out as we speak. I don't know if they just noticed it, but they got a hose now. They're bringing it up here on the backside, and maybe they're going to try to put this out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can. I was just going to talk about. You can just see the embers. It's just raining embers. And
it's throwing out so many embers that they got to get that tree under control. I mean, it's about to burn itself out anyway, but still, they're doing everything they can to fight this fire and do what they can. I mean, if they could tame some of these flames, maybe it does save a house somewhere down the line. Obviously, the homes that they're putting the water on aren't going to be saved. Those are gone. But perhaps if they could subdue these embers, and look at them, just they're all over the place. Incredible.
And in this situation, you always wonder, what do you grab? What can you grab so quickly? Again, I was in the evacuation warning area. And so for us, I mean, there were hundreds of homes in more danger than me. But still, I'm in a hurry. I'm grabbing suitcases. I'm grabbing important documents and anything that I would need, urgently if I couldn't come back, knowing that these winds are so ferocious that they can travel a mile or so to our home. Again, I'm in the Pasadena area as well. But you wonder what these people got. You wonder how much were they able to grab before they left home, because by the time I got up here, several hours after the fire started, we have not seen many residents at all. It does seem like most people got out. You just wonder how quickly, what did that evacuation...
That fire is literally getting worse, like right there.
At least at this home across from us here on Rivera Drive.
That fire right there has gotten worse since
we got a fire engine here. This is LA County Fire Engine 93 passing. I was going to mention the house there that's across from us here on Rivera, 1555 Rivera. Again, hate to say that, it's a total loss, but a car in the driveway, so you wonder, there's always that concern. What vehicles do you take? Which cars are pointed out? And you leave as fast as you can. You just wonder what it was like hours ago as this fire started moving east, because again, we are east of Eaton Canyon where it started. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mark, thank you so much for that live report. Again, we're watching your devastating images right now. We're going to keep checking back in with you. I know we're also getting some assistance from Cassandra Gutierrez from our sister station KSFM TV in Fresno. And Cassandra, you had such an incredible interview about it.
Okay, let's switch over here. Let's go back to NBC.
In so many different directions, as Melissa McGee has told us, and as David Bigger has told us and warned us in these nighttime.
I'm looking down, looking at some of the things you guys are tagging me on Twitter.
We are realizing
videos and photo. We have a lot of live coverage coming in right now, so I'll pull up clips in a minute.
In the Pacific Palisades, and it is not rain that is driving this hurricane. It is the wind that is driving the hurricane, and these flames are enjoying the moment because they have these winds taking it wherever it wants to go. It's got free reign over us right now, Colleen and Kathy. As Chief Everett said, it's going to be a couple of days before they can even think about trying to get a handle on this fire.
Robert, we see the firefighters, 2 of them in the background there, putting water on this house. It doesn't seem to be making a lick of difference here.
Move back, please. Sorry, Colleen. David, I want you to move back, and here's why. You see right here? That's the car I told you that was on fire, Colleen. Do you see it,
yes.
Kathy? Okay, so that's just, that's a bomb. That's just a bomb. You just got to stand back and wait for it. So and as I speak, Montebello is driving up. As I speak, LA City fire engines are driving up. They're going to probably try to do what they can with that. But to answer your question, I asked the Downey firefighters, "What are you doing?" And they said, we're doing our best with structure protection. We've seen them go door to door. We've seen them make sure people are out of their homes. First thing when it comes to structure protection, people protection, right? And then they do what they can. A lot of them have been just trying to water the hedges, water the surrounding area around the homes because that may stop the embers, because it's these embers that are just like a match. And it's just like throwing a match right there and adds the kerosene, if you could call these winds, because the winds are what's pushing it. And this fire right now, as it burns through this home, it hasn't touched the home sort of adjacent to it, next door to it, right on the same side of the street. It just pushed it right across the street. And as David shows you, you've got a car on fire, you have a home on fire. And what's that going to do?
That's going to light all that's going to be on fire.
Next street over. So it may not even hit the homes next door to it on either side of it. It's just going to push it the next street over.
That whole hedge is going to be on fire.
It just looks like you were in the middle of a hurricane, like you said, a fire hurricane. And Robert, we're just a little bit concerned about you, where you are, and everything that's happening.
Okay, so that's NBC going. I think AXN is done right now.
Pali Elementary, from what we could tell, looks
this is Fox 11
badly damaged. I mean, obviously, it's early to start thinking about this kind of stuff, and you all need to meet together. But what are the contingency plans for that sort of situation for all those kids and teachers and all the rest of it?
Yeah, Pali Elementary is one that just celebrated in the last few months its centennial. That school has stood for.
Okay, that's look how close it is to the building now. There's a fire right behind that building now when you look at it from the skyline.
Thoughts right now here.
She's in past. Oh wow. So this is about where MDB Media was. MMB Media 18. So he was about in the same location that we're seeing ABC 7 in. He said he'd be back. He's going off for now.
To make sure that they get out of their homes and to make sure that the reason why we are here is that this is no joke.
Okay, so
we are trying to show them what is happening, why they should never return to their neighborhoods until given the all clear, and why they should make sure that they get out of here in the first place. Because
MD Media 18 says Chewy's. MD Media 18. I think he said he'll be back.
It is only getting worse. The winds are only getting worse right now.
Actually, I do need I'm gonna leave you with. I'll leave you with this feed for now. I need like 5 minutes to make some coffee. Okay, I gotta stretch a little bit because I'm not going anywhere. We'll keep flipping through feeds and what's happening here, but I need some coffee.
They got out with their lives, and we have heard from the fire department that so far there have been no fatalities. Injuries are happening. Chief Everett explains injuries are bound to happen, especially when firefighters have been on a blaze as long as they have. So they do have some injuries, but so far nothing serious. So Structures are lost, but lives are not.
You know, Robert, to that end, it's hard to even imagine that firefighters are staying in this neighborhood, seeing what we're seeing right now. Are they beginning to pull out?
Sometimes, sure. Sometimes, do you remember when we showed you the firefighter, the man that was collecting his paintings? Short time later, firefighter said, it's time to get out. When we showed you the fire that was happening on Pacific Coast Highway, that entire mobile home park that just went up in flames, and we went there, short time later, firefighter said, it's time, and they got out. You were talking about a command post with engine after engine after engine there. So much fire personnel that's at Will Rogers State Beach, and the command post had to be relocated because that fire moved so fast and suddenly came from the Palisades and then headed up PCH towards Santa Monica. But again, it ain't done with the Palisades yet. This fire is not done with the Palisades for some time to come. And unfortunately, so many homes are right now in harm's way. Ask me a street, the answer is simple. Every single street in the Pacific Palisades is in peril.
It's just so devastating. All right, Robert, we're going to give you a break so that you can come back with any more information, get out of that line of ash fire. And we're going to check in with David Bigger right now, who's following this. And I'd love for you just to kind of go over what we just saw, because I can't wrap my head around it.
You know, Kathy, I can't either. I have never seen something like this before. This is a true nightmare situation playing out right now. This wind event on its own was already something that was it's very rare, but to have the fire activity breaking out, which was something we were very concerned about, this is just something I could not even imagine. So I wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a look at what we're kind of keeping track of now, in addition to the winds, is some of the fire activity out there. One of the ways we can actually track smoke is through radar, because all the particulates being thrown up, the ash, that actually can bounce a radar beam off of it, very similar to how rain and hail and snow can be detected by radar. So you're not going to see right where the smoke is directly over the fire because it's too low. It's actually below the radar beam at that point. But you can start to see the smoke as it works its way out over the Pacific Ocean. And you also see some smoke over here. This is actually coming off the Eaton fire. So that's the smoke that's working across parts of the San Gabriel Valley and now across the basin as well. But the main thing I noticed at this as I was taking a look at it is initially for a couple of hours, this is about a 3-hour loop or so, you see just this plume right here. Then suddenly you see a second plume start up, and that second plume has slowly migrated its way off toward the west, which is making me start to think that there are two active areas of the fire that we're keeping track of. There's the one that's burning into the Pacific Palisades area, but then there's another one that's still burning through the Santa Monica Mountains off toward the west. And if you actually take a look at satellite using fire temperature here, so again, the way that you can look at this, the brighter the pixels are, that means the more intense the fire is burning. So you've got the Palisades fire, you've got the Eden fire, and you've got the fire that's near the Sylmar area, which that's a Hearst fire. Yeah, that's right, the Hearst fire, which has actually been kind of interesting. So all of these have something to note. First of all, Eden fire still burning very intensely right now. Same with the Palisades fire. You'll notice that the Hearst fire kind of dimmed out and then it's come back a bit. So that's still actively burning. But to my point about the two smoke plumes and potentially two parts of the fire, if you look very closely here, you'll notice we have a little bright patch here that's moving west, and then we've got another bright patch that's separate of that, and that's in the Pacific Palisades area. So it is possible this fire is kind of spreading along the coastal areas, being pushed by the wind at this point, and so that's something that the firefighters are obviously having to contend with right now. But here's what the wind directions are looking like and the wind speeds. This is still just incredible to look at. We've got 75-mile-per-hour gusts being reported at the ridge tops around the Santa Monica Mountains currently, with 51-mile-per-hour sustained winds. You saw what that looked like in Robert's picture there. It's just embers blowing everywhere. It's smoke blowing everywhere. We've also got gusts around 30 miles an hour around Santa Monica and around Topanga Beach, 30 to 40-mile-per-hour gusts. Around the Eden fire, we've got wind gusts reported around 55 miles an hour around the park itself, 34-mile-per-hour winds sustained, very low humidity. We're in the 20% range. That's obviously not beneficial for firefighters. And then the Hearst fire, we are still watching very strong ridgetop gusts in the 60-mile-per-hour range. And a reminder, this is going to be this way for the next couple of hours, so it's an uphill battle for firefighters.
All right, David, thank you. You know, in the next couple of hours is when parents will be thinking about sending their kids to school because of the power outages, because of the bad air quality. It's probably a really good idea to check with your school or school district.
Probably no school.
We're going to talk about the Eaton fire.
Let's switch over to back to live on the ground coverage. I'm almost done making my coffee, you guys. I'm just making some coffee right now.
We can imagine might burn and be at risk of catching fire. Now, we do want to take a look at some video from earlier that I had been trying to get in. This video that you're going to see, we actually captured this as we were driving along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway from Palisades to Malibu a bit earlier, and you could just see the devastating images as we drove through. Looked like we were driving through a war zone, just completely apocalyptic, very scary images, and we know that daylight is going to really give us a better look. And this is going to be extensive damages, not only here in Malibu and nearby Palisades, but also in multiple communities across Southern California. Really devastating for these homeowners, many who are watching our coverage tonight and seeing that their homes or their neighbors' homes have been burned. Now, I did mention earlier, too, some alerts for evacuations, and I went and double-checked the alerts that I got on my phone, and it did say that there are some evacuations for Malibu west of Las Flores Canyon Road. But it seems like in this area, people certainly have already evacuated. I know power is out to many of those homes, which is a good thing because we are seeing some power lines that are falling over into these homes that are burning, power lines that have been just burned themselves. So really a difficult situation. And we also did just see about 6 or so Orange County fire trucks that made their way into this area. So as the fire continues to move in all various different directions tonight, it seems that there are a certain number of homes and properties along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway going deeper into Malibu that are burning right now. Fire crews trying to get a control on it. But as we've seen in other communities, sometimes those efforts just don't work out because the conditions out here are just too difficult for these fire crews despite their best efforts. We're live in Malibu right now. I'll go ahead and toss it back to you guys in the studio.
What an incredible sight you showed us. And just as a reminder, those homes over your right-hand shoulder, those are beachfront homes that have gone up. You mentioned that the last report as well. And that video that you just showed, that's off of PCH, right? Are those beachfront as well?
Those were all beachfront properties. So a lot of our reporting tonight, David, had been kind of focused on the other direction where we were looking at homes in the hills burning. So it was really a surprise for me as well. And we had seen a bit of brush, some fires on bushes that were on the beachfront areas. But as we tried to make our way closer towards Malibu, it was really a shock to me to see home after home after home consecutively, beachfront properties just burned, an entire row of homes, as you saw in that video. So I'm not sure, because I know much of our attention earlier was kind of focused in a different area in Palisades, so it's really unclear what happened there, if it was just one home that sparked, and then because of the proximity and how close they are to each other, perhaps it just meant all of the other homes side by side burned, but it was homes, it was vehicles, down power lines in the middle of the street. It was just really something that I was not prepared to see, but something, again, that I think when the sun comes up and we get a better look, it is going to be just devastating to see complete entire portions of this block burned down to the ground. Complete losses for these homes. Just devastating for the homeowners here.
Michelle, that's exactly what we were thinking. We were looking at your video from earlier, and then we keep saying the structures over her right shoulder, those are along the beach. I mean, this is obvious. It's just, it seems so unusual for these beachfront homes to burn from a wildfire. That's where it really defies our logic in the situation. But boy, oh boy, those winds, just not to underestimate them. Thank you so much for that live report. Of course, we will be checking back in with you later on. But let's take a look at this video. It's just sent to us from one of our viewers, Ronald. We want to say thank you. It shows the flames of the Palisades fire from a flight from well, I guess this is we're just finding out this is basically our view from the sky. He was in a flight flight from Toronto to Los Angeles. And if you can safely take video, this is one of those things that we always ask. Try to do so safely. But boy, we just want to take a look at this video from the air because we haven't been able to see. Air 7 has been grounded because of the strong winds. So just to take a look at this fire it's remarkable. Again, if you can share any videos with us, if you see a fire or if you see a weather event happening or any sort of breaking news, please scan the QR code on your screen, go to abc7.com/eyewitness, and we certainly might be showing your videos here on Eyewitness News.
Let's get to Dallas Range right now and get an update on the weather and how powerful those winds are tonight, Dallas.
All right.
That's right, David, and they're not going to abate at all. We're going to see
switch around, back live here.
When the winds are expected to pick up. All right, Tracy, thank you so much for your point of view.
And we missed it.
Altadena.
Once again, this is the Eaton fires. You
know, that's why I give credit to independent journalists is they don't cut back to a studio. It is what it is, right? With the mainstream media. But independent journalists don't cut away from like what's happening.
One of those things that unfortunately is now true as our climate continues to change. Margaret Stewart from LA Fire, thank you so much, and best of luck to your crews who are doing such tireless work, and only imagine how difficult it is for everybody out there on the front lines. And unfortunately, that work is going to be continuing for days ahead. We appreciate the update in the middle of the night. Thank you.
Okay, so that's from Fox 11. Checking the NASA firms. You guys can see both fires, major fires. You got the Eaton fire, Palisades fire, or Palisades rather, and then you have the Hearst fire, which is to the north. So 3 major fires right now, with lots of eyes on this Eaton fire. As the latest is the Pasadena has issued evacuation, or at least evacuation suggestion, which is pretty big. Here you go. As homes burn, Eaton fire forces more evacuations in Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and Arcadia. So this is the latest. As homes burn in the Eaton fire, evacuation orders have expanded in Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and Arcadia. Homes were burning on Venado Avenue in Altadena, and firefighters are trying to battle flying embers. As we're seeing, a wind gust of up to 99 miles an hour was detected near Altadena, the National Weather Service said early Wednesday morning. So right up to the 210. If you're in that range, or that's the evacuation zone range. We had MMB Media. One more time, guys. Our boy. I'm sure Chad will say it again. He was just in Monrovia, which we checked in. I don't know if AXN News is getting back out there. Maybe he had to go fuel up or get some things. All right, we're live. This is earlier when we saw this live. This was the old folks' home getting evacuated. Okay, they're doing weather reports right now. This is a live view from Reuters. MD Media, is he live again? MD Media 18. And I don't know if AXN's going back out there. We'll find out, but we'll see what we can get. But this is the latest in the last 20 minutes. Pasadena, Sierra Madre, and Arcadia are under evacuation. That is the latest. Right before that, let me check this. That's the I got the scanner in the background. Turn it down just a second. Hearst fire erupts in Silmar. Evacuations were ordered an hour ago, but as time is going on, that is becoming older information now. But just in case you don't know, there are 3 fires right now. You got the Hearst fire, the Eaton fire, and the Palisades fire. All right, in Los Angeles, to the northeast, to the west of Los Angeles, and to the north of the downtown area. All right. So again, I'm not from LA. I live in Minnesota, so I couldn't tell you a whole lot. Like, I'm not a local there. We do have locals in the chat, though. I do appreciate that. We've also had some coverage from people on the ground there. But it's getting tough as the night gets on. But as the night goes on, the winds are picking up, and it's getting even more dangerous. Dangerous on the ground. That's likely why we're not seeing so much feeds at this time. You missed the clearing of the abandoned cars. Oh, we did not miss that. Really quick, while we're waiting for some new live coverage on the ground, because you guys can see they're kind of bouncing around. Live coverage and replays of things we've seen. I was tagged in something. One of you guys tagged me in clearing of the cars clearing. Let me see here. Should have a field trip with the Renegades. I was tagged in this one by Joseph Grant about all the fire spottings, 338 active incidents and 100 recent incidents. Going to take time, and literally the entire fire department. Yeah, it's bad right now. I think this is the one. The clearing of the empty vehicles that were left behind, just bulldozed. If you left your car behind, I mean, it is cooked. Wow. Yep. Some of the views from that and the vehicles that were being moved from earlier today. Still no live coverage yet. They're doing weather reports right now, which is important to know because of the wind speeds out there right now, are the Santa Ana winds. Okay, so we're waiting for some more live coverage. This is older footage here. B-roll film, if you will. Of course, Attlebridge, of course. We got here ABC News, LA fires live updates. Firefighter injured, burn injuries reported in Palisades fire. At least 30,000 people are under evacuation order under the Palisades fire spreads. There were 30,000 people were told to evacuate in Southern California Tuesday after a fast-moving brush fire erupted in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood near Los Angeles. So we got 1,000 acres. Let's check and see if it's still at 1,000 acres in the Eaton fire. Let's check on that really quick. Also, guys, if you could smash a like button on the stream, it does help me a lot, especially during breaking news streams. Good visibility on YouTube, you guys. I appreciate you. So it is still at 1,000 acres. And also, I think if I click that, it was last updated. It was updated recently. Los Angeles County Fire Department, which we're listening to, with 5,000 other people. I do have that in the background. And United States Forest Service are also updated. But a comment where you are watching from, if you could also let me know where in the world. We have a worldwide audience here on Mercado Media. Yeah, they're all in their studio. That's the old folks' home. Weather report. Nothing on the ground yet. I wonder if even the fire lady that we were watching on Twitter right away, she was out there in the middle of that. Like that, I mean, she needs a long sleep. She needs a long rest after that one. South Australia, United Kingdom, Michigan, good to have you. All right. So we do have, though, live updating is this NASA firms.
From Task Force 1047. Trying to get a hold of Division Foxtrot on V-Fire 25 with no answer.
NASA firms map tracks where the fires are, and then also we have the California map.
Copy that. He's still trying to get in touch with you as well.
Even Google Maps tracks the wildfires, which is pretty wicked. I didn't know they did that.
Confirming we're on V-Fire 25, correct?
Updated 3 hours ago. We need a newer update, though.
Drive on Amalfi and Umeo.
Updated 3 hours ago, 11 hours ago, 53 minutes ago.
Roger. 1047, that's where we're headed now.
But they do have them marked on there.
Division Foxtrot.
Copy. I'm on V-Fire 25. As you get closer to me, we'll be able to hear each other.
That was 11 hours ago. That's me. Hi, firefighter here. Almost all California's wildfires are started. Okay. Schizophrenic, homeless firebugs. The reason California has so many fires is because we have so many schizophrenic. Okay. Firebugs. Is that a real concern in California? People just like starting fires? It's really dry, California right now. Here's some other clips. Praying for California, their wildfires in 2018 and the reason I left. Very terrifying. AXN is driving around and it's live. Yes. Out driving around. I think he's getting resituated. I've had AXN on. He's solid. Yes. Firebugs are absolutely a concern. A lot of fires are intentionally set. I know we have a lot of Californians in the chat.
I don't know if those are streets where there was no power. I don't know if people evacuated or...
Looks like he's getting back into it. I can see smoke again in his feed.
Most of these windows are sealed, so
I bet he had to like gas up and get supplies. I think that's maybe why he went into the city. AXN was out there filming it for hours.
The further we get away from the mountain.
What up, Jokey?
We got right here.
The California firefighters are the best. Thank goodness for their courage. That was from Nancy in the chat.
Oh, this is one of the
some coffee. You can see the smoke. How many of you guys can see the smoke from a distance? All right, I think AXN is getting positioned here. They're in their studio. All right, we're live at Hastings Ranch.
Witnessing this devastation on this street, which is just heartbreaking to see. So we'll keep you posted throughout the morning now that we're into the early morning hours here on Eyewitness News. We'll send it back to you at the
It's kind of like late hours, isn't it?
Thank you so much, Mark. Again, we're sort of gauging everything behind you, but we're also going to go to Jory Rand. He's covering the Palisades fire. Jory,
it's getting closer and closer to him.
Activity again kicking up in your area.
Yeah, it seems exactly what we were worried about all evening.
It's 1 a.m. LA time, 3 a.m. my time.
We'll have Sean, our photographer here, zoom in here. In the foreground, you might be
3
able to
a.m.
see
my
some
time.
plumes of smoke kicking up. So in the distance, that's across a little canyon. That's Rustic Creek. It's a little valley that dips down between our position and Chautauqua Drive, or Chautauqua Boulevard, which is up on the far side of where we're standing. Chautauqua is high up above Sunset Boulevard as it weaves and wends its way through this part of Pacific Palisades. So it's backlit by those homes that are burning back there, and you can see that black smoke in the foreground. That is a home just about 100 yards down the road from where we are. We just talked to the police officer who's manning this intersection of Sunset and Amalfi. He said he's the senior lead officer for this area. Here we go, right over here. See the smoke kicking up right over this home?
Oh, well,
So
it's
there
right
are two
behind him
homes that
now.
are just off Sunset here to the left. This home, you see the white home? This is part of Amalfi that stretches down to the south, but there are two homes a little further west on Sunset, and we can tell by the distance we are from this black smoke that one of those homes in close proximity to where we are right now appears to be going up. In the distance, you can see those flames. We were trying to get you video of a long line of homes on Chautauqua that are gone. They have been burning for hours now. They are now just down to the frame, and it's really terrible to see this long line of, I'd say a dozen, but really, realistically, it is likely dozens or more homes in that neighborhood that have now been lost. And now we're talking about these flames getting closer, and as I say this, a pair of LAFD fire engines have just pulled up on the scene. Actually, a trio of them. One is starting to make their way up Amalfi, and that is where we're seeing this smoke and some of the flames. The direction that they're coming from is up this hill on Amalfi. So I don't know if they're just getting themselves into position for when this firefight might commence, or whether they're coming from another part and they're just positioning themselves here, not knowing what's going to come. But the sky has just gotten extremely dark. The winds are starting to pick up once again. And we actually went up
This is live,
a couple
yes.
hours ago where those fire trucks were headed. But we decided we couldn't go any further. It's a very
I check back in when they do live report.
long, heavy limbs, and we didn't want to find ourselves in a position where we went up, a tree came down and blocked our path back down, and you never know what you're going to be facing at the top of a hill like that when the wilderness up there is on fire. So again, I believe just confirming, we still do not have that video, correct? In the meantime, we will continue to watch the flames that are approaching our position here, and we are ready to go at a moment's notice. We have our vehicle. It's one of the things you want to do in a situation like this.
It's so close to him. Remember when we first started watching this guy's spot and it was like darker? It was in the distance, but it was darker behind him, and you guys were like, oh, he's wearing goggles, but where's his respirator? It's this guy. Now look at where the fire is. That was like that'd be a couple hours ago, wasn't it?
So the LAFD moving in, the LAPD is moving out as the flames and the smoke are beginning to move into this area. This is illuminated by a couple of street lights, and were those not on right now, our section of Sunset Boulevard would be plunged into almost complete darkness. In fact, you can see we are losing vision on
Sunset
those homes
Boulevard
burning up on Chautauqua because the smoke coming up from the valley, and one of those homes that is burning has become so thick. That's something we've seen throughout the day, is when you're in the wrong position and something's burning, it's basically like turning out the lights. And that's been one of our problems in trying to assess where this fire is, where it's going, and what has burned so far is it's burning so thick and the wind is carrying it straight across. We would much prefer no wind. The smoke would just rise into the air and it would dissipate and travel long distances there. Here, as soon as it's kicked up, it's picked up by the wind, blown sideways, and if you're in the thick of it, you lose complete vision. Visibility is down to 0, and you can't see how far those flames are. And so we've been trying to assess where things have been happening.
Chat, so he's right here. Shout out to iBlue for finding it.
Because we don't want to
he's literally like right here,
where we get ourselves in trouble. And so
the camera's behind him a bit.
But again, we can see this thick smoke right here in the
That's the
foreground.
house.
This is not far from where our position is. I'd say
Right here.
100 yards
Right here.
or less.
That's the house.
And it looks like this home, there's a second home in proximity in the direction where that wind and smoke is going that would be at risk as well. But things looking bad and turning
That's the
worse
Metro sign.
in this section of Pacific Palisades, guys.
Right here.
Yeah, that is a frightening thought. I worry that we'll
Of course, Nancy.
Jory and this block is going to
Shut
be,
up, Mod iBlue.
you know, on fire. We'll check back with you, Jory. Thank you for the explanation. It is.
All right, and so let's see what's around there really quick. So the fire is like right here. Look at that. That's the house. Fire's like back here. Oh, there's so much shit to catch on fire here.
721 North
You just jump to the other street we're looking at. Can I? Might be a private. This is Sunset Boulevard.
You see it almost inching closer to this neighborhood that I have been on Los Olivos Road once again. We are in between the 210 and the I-5, and we've been talking to people who have lived here for over a decade.
Operations, we just have
Oh no.
Winds this strong.
Operations delay, we just have North Vista.
Are not at ease tonight. They are concerned, worried.
Got a wooden house.
One local resident. We talked about people that
Some big houses. All right, so he's on the report up here. We'll keep this here.
For 17 years. Elmar, tell me a little bit about what you're experiencing right now. I have to share with our viewers. When I saw you, you were standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac and you were taking a look at exactly what
This
the
is in
camera
Sylmar
looking at
now.
right now. This hillside burning. What were those emotions? What were you thinking about, Elmar, when you were looking up at the hillside?
Well, I was thinking about getting ready to move, you know, getting my stuff ready, just in case it gets worse. It looks like it's...
Okay, so they're in the... They are in the Hertz fire. The Hearst fire. There's the Hearst fire, the Eaton fire, and the Palisades fire. So she's down here in the San Fernando area.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You have not slept at all.
Yeah, copy that. We do have DWP here. Stand by. What was the location?
First of all, I have to get up at
Sylmar.
to work,
Yep.
you know, at 5 o'clock in the morning. So
As Bendy says, eastern side of the San Fernando Valley.
So I don't know what I'm gonna do, if I'm gonna stay home tomorrow, or if it gets better, I might go to work. If not, I stay home.
And you...
Okay, let's switch over. Oh, he's getting closer again. AXN News. AXN News getting close. Oh boy, he's getting closer.
It's north of Via.
Oh, but he's getting into it again. I think he has the scanner on like I do. If he has it on, I'll mute mine.
What doesn't look...
Yeah, he has a scanner. We don't need two of them. Well, his feed's getting tough because he's getting up in there. Yeah. It's gonna be the connection, you guys. Valencia Avenue, where's that? You just passed Valencia Avenue. There's so many businesses and buildings and shit there. And the fire's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Delta exposure.
You can see the fire up on the mountain there, on the mountain ridge there.
Right now it's just engine 289 and truck 39. Roger.
This is AXN News on YouTube.
Roger, 13749.
Although this one looks like it's getting closer to the...
Yeah, it's getting closer to the city, dude. It absolutely is.
3749, Roger.
Oh boy. McDonald's.
Oh, what the fuck was this? Dude, was that an ember that just fell right there? Did you see that? Dude, that was a big ass chunk.
Everywhere he is right now is under threat of being under fire. It was in the yellow zone for the Eaton fire towards Pasadena. Axe Thrift Store. Where is that on the map?
Evacuated this.
He's at Axe Thrift Store.
Wheelchairs doing here, dude? Wheelchairs. Oh, they evacuated a medical thing? Look at all the wheelchairs in like a hospital bed.
North Adelina.
That's creepy, dude. This is a 7-Eleven parking lot.
Altadena Drive.
Thrift store.
Is it? It's in Altadena.
Crazy.
See if this is
They
where he's at.
evacuated a nursing home and they put everyone on a bus or something? I never seen that before.
Ah, there he is, right by the 7-Eleven, he said, right? So he's literally like right here. He's looking at the fires are right there. There's the McDonald's he just drove past.
Old people, man. That sucks.
Man, dude. 7-Eleven.
From the 7-Eleven. Craftmatic bed, dude, and like an oxygen tank. Just crazy.
Yeah, it looks like zombie apocalypse shit, right? Just like those cars outside. Bendy, thank you for joining the channel. That helps significantly. Thank you to everybody that's a member of the channel.
73 code 6 2213 Ridgely.
Have I ever tried geoguessing? No, it looks fun though. I'm only good at finding it if I see terrain association. MD Media, thanks for rating my stream a bit ago in Monrovia. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, MD Media. Hope you stay safe out there. Keep up the good work.
Were you guys put tips on that, or is it a separate incident? Pierce Road at the residence, incident 155.
Wind gusts of 80 miles an hour. Fire season in California is in like September, so this is absolutely abnormal. That's what I was wondering. Like, when do we have wildfires in January? So a lot in chat are theorizing that this could be fire bugs and motherfuckers that are intentionally starting fires. Randy Bob with the gifted.
0 stop from 1 Avenue, no evidence trouble.
Appreciate you, buddy. He goes to Bible English in the chat. Dry winter, right? They said it was dry out there.
Because you can refer today to the Wilshire and Alvarado. 1045, are you code 1040 clear?
No, no, not firebugs as in like insects that are fired. No, people that, it's like people that are intentionally starting them. I'm not saying that's what it was because I don't know yet, but that's what people that are from the area are thinking it could be.
Female has 937 years, 5, heavy build.
Okay, we got another. Well, until he moves a little bit, we got a live report
We
here.
just turned around and saw it. This is what an ember can do. It's what David Bigger was talking about. There's so many of these, and one ember is all it takes. And look at this. So we've got firefighters here, but you see how strong the wind is. You see how forceful these flames are that are being pushed by the wind. And if we just sit and
Arsonists, yeah.
You know, my heart breaks if the homeowner is watching this right now live, because you can only imagine what's going on in their mind and in their heart, knowing that this is their home. And please understand that if there is anything any of these firefighters can do, they are right outside of your home right now. There is a number of engines here. If they can try, they will. But right now, this fire has spread, and it is taking another home with it in this neighborhood.
Oh, I thought that was that lady. I mean, it's somebody's home, but I thought that was that lady's home. This is different news.
How quickly things can change, Robert, because I think one of the reasons we thought you might have changed location is because when we went to you, it did seem like we were in a bit of a lull. And then just like that, since you've been talking on the air, you see how it's picked up, how the winds are so strong, and then this really does.
This lady sounds overly excited for this news right now, doesn't she?
Sad to see this happen.
Yeah, it sounds like you want to cry. It truly does.
Gusts are, and I can tell you, we are experiencing them firsthand. We just had a gust, literally just a couple of seconds ago, that I'm going to say is probably around 50 miles an hour, if not more. Duncan, I mean, my photographer, we both had to hold on to each other just to stand up in the wind. It sounds
God
like
dang, dude.
coming through the trees here. Like, here comes another one. You can hear it kind of building as it starts. And
Yo, it's about to knock her over.
really hit hard, these gusts, and that is the problem for all
Holy
these
shit.
firefighters. As we look up the hill
What
here,
the fuck?
it's hard to see because there's so much smoke. Every once in a while, the wind will kind of blow out the smoke, and you can see the fire making its way all the way up the hill. But right now, there's just so much smoke in the air, you can barely make it out. But we have seen where there are hot spots now because so many embers had come from the fire burning in Eden Canyon. All of those embers have blown up onto the street.
Yeah, hurricane of death with its fire.
Houses across the street yet on fire.
Hurricanes are bad enough. Imagine fire.
Some of the trees across the way have been on fire. There is a tremendous response by Pasadena police and other agencies coming up in here and going through the area with their announcements on urging everyone to evacuate.
What the fuck was that? Yo. What the hell?
So quickly. So many folks.
What? That scared the shit out of me. What was that?
Anything. They had to just jump.
Agenda freeze stuff just started on the other feed. They must have ended coverage on the other side.
A lot of fires in my time out here in Southern California.
Steve music.
Experienced one like this in terms of the gusts. I've been in windy fires. And
Steve intensifies.
These gusts are extraordinary, and you can understand why. It's fueling these fires, both here in Altadena and Eden Canyon, and then the fire in the Pacific Palisades. The wind is vicious, and that is what is spreading the flames, and again, blowing all of those embers out into the area.
Remarkable reporting from Leanne Suter.
Okay, why stay there with the... Why are you going back to the studio for?
Going to see, you are going to see streets wiped out.
The story isn't in the studio.
Cul-de-sacs impacted. This, I don't think, as we've seen with other fires, is going to be much of a hopscotch effect because, as I've said before, this is a fire that seems to want to return to streets it's hit once before and make sure it comes back and finishes the job.
Before we let you go, you've covered a lot of fires. I was thinking about that to myself a minute ago. Is this the worst you've been in? You've been in some bad ones.
Well, let me start with my friend and veteran photographer, David Gregory. David Gregory, keep holding the camera, my friend. Tell me, where does this rank in the fires that you have covered in your decades on the job?
This is absolutely the worst one I've ever covered.
Wow.
It's just amazing.
I will say that...
That's what everybody's saying. That's what we're hearing. This is the worst one, except for in...
the fire that happened a couple of years ago up in Ventura County.
In the Hearst fire, they're saying it's about the same as the last one they've had, but in the Eaton fire,
We've seen the fires in Malibu.
And Pacific Palisades are saying it's the worst fire they've seen.
The first fire I covered in the 90s, that was devastating. And then, of course, we had the Silmar fire in 2019, and that was a fire that we just drove around at night and everything was on fire. The difference here with this fire is this fire, again, doesn't have a path. It has just been lingering and has been staying, and it has been charring through.
MD Media 18 says the Pyramid Fire was bad as well 10 years ago.
Right now, and it just doesn't seem to want to leave, even though it says, I'm going to make a run to the beach, I'm going to make a run towards Santa Monica, and I'm going to make a run elsewhere. But right now, it's sticking in this neighborhood. It is sticking in the Palisades. And again, the entire Pacific Palisades still remains under evacuation.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. Robert's right about that. It has no direction, or better said, it has every direction. It changes direction every time we look at it. We're going to go back out to Tracy Leong. She's live in Altadena covering the Eaton fire. And specifically, Tracy, you're at the temple, the Jewish temple that was damaged or burned tonight?
Not the Jewish temple.
Yeah, that's right, Colleen. I'm at the Jewish Temple and Center. What we've done is we've just continued to drive down Altadena Drive, and as we continue our
He's been burning for a while.
Homes and the Jewish Temple and Center burning. This is where my colleague Macy Jenkins was out live earlier, where it was burning for several hours, and you can see it is continuing to burn. We're watching this roof just go up in flames, and it looks like this entire building it's a massive center. It is just crumbling with the intensity of the heat. We see just a skeleton, some walls, some fencing. We see a play set, but this roof, every time we get a large gust of wind and it comes in, that fire flares up.
Chat, we're going to keep our comments to ourselves.
The metal is just melting right here. I'm joined by this man right here, Alex Fernandez. Sir, you've been out here.
Chat has like 6 in the chamber ready to go for that one.
To this temple, Alex, you came out here to see what was happening. What is it like to see this burn?
I feel numb to it. I'm telling you, it's like a bad, horrific dream. To see that it's not going to be here tomorrow. The whole place is lighting up.
Wow, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, please, get out of the embers. Get to safety.
Embers just
literally, those will get you.
It's going to catch on to one of the roofs over there. I don't think what's behind us is going to be here tomorrow. There's no water over here. There's not enough. I'm sure they had them Palisades and they had to come on back here. But this is
Yeah. It almost makes you speechless. It's difficult to see.
Please just get out of the ember area so you stay in safety.
I just No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, well, Alex,
this is probably in shock.
With us tonight,
Guy's probably in shock.
Along with many other people, this is what we're hearing. They grew up in these neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Their homes, the temple that they used to go to. Now, just watching it burn to the ground, and these winds.
There's another. Yeah, exactly. That's why you got to stay away from
these embers that are continuing to fly everywhere.
So that's the embers are doing that.
They quickly catch on fire. These trees, that's what we've seen as we've been driving up and down Altadena Drive.
Oh, boy.
We've seen more than 30, 40 homes, these structures just burning. And the resources stretched very thin out here tonight. We see a lot of firefighters, a lot of resources out here. But when we were up about a mile on Altadena Drive, we didn't see any crews. We didn't see any water being put on those massive flames that were burning on both sides of the street. And right now, we saw crews in here earlier, but at this point, it's a total loss. You don't have crews coming in here, putting water on it, because at this point, it's just so difficult. This fire is moving so rapidly.
You put people at risk too.
Flames are so intense, and you can see that roof just getting ready to collapse right now. We see that gaping hole as those flames shoot up through that roof, and it's just right next to a tree. There's lots of sheets of metal. We've heard glass just popping out here, and a lot of these embers, see how they are flowing towards us. They are moving in different directions, left and right, and there are a lot of massive trees, and just across the street, Colleen and Kathy, homes. and it doesn't take much for these homes, these apartments to catch on fire.
The embers or the
with these winds. The winds.
It's a wide street.
Calm in this moment, but as I said that, the wind just picked up, and these strong winds, it's what we're seeing, the most intense that we've seen all night. Difficult to stand, difficult to hold yourself up, and that's what's fueling this fire. That is why we do not see an end in sight, at least for now. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, that guy's in shock.
Do you see any firefighters, any first responders there at all, or is the temple just a loss?
She already said it's a loss.
You know, Colleen, I do not see any fire crews near this temple trying to, we see a fire truck driving up the street, and as you can see, wow, this is just an incredible picture. You see those embers flying above that fire truck, Colleen, and what's frightening is it's flying directly towards these homes.
Is that the location of the temple?
In this neighborhood where all these embers are flying. The air is completely dark with smoke, but we do not see any fire crews actively working on the Jewish Temple and Center, but we do see them up and down the street. We have seen them working on some of the homes, but it's just really hard to get a handle on this fire. There's so many structures burning, and they're doing what they can, and there's just not enough of them out here.
There's the temple.
You painted quite a picture when you showed us the temple, and then across the street, homes that have not even been touched, and hopefully those people evacuated just in case. But right now, their
So she's
homes
standing.
are safe.
She's standing like over here.
Feet
right?
from where this temple that means a lot to so many people is being destroyed. It's hard to grasp.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult to watch.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. Again, that's Altadena.
It
We're
is
going to
pretty
bring
large.
in David Bigger again because we were talking to Robert about, is this the worst fire you've covered? And you have a list.
Okay, let's rotate around. Okay, live.
There's like a bark over there too.
This is like it feels like riot streams that I did. But this is wildfires. Again, if you're just tuning in, these are the wildfires in Southern California.
Burn your cameras.
Woo, fuck. He's out there on the ground. Embers everywhere. Oh, bro. This is AXN News. I'll lower the wind sound a little bit for you guys. Okay, you guys, this is live January 8th, 2025. Not a recording. 3:28 in the morning here, Central Time, Minnesota. 1:28 in the morning, California time.
Were we able to get anybody to that 641 North La Casa Avenue to check on the first traffic?
Watching AXN News live on the ground. We got an update from Mod Eye Blue, just double checking really quick that the Hearst fire has been upgraded to, let me see, it is at 500 acres now. It is at 500 acres for the Hearst fire, so that is growing. The residents we saw checked in there, a guy was spraying his house thinking it was going to be fine. I'm very nervous for that individual and others we've seen. The Eaton fire is at 1,000 acres, and the Palisades fire is at 2,900 acres. So we got 500 for the Hearst fire, 1,000 for Eaton, 2,900 for Palisades for acres, for how much this fire is spreading.
Let's go check out the other houses.
Correct, it was just 100 just a little while ago. It has been updated. Confirmed.
Oh,
1
looks like this is the old folks' home.
That's the old folks' home that they were just at. Remember all those big news reports that just happened? All the news reports outside of there?
It's a medical center. There's a bunch of wheelchairs.
The fire is about to engulf that old folks' home. Where did I say he was again? I already looked up where he was. He's in Alta. Sorry, I'm not from Altadena. He's at the Axe. He's near the Axe thrift store. He's on this street right now. The Axe thrift store. I don't know if he's on Washington Boulevard or where. Oh damn! I should have seen the street sign. Those embers are dangerous, my guy. The fires are gonna spread there. Yeah, he's gotta move. Those embers are getting bad in that street. That's where the big news reports from that old folks home are coming in. It's gonna be engulfed. Oh boy. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, it's probably hot as hell there too. He's on East Washington Avenue, Altadena Drive.
We have 110 on B1. Go ahead.
It looks like they have some protective PPE on for fire. One of them does. You feel that fire on your skin, like it's so hot. I don't know what wildfire feels like, but I've been around a burning building and can tell you what that feels like. That building's on fire, but I can only imagine the burning building plus the wildfire behind it and how hot that would be.
Or you down here pick them up. Elderly male and female, and again 20616 Pacific Coast Highway at engine 162.
They're picking up people.
Yeah, copy engine 162.
Can you drive up there or no?
616.
Can you drive up there?
For speeding.
Yeah, we're gonna walk by where the. Can you drive? Or no? I don't want to leave the car, bro. I'm scared of actually catching on fire from an ember or something. That's your car. In the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna try to drive up to it.
You're gonna drive up? Oh my god, y'all, man. All right, they're gonna drive up into it. I hope not. That area is like in the red zone. That area should be red now. That fire is about to take. Oh, here we are. So he's like down Washington at the old folks home, right? Was he like this way?
I don't want to leave the car.
That's the old folks home, right? Pasadena Park Healthcare Wellness Center? No, he's the other way. Where is he walking on right here? End times? I don't know. I don't know about all that, but these are some crazy wildfires for sure. Out of season. Dry though. Dry in the area, but these fires are unprecedented from what we've heard from people in the area. Yeah, he's getting back in his car. I don't know if he's gonna get closer with his car or what he's got planned here. I've survived so many end times by now, you guys. So, yep. I've lived through so many years of that was supposed to be the last year ever.
He looks like a fucking Fed or something.
I guess I'm an Avenger or something.
He's taking pictures too.
Okay, this is AXN News, Los Angeles. Getting a little closer in the vehicle, a little safer. At least you got a little more protection from the embers. What am I behind? I'm not. What do you mean, cops stop him?
The little school that's on fire.
I thought you saw something that I didn't. No, we're watching live right now. You said AXN always streams police radio events in LA. He is used to. Okay. So he does this.
There's really no flames. I don't really give a shit about this little school fire.
That fire is getting so close.
Let me try to drive around.
Let me, while he's pulling up really quick, chat, could you smash a like button on the stream? Make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you haven't done so. Let's go back to LA Times. He's pulling up anything new. Nothing in the last hour for major updates. Except for the Hertz fire has been upgraded to 500 acres.
Do you need quit 10 or can we send it back?
Hertz fire is at 500 acres now.
Thank you for that super chat, Native.
Yeah, his connection's gonna be up and down as he gets a little closer. I'm amazed signal gets out at all. This is tough. This is what you were running into, MDB. I'm gonna have so many different names for you until I get it right. Promise. Alright, what's food? Alright, yeah, there he is.
I think we're done over here, dude.
You see, I think we're done.
The smoke is too thick.
MDMA, yes.
And that building is burned down.
18. MD Media 18. Yes, service is bad in that area. Let's call him Matt. The good Matt. There's Axe in the 7-Eleven, so he's back at Altadena Drive in Washington. He's literally turning left here. He's turning left. He's going that way. Okay, now he's going over here. He's going down that street. Maybe he's gonna pull up into that parking lot just to give a distance view of the fire, probably. It's really close. Like, he was super close. He was getting embers on him. The fire is not that far down the street then. So he's pulling up into this parking lot. He was down there. He was down that street.
Shit is crazy. I want to get a little video of this.
That's all the old folks' chairs from the evacuations. We saw those evacuations take place live. We saw it on the Twitter girls stream. Let's check back in here.
We're really seeing. So again, that fire, this fire started. This fire started about 10:30 this evening and quickly expanded.
It's getting right to their homes.
Those embers just flying in the wind, and the firefighters are here again trying to have some kind of containment line and save what they can. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Macy, do you know if the other neighbors got out too? When we know he came back to just see what was going on, did they evacuate as well?
You said your son is on the Palisades Fire, California Fire Captain, Strike Team Leader, Max Smith.
A few cars in driveways, but
hope he's doing well.
Saw about 3 or 4 people actually leaving the neighborhood as we were speaking to William just before our live shot. But it doesn't look like there are very many people left in these homes. Maybe a couple of lights on, but I think they are heeding those evacuation orders to get out. Now, when we did come in near the beginning, the entrance to the complex, there were a few people in pajamas just watching. So it's unclear if they'd come out of their houses, if they were deciding whether or not to go. But if I saw that just on the other side of my house, I think that I would pack up and go. I think
absolutely.
That's the cue.
Yeah.
And I think he gave a great description of just every person who, gets in their pajamas, goes to bed. We were just watching this. You don't think it's going to be you. And then just the shock and surprise.
Yeah, put a poll in the chat. Looks like the overwhelming majority would have been would have been left. Are you evacuating if a wildfire is coming towards your city? Yes, no, or unsure. Obviously, like, if you're doing media or you're doing streaming or you're journalism, you're probably going to stay, but If it's coming towards your house, like specifically, like in the path of your residence.
For most of this area, the power still remains on, so we have to assume that the power lines are still active. It's certainly another danger where if any of those come down, it could spark up another conflagration really fast. And so again, as we stand here and watch, there are a pair of homes just off the roadway here on Sunset. Their land goes down into a valley that is rustic canyon down at the bottom of there, where Sunset Boulevard kind of wends its way back to the west towards Pacific Palisades proper, and it's not looking good. We can see some homes down in that valley that have already lit. Given the fact that we see these wind gusts headed east, we saw Michelle Fisher on the west front of this, where the winds and the fire is being pushed west towards Malibu and down towards the Pacific Ocean. This is the eastern front, and yet we still see some eastern movement and eastern directional winds blowing at my back. And so that's why this row on Amalfi here.
Okay, really quick, let's go back to this.
Strong it is. And for what it's worth, the temperature.
Those embers are hitting those houses right now.
I would say, I looked at my weather app, it said 61.
There's people in there. Their hot lights are on in there.
Like
it's time to leave.
It really is freezing out here, and we were hoping
You gotta leave.
that maybe that would help with the firefight, but we'd have to talk to some of the first responders. They are very active over here. We see one walking down the street with his gear, and typically what they have is some kind of shovel to make that containment line if they can't get a dozer in there.
Yeah, Colleen was mentioning
that's.
Colleen was mentioning the cold weather when you were over in Altadena, and you showed us those heart-wrenching that video, those live pictures of the people in the care center, the elderly and sick people who are being taken out in wheelchairs and stretchers and some of them.
Toyota Corolla goes, I don't know if you guys know, but since I live here, it's insane to have wildfires this time of year because it's supposed to be our rainy season. Home insurance companies are also leaving the state because of the fires. Those scummy insurance companies, huh? We stand together against those.
Did I miss any other super chats?
Okay, so he's looking. He's probably in the safest, best spot he can be in, plus have a better connection. He's at the 7-Eleven, so he's right in this parking lot. He's looking literally right here. There's the McDonald's.
I'm out of here, dude.
That's an older version of the McDonald's they have out there, though. That's
no, actually, I'll do it for 100.
It got renovated. What is he gonna do for 100?
I guess these are the mountains right here.
And that's the view he's got right here. See, we have a better view. This is like an old. Yo, when was this picture taken? What year was this? Hold on. What year was this photo? That's McDonald's doesn't even look like that anymore. These cars are old. What an interesting photo that one was, huh? Little there. That's the McDonald's. There it is. Modern McDonald's.
Super chat.
I just realized that. What picture? Where are we in that?
The $50 isn't gonna get me out of here.
Curvies?
If you want to buy my safety, it's gonna be 100.
Yo, this is back in the days.
How's that Selmar fire looking?
Curves. What the fuck? I'm wondering why it looked like this earlier. I didn't realize it's like an old pic. Oh, here's another view.
None of your business had a super chat. Thank you very much.
2006? Early 2000s?
None of your beeswax. Sorry if I missed that.
All right. Anyway, sorry. Don't mean to get distracted, but sorry.
I'm sorry if I missed it, but I'm kind of.
That threw me off. My bad.
Kind of in a hellhole here.
So it's from 2007. Oh, we just time traveled right there. Curves was a women's gym. But anyways, that's the view we got right here, so you guys can see this is accurate. August 2007, it said.
Copy. Yeah, that little piece is gone, which is good.
Oh yeah, image capture right there, August 2007. That looks so ancient now.
Out of here. There's nothing here. That thing burned down. This is the fire up on the ridge here.
Truck 75
There's the mountains. There was a fire on a structure over here just past Washington.
Truck 75 Metro.
He says there's nothing here. I'm out of here. But we can still see the fire. Like, is he the type of streamer to get like in the middle of it all though? I can feel him on that level. I definitely feel that need. But man, watching it from my spot here, I want him to. He's as safe as I can see here. I can see the fire.
That we're trying to save. The Bravo side started to take off.
I can't even say anything because when shit gets crazy, I'll get in the middle too. I understand. Got some. I don't know. This doesn't say live though. I don't know if that's live. That's live right now. That's. So this is back in Silmar. All those people that were still there. AXN is great. He's getting back in the mix. A freeway fire. So the fire, the Hertz fire is spreading. John L.
So it looks like the school that's on fire in apartments.
You can probably actually try one direct. I don't think
the school fire is going to happen up.
Is it the Hertz fire? Not the Pasadena fire yet. The Eaton fire. I don't know. That one would have to reach the 206, right? To reach a highway. Or that's an interstate. I'm waiting for updates about evacuations.
Water grates so no one falls in them where the meter shut off.
Foothill Highway.
I think we're gonna get out of here.
You two, go ahead and stay at 74. It's a little longer.
Everything's so fucking smoky and hard to see.
Okay, so he's relocating.
Like there might be some more structures on fire in that neighborhood.
The Hertz fire is spreading again.
For the most part, I would say.
Just got an email from the governor's folks, Sam, that California has now secured federal assistance to support the Hearst fire in LA County. So we got federal assistance earlier for the Palisades fire and for the fire that was burning, that continues to burn in Altadena. So now we have federal assistance.
So you got federal assistance for all three major fires right now.
I can't remember the last time we got.
This is the fire that those residents thought were going to go down, and they were like, "Oh, it wasn't as bad as the last one." And the news was like, "Are you sure you want to stay here? Looks like it's getting worse."
I think this is the front flank of the fire here. I was kind of earlier, on the freeway looking for where it was burning towards, and this is kind of burning in the easterly direction, I would say. So this is appears to be the front of the fire. So, I mean, if they can stop it here, they have a good chance of, putting a good line around this whole fire, I think. That's just a little...
The Cal fire site?
Fire there. That's not that big of a concern. And there's a street right there, and there's a lot of firefighters back there as well. But this here appears to be kind of the front of the...
Oh, we have a 3D map.
And so far, so good. And behind there's one more street, and I drove up there earlier, Alex, and it's just fire engine after fire engine. So they seem to have this...
Oh, we got a better map.
Neighborhood pretty well locked down.
Oh, wow.
Good to hear. Sounds like this is certainly the best case scenario of the three fires we are looking at right now. Photographer Sam Dubin at the Hearst fire in Silmar. Sam, thank you so much. We just got some new numbers, though. This fire has grown. We went from 100 acres to 500 acres. 500 acres now, the Hearst fire in Silmar.
I can operate this map better than the other dude did.
Thank you. We want to now bring into the conversation Sumata Khan.
All right, well, we have a
It is
3D,
either,
nice, beautiful
it is
3D
usually
map
a very
now.
bad night when we are working at the same time, which means
Big, beautiful 3D map of the fires. I got NASA map, but I got this now. Well, let's duplicate this so that way I can go back and get the, let me see, incidents. Do I have to click each one?
and what the conditions are like.
Status reports.
Yeah, you know, when I was coming, good morning, by the way, Alex, and to all our viewers.
We can look at each one. Red area is the area of like super danger.
We are now into Wednesday.
iBlue, where am I looking at the?
Driving to work along the 405.
Sorry, iBlue, where am I looking at the evacuations? He said scroll down a little bit. Where am I missing that? I found the 3D map. That's nice. Where am I finding? Is it the incident data? Or where am I looking for the evacuations? He said scroll down just a little bit. You see here, we're back in Malibu's live
fire
here.
because the home that was in this lot here beside it, the flames there set that second home on fire, and I lost my hat. But these are conditions that we've seen all day here along Pacific Coast Highway, as I've mentioned. Just as we've...
Oh, it's that 3D map that I was using? Oh, it's the one I'm using then. Okay, I mean, that works. That's the one he's referring to. Okay. So we'll just use the 3D map then. Click on the name. We can, honestly, you know what? We can just use the 3D map like chat suggested because it does have the evacuation warnings on them, right? So let's take a look. Let's go one by one with the Palisades fire. You got, this is parts of Santa Monica. They're under evacuation warning right now. You have the red is order. You have to leave. There ain't no choice about it. I mean, some are still staying, but you're ordered to leave at that point. Then the evacuation warning is already into Santa Monica, or at least northern Santa Monica on Palisades, but also on the other side here, even the others, it's spreading on the other side. You have evacuation warning. This is the Malibu area, and that's where we're seeing coverage in Malibu too.
Hey, we're not going to save this one. Let's try to move on to a defensive posture at another property, and we've seen them doing that just up the road a bit. They were trying to save one house, but at last checked, it seemed like that house was going to go up too. So certainly we know that fire crews are working as hard as they can to try to get a control on as many homes.
Okay, so that's a little look at Malibu right now, right? That's the other side of it. And we go back over here to the Eaton fire. We've seen many, that's where AXN News was. Also, MDMA 18 was our buddy. All right, I'm glad that he stayed safe. But this is the area of the Eaton fire, and the evacuation warnings extending all the way to the 210. Yep, the 210 interstate in Pasadena. So that is extending it. All right, we'll keep up to date on this one if it does extend. Looks like the evacuation order area is extending though. All right, we look at the evacuation order. That is definitely moved up, or moved southward, I should say. A better way to put it. And then we're looking over here at the Hearst fire. Hearst fire, evacuation warning, evacuation warning, evacuation order here. This is the locations that we have. This is going to be the Hearst fire in Selmia. How do you say it again, chat? So the specific location that that we're talking about. Man, this would really help to be from California, but unfortunately, here I am. Sylmar. Okay, that is the fire in the Hearst region. It was named the Sylmar fire, and then they changed the name to Hearst fire a couple hours ago while we've been here live. All right, so those are the three major fires. There's also minor fires in the entire region we've been seeing, but those are the three major fires that we are tracking.
Those flames.
Sylmar.
No way firefighters could try to find a way to get in there. It was like, you know, we described it before as like turning on a water pick, you know, with the fire when it burns this fast.
And of course, now that we have that big, beautiful 3D map, we'll just keep checking in on that to see where the evacuations have spread to. We'll check that like every 2 minutes or every 10 minutes.
Integrity of this home, and we hope that they'll be able to do that with some luck. But as David just turns around and shows you here at Sunset in this Hamilton Palisades neighborhood. We have just seen so many homes right now that have been lost in this area, and everywhere you look on the horizon, though the glow that you see is, chances are, it's flames hitting a home. And then you look right here, you've got a home that we have been watching that has just been burning and burning. The black smoke coming up right there is a sign that it is burning the actual structure of the home and not just outside of it. There are a number of resources here. We have watched the resources arrive. We have talked about the different agencies we've seen, whether they are from Orange.
Chatter says, I live on Roxford and Foothill off the 210. Hope you stay safe.
They are here doing everything they can. It has been a very long firefight so far. They know it is going to be a very long night ahead of them. And then tomorrow, will they be able to get air support on this fire? Will the winds cooperate enough that they'll be able to really do what they do best when we have these type of wildfires and brush fires in Southern California? And really, it just becomes an aerial assault, because often the ground assault is too difficult to traverse the terrain. Well, here the terrain's pretty easy to traverse, but you can't do it when you have a fire that is this erratic and is blowing in so many different directions. So we got the wind picking up again. You see it right there in the picture with our lens, and you see here
the wind is just still like, you would think by now the wind would have died down, right? It like keeps, it's relentless. Hours. Been here for almost 5 hours and this wind is just not stopped.
Make a concerted effort to do what they can, to think that they can possibly save a home that is burning and may be able to spare at least part of it. But again, throughout the night, throughout the day, throughout the morning, and right now, as we continue to watch this fire that has no containment, there have been so much.
Let me see, is that percentage increased?
So many structures, so many homes, so many dreams. And we just wait to see where the fire is going to head next. But it seems
no update, still 0% containment.
To leave this Hamilton.
That's the latest update still. 0% containment.
We have been here because
for Palisades.
It's just been cooking here. And perhaps the firefighters know that they may not be able to save this home. As you look and you can see through the window, it's glowing in there.
That house is going to go in a blaze.
The winds are starting to pick up again, and that may be that putting water on this at this point could be futile. I'm not going to speculate any further. We'll see what happens. But
it's inside the house
right
now.
There, the embers dropping in to the home, and we are watching someone's property that potentially could be lost in just a matter of time, as you see now the flames burning from inside.
Well, and Robert, when you do see flames like that inside, it's hard to fathom that they will be able to save that home. As you look around that neighborhood there, is it easier to pick out the number of homes that have been burned or the number of homes still standing?
It's a very good question, and I will say that there are plenty of homes that you see still standing, but I say that with some trepidation because I just don't know if they're going to be standing in the next hour. I don't know if they're going to be standing in the next few minutes because, again, we've got these winds that they're starting to pick up again. I don't
That's
really
crazy.
know which direction they're blowing, but
they blow. That's what the reporters are saying.
The embers with it, and those embers
they'll stop and then start again
on roofs of homes or on some beams, and all it takes is one, and then we're off to the races. So there is beyond a number of homes lost. Hamilton Palisades is going to take years to recover in this neighborhood. There are still homes, again, that are standing, but as the winds pick up, this fire just does not want to seem to leave this neighborhood and move on. It doesn't want to seem to keep pushing itself into another area until it gets done just charring through it first. So we are watching it swirl, and as it swirls, that just means those embers can hopscotch from one street and then back, and then from one home and then perhaps back. So we had one home that was burning a short time ago that we showed you live on NBC4. I said, well, those embers are going to cross the street. Well, sure enough, we left you, and then we watched, and those embers then burned the home next door to the one that was burning. So this is a fire that is burning in every single direction.
Reuters is live again with firefighters on the ground right now. It was the Reuters feed that ended and cut to Steve. But this is, they're live again with I don't know exactly where they are. It says Pasadena, California. Let me see what this is about here. It's a Reuters feed now. They are back. And no one is flying right now. Yeah, everything's grounded because of the winds. It doesn't seem like we're seeing a lot. Weather report. You hear the fire alarms going off. Again, this is in Pasadena. Okay, we'll check back in with Reuters in a minute.
In their vehicles.
This is in Sylmar.
Pictures and memories that they take with them in their hearts in the case that they do have to evacuate. But for now, live in Sylmar, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Cassandra Gutierrez, thank you very much. You are at Roxford and Los Olivos, and our tonight's master of the map, David Ono.
Yeah, okay.
With a look at
okay. Master of the map. All right, anyways.
Thank you for that.
You already fumbled it.
Our viewers know it's 2 a.m. and you are watching the NBC4 News at 2 a.m.
Every time I go back to them, they cut back out. Okay, AXN is moving. They're doing a time change. Probably got to get a new crew in. So we have Reuters. All right, well, we're waiting for another live. What we got live here. Don't really see much of the fires other than the fire crew. Yeah, let's do a map check. Evac zone update. Map check here ourselves because that guy doesn't know how to do it. Evacuation warning. Rotate. Looks like it's extended beyond the 210. That is confirmed right now. So let me turn this sound down. Sorry. Let me turn. Yeah, it's really loud. You can hear the wind. Where are we at? My bad, my bad. So let's turn that down. Evacuation warning. We just checked it. What was it? 10 minutes ago. It was at the 210. It is now extended past the 210 here, south in Pasadena, as the Hearst fire. Okay, Hearst fire evacuation zone has passed south of the 210 now. Okay, you can see that zone. Up here hasn't changed. On the is this still the 210? That's a part of the 210, but is extended further southward here. Is this still the 210? No, this is the 118. What highway is this one? Check here. The 118 highway. Let me double check here on this map. Let me look at this one. Okay.
No, typically, I mean, it's not uncommon where there's a pump station.
It's this one. The 2? Enjoy the map. That's exactly the map. The 210. Yes. Yes, that is the evac zone. Yellow is the evac zone. It's a warning. The red is a mandatory zone. Yep. Okay, red is a mandatory zone. Okay, I see. So the 210. Why isn't that pulled? That is the 210. Yes. Yes. Or no. What am I? Why does this highway look weird? That's the 405. What high? Am I right on that? No. Keeps changing. Why is that like two different? That's the 405. Trying to make sure we're good here. This is still the evacuation warning zone. I'm trying to see what highway this is. What highway is that? 134. 405 turns into the 5. Okay. Okay. That's here. What is the name of that highway that we're looking at on the warning map here? The 118. Okay. I thought I saw a 5. The 118. Where does that cross? Is that this highway right here? The 2? Is it also known as the 2? Highway 2 or something? Glendale Freeway, or is that different? Is this also known as Glendale Freeway? Okay, the 118 merges into the 210. Okay, that's why I'm getting a little thrown off. Okay. All right. Well, if we look at it like this, okay, people that are from the area, local residents of the region, this is the evacuation warning zone. Goes past the 118 now. All right. Regardless, a few blocks past the 118 in the Hearst fire region. Okay. Let's look at the Palisades. Yep. Yellow is warning zone though. Or the red is you have to leave for sure. Evacuation order. I haven't seen the evacuation warning zone change in the Santa Monica region for Palisades. Okay, haven't seen that change yet. And I don't even see anything further for the third fire. Okay. All right. Billy David by the Rose Bowl. Gotcha. Oh, we gotta check the Eaton fire. My bad. Almost did. And this is okay. Now this is where it's on the 210 in the Hearst fire. Or the Eaton fire, rather. I'm sorry. The Eaton fire. I haven't seen that one change. Okay, that's why I got thrown off. The highway system threw me off down there. All right. Okay, so nothing's changed in the Eaton fire. And it looks like the evacuation warning area in the Hearst fire has increased slightly. All right, I'm caught up now. I want to make sure I was not saying anything weird on the warning area. You're like 4 blocks in the evac zone. I'm hoping I don't have to leave tonight. Yeah, if you're in the warning area, I mean, that's up to your discretion, right? But if you're in the order area, you do. Looking at the severity of these fires with the winds, yeah, it's pretty serious. We've seen images all night. Make sure you stay safe. Dubsy Dabster, thank you for the $2. All right, we'll check in on the warning area again in another 10 minutes and see if the warning area has extended. Yeah, this is a Reuters live feed. They're in Pasadena, California. Looks like we got another live report here. Let's check back in at Fox.
The good sign is here is you look at all this thick black smoke pouring through. It is heading down toward the ocean itself. And a lot of times you'll hear the firefighters when they have this kind of an out-of-control blaze saying, we can't stop it with these kind of Santa Ana winds, so it's got to burn itself to the ocean and burn itself out. And
Chatter says 21 East merges into the 2, then the 2 to the 134. Okay. So it's safe to say there are a lot of highways and freeways in that area.
Right, and the real nightmare scenario is if it goes through Brentwood and then jumps the 405, and then you start really getting into a whole lot of homes. But let's hope that is not what ends up happening here. Ed Laskos, thank you and for your continued tireless reporting. We want to go now to the Eaton Canyon fire. The Eaton fire. This is a live picture that we're looking at from our Mount Wilson camera, and man, this fire just explodes. We're now at least 1,000 acres burned, and every time we go to this picture,
that has just increased this entire stream.
Black smoke, which is not a great thing.
That has just increased this entire stream. Eaton fire still at 1,000 acres. It's behind my camera.
This one's called the Hearst fire.
1,000 acres, 0% contained. The Hearst fire, 500 acres, 0% contained. And the Palisades fire, 2,921 acres, 0% contained. None of these fires are contained at this time.
That looks like an LA County fire engine, and then there's also Angeles Forest crews here as well. A little bit of wind, you can see the smoke and some little dry brush kind of back there that's always flaring up, but not too much concern for these mobile homes right here. The firefighters seem to think they have this entire mobile home community pretty much locked down. I was walking around earlier, and there's a fire engine on almost every street. Some even have 2 or 3, and the fires continues to burn up in this remote area up here.
Sam Dubin, thank you for that. And I am about to pass the baton to my colleague Bob DeCastro. I've been on since 2 o'clock.
So Chatter just suggested, oh yeah, we have a mountain camera. So this is that actual static camera that they keep looking at. This is a live view of it. Eaton Canyon up in the mountains. So we'll keep that in the queue too for a camera. And again, you got Reuters live feed here with the firemen and the firefighters trying to put these fires out. This is in Sylmar, The fire spread to 500 acres, and like that's the same camera we just got now. I just pulled up that camera specifically. Maybe there's a better one. They have a better camera than this. This one's like glitching. It's kind of like 2 frames a second or something. So I have to find that one maybe. Checking on Hastings Ranch. Look at this one.
Again. So kind of
Hastings Ranch is not doing well.
Still a wind event. It seemed like we were
Mount
getting
Wilson
less gusts
camera
compared to earlier, but at times we are now seeing the winds pick up once more, which is really disheartening. Not only for us to see what we're witnessing, but for these fire crews doing everything they can to prevent more damage in this immediate area. We'll send it back to you.
No.
Well, Mark, thank you so much. Again, we're talking about these winds right now. They really are picking up, and it's just devastating to see the images. I know that David Ono, you're following where Mark is located as well. And
I was able to find where Mark is exactly. So again, this is the Eaton fire. He's in the Hastings community right over here. So I'm going to expand out right now. Keep in mind the fire came over here and it's spread all the way over here. We're going to expand out quite a bit. And this is Valley View that Mark was talking about. This is Don Benito Elementary right here, and he showed us a shot of that, and as of now the school is safe. But this is the Valley View street that he was on north of Alegria, right over here. So he's talking about these homes in this community right here. One of them is gone, and firefighters right there in that shot are trying to save the others. This is the elementary school. These are the homes that Mark is talking about. This is Valley View Avenue. These are the homes that are in danger, and some of them are on fire. The rest are trying to be saved by the brave firefighters that are out there right now. That's the community that Mark has been concentrating on, Hastings Ranch, which has been devastated throughout this community from this fire.
The lady that was out there and didn't leave because it was her parents' house. I hope her house is still okay.
That, and I had a question for Dallas actually about the weather and the winds. Dallas is he wasn't expecting this, but we've been talking about this.
Okay, let's move over to let's check in on NBC.
Winds are so unpredictable. It doesn't seem to do
They're in
anything
Altadena.
when they put water on these fires. And we also know that their resources are stretched very thin out here because of what they are dealing with. Just up and down Altadena Drive that we've driven probably about 2 miles, at least 30 or 40 homes completely destroyed, on fire on both sides of the road, on the left side and the right side. Now, these winds, because they are so erratic, they are blowing these embers, they are blowing those flames, and every 5 or 10 minutes we'll see a burst of embers fly through the air. And what's scary about that is on the other side, just at least in this part of Altadena Drive, these homes have not caught fire, at least in this section of the road. And so when we see these embers fly over, you just worry. You are just concerned that all it takes is one ember to light a tree, to light any of this brush, these bushes.
And everything's dry.
Anything could catch fire, and within a matter of minutes, these homes could be destroyed. And because we are in a densely populated neighborhood, which is what we are seeing throughout Altadena, it is very easy for these homes to catch fire because they are so close together. About 10 minutes ago, one of the neighbors, he evacuated earlier, but he said he drove back up here because he saw how bad the fire was. He checked on his home. His home was okay, but the home directly behind him had completely burned down, and he said it's a miracle that his house is still standing. But as we see the night go on, as we see these winds continue to pick up, they continue to just burst through this area, he's worried that it may not be standing tomorrow, and that is the big concern for everyone
for everybody
out here. And
that's why the evacuation orders continue to spread. Hastings Ranch, man, that is just not doing well. They're in this. I don't even know why they're in the studio. It's like, nobody likes the news because they stay in the studio. Like, the news is not in the studio. Dak Hastings, thank you for joining the channel. Betsy says, okay, I need sleep. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. Shout out to my all-night crew, or if you're just waking up, good morning. Good morning. If you don't know what's going on, we have severe wildfires in Southern California. 3 major fires that are only getting worse because of the wind. The wind from the Santa Ana winds, about 80-mile-an-hour winds that are just spreading this, and there's 0% containment on these fires right now. And the big fear is how far they're going to spread into these urban areas, or these densely populated areas, which it already is. It already started, like the Palisades fire already is in, it's a lot of homes are already gone, but it's continuing to spread south into Santa Monica. Then you also have the Eaton fire, the Eaton fire in Pasadena. You guys can see where the evacuation warning has extended to. It's just north of the, or what'd you call this? What'd you call this? North? No, where are we at? Yeah, north of the 209 highway. I'm trying to get my highways together here now. All right, or the 210, sorry. The 210 highway. North of the 210, and is then extended southward of that. And then you also have the Hearst fire, which is a bunch of highways that go into here. And this is the Highway 118. Highway 118, the evacuation warning has extended across. And also, it looks like it's just north of the 210, which goes into the region here. Okay, so there's your evacuation order, evacuation warning. And the yellow is warning, red is the order to evacuate. So that's where we're at now. It's getting worse as the night's gone on. This is not a situation where it's gotten better yet, and it likely won't for the next at least 3 hours. I'm gonna be honest. They said about 5 a.m. California time is when it might start getting better, and that's 3 hours from now.
Really been a challenge for us because Air 7 just does such a great job showing us the portions of the community that we aren't able to see as well from this ground vantage point. But what we have seen is heartbreaking. What we have seen is devastating. And even as we heard from our meteorologist team all week long in preparation for this event and how bad the winds were going to be, I think when you see what those winds do in real life and just the devastation that it causes for families who have poured so much of their resources financially into homes, multi-million-dollar homes, it's hard to believe what they're going to be, hard to believe and imagine what they're going to be feeling tomorrow morning as they come and survey their property, or maybe even what they're feeling tonight as they are watching our newscast and looking at their homes burned to the ground. It's a difficult situation only here in the Palisades and Malibu area, but also in other communities across Southern California. We're thinking about them, and we're certainly praying for those homes that have not burned yet, that at some point the winds will die down and that as many homes as possible can be spared. So that's the latest live here in Malibu for now. I'll go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, I want to quickly ask you.
I was just looking at the NASA FIRMS map, see how much can be seen from outer space still. This is the spread of the fire from the Palisades, and then this is the Eaton fire in Pasadena north of the 210. Oh, I see. The 210 goes and becomes the I-34. Okay. And the 210 also goes all the way to where the Hearst fire is.
214.
Okay. And that's in Sylmar. This is this fire. So there's 3 fires. We just looked at the 2 major ones, and they're all major, sorry, but the biggest one, which is in Palisades, that's 2,000 acres. And then the Eaton fire is 1,000 acres. So this is like the 3rd biggest one, but it's 500 plus. I bet you it's on its way to 1,000 acres, and this neighborhood is getting evacuated like right now.
It appears that they are trying to make sure they're in place to save these homes should the wind shift in this direction.
They're trying to.
Colleen, you were asking about people, whether or not they are still here. I have not seen any people on this street in the last half an hour, I would say.
The lights are on in that house.
There's one car in a driveway.
People were leaving, though.
But the people have evacuated, which is what law enforcement was telling them to do. Again, the evacuation area from right here where we are, north of the 210, I want to make sure we're not blocking anything, north of the 210 freeway, all the way to the I-5 interchange, and even up a little west to where the 14 begins, over towards on the way to Antelope Valley. One of the things that Tracy mentioned was how cold it is. The temperature has dropped significantly. During our last live shot, it was 61. It's now 54.
Oh, wow.
And my app says feels like 49. That wind making it very unbearable.
It's cold as hell. Plus, oh, what a
and it's just very
what a crazy weather.
be out here. Obviously, we commend these firefighters for all that they're doing in trying to save these homes. I'm not seeing any homes on this street burning because you see those flames are right now.
So you don't think people are actually in that house? Do you think that they just left them on so their house doesn't get looted?
Neighborhood, but all it takes is a gust of wind. As David Bigger was saying, some of the gusts of wind we're having out here are in the 40s. I think the last one was 42 miles per hour, and those kind of push you. You know, they push you, they push those winds, and they make the embers fly up in the air, and you never know where they could be.
Oh wow, there's a wind gust
right now. Looks like there is some kind of law enforcement vehicle coming down this street. Typically what we were seeing in Altadena with the police officers, they were coming through and they were announcing on the loudspeaker, hey, you need to leave the area.
Evacuate.
But we have not heard that recently. I think all of these neighbors say they have gotten alerts from the mobile home community ownership, and they've been getting alerts from emergency alerts from the city saying, hey, you need to pack up, you need to go, this is not safe for you to remain here. Colleen?
We've also seen people coming back just to check on their homes, as that one man did.
That's what I saw.
To come back, his wife said, "You need, we need to get out of here," but he wanted to see if his home was still there. All right, Macy, thank you so much. We'll check back with you. Lynette Romero joins us now here.
Okay, let's switch around. See what he's doing map stuff like we just did. This is live in the Palisades fire.
In the middle of the street, and all of a sudden the vehicle is on fire. This is what's causing what causes.
It's right behind that brush now.
And these embers.
They've had to back away.
Burning, and they are blown.
They were doing a report up across the street, like just 20, 25, maybe a half hour ago. Now they're across the street because the fire is coming.
Just bursts into flames and then catches fire. That starts a fire, and then we have a domino effect where you have multiple homes burn, multiple vehicles burn.
Question, Steve asks, hey, Merc, are these strong winds abnormal for this time of the season? California chat, is it a yes or no?
The fire so rapidly, so quickly, with so much vegetation and so much fuel to burn.
And with all that being said, a constant reminder to have a get ready, get set and go bag ready. You have to make sure that you have your personal items, important documents, prescriptions. An evacuation plan is critical, especially when we're dealing with these high fire danger conditions, wind speeds we've been talking about, and that's what continues to drive these erratic winds. Gusts have been ranging 60, 70, 80 plus miles per hour, and under those conditions, it is nearly impossible to contain.
All right, we saw Atlascos getting into...
We still have 0% containment. Zero. Let's check in with NBC out there.
There was so much smoke, so much fire, and then there was downed power lines that were de-energized, but it kind of trapped a lot of people. Folks could not navigate their way around those downed power lines, so they were stuck in this area of Temescal Canyon and Sunset Boulevard as fire crews were trying to put out those flames on those apartment buildings. Now, we are here on Sunset Boulevard. I want to show you what's going on behind me. You can see some more flames, and this is what I've been talking about, where we have downed trees, limbs that have come off of trees.
Oh, this is an earlier report now. Okay, so they're playing old shit. She already did that. We saw that live when she was actually out there. Okay, Fox 11 still live.
Famous Riviera Country Club, and the fire has been roaring up along, moving eastward. And many of the homes, some of the thick black smoke, you see some of the homes down in that little valley area of Sunset going up in flames. We hear a lot of popping, a lot of blasting back and forth. And this fire, relentless. Look at the black smoke coming up, blowing as this wind very strong, still here, blowing it toward the ocean, but continuing its march slowly eastward along Sunset, moving dangerously close now to the Brentwood area, the hills here. A lot of fire engines who were stationed down in that area somewhat evacuated themselves. Maybe we've seen about 12 or so engines here in the last 5 minutes or so move along Sunset, move further east up along Sunset over toward 26th Street in that area of Brentwood. So the fire here slowly moving in this direction, but also blowing down, moving toward the ocean itself. Several of the homes in that area are lost. We thought when we left the Palisades area itself, the eastern side of the Palisades, that we would have left that tremendous fire zone and left the area where we saw so many of the homes and businesses gone. And then these more homes continue to burn here. And when you talk about the businesses, we see fires like this, sadly, many times in canyons or in the wooded areas, high up on the mountainside, the ridges. But when you see a fire actually burning here through neighborhoods like this, through the center of a community, Pacific Palisades, burning businesses, burning multi-million-dollar homes, it is heartbreaking. And perhaps the worst scenario of all of this is the wind's still blowing like crazy, and there is no control of this fire. It's an out-of-control monster right now, Bob.
You know, this surprised me. Ed,
no
when
containment.
I stepped into the studio this morning, and they told me that you were here.
All right, let's keep rotating around here. This is a Reuters feed with the firemen. Now, let me get a plus in the chat for my viewers that are still up. Again, it's 4:25 a.m. Central, January 8th, 2025. It'll be 2:25 in the morning, California time. Consider subscribing to the channel to support breaking news, updates. I have a daily Ukraine update. But I cover breaking news when possible, so that's why we're doing it. You see the fire continues to rage on, multiple fires. We have 3 big fires right now. Palisades fire again here. Let's check the map. Let's see, let me refresh. And they're at the top too. So the Palisades is sitting at 2,921 acres down here. You got the Eaton fire, which is at 1,000 acres. Okay, there's the evacuation warnings, hasn't changed. And the Hearst fire is at 500 acres, and I haven't seen that spread either. Let me turn this down a little bit here. I haven't seen the evacuation orders spread yet, or anything further southward or southeastward in any of these directions. So again, 3 major fires: Eaton fire, Palisades fire, and Hearst fire. There is, let me check here, I believe there is 0 containment on any of these. It's 1,000 acres on the Eaton fire, 0% contained. Look at the Palisades fire, that's at 0% contained. And then the Hearst fire, also at 0% contained. Neither of these fires are contained. Many hours to go still of this Santa Ana winds that are extending these fires and bringing them into urban areas specifically Pasadena, Altadena, okay, Santa Monica, and then also Sylmar, specifically the name of the cities. All right, you got the names of the fires themselves, and then the cities within Southern California specifically.
With these winds blowing, and that's pretty much what we've been seeing here as this fire continues its march eastward along Sunset, if you will. These embers blowing up. Mike Armijo, the photographer, saying they almost look like missiles flying into the air at some point, pushed up by these winds that continue to gush here, the gust, and then these embers maybe go a mile or so down and light up another area. So many spot fires what we're dealing with now, and this fire down in the area here along Sunset, but again moving closer to Amalfi, closer over to the Brentwood area per se, near the Riviera Country Club. Fire engines have moved over. They're doing some structure protection. The northern side of Sunset up near Amalfi, and many other.
Where is Olive View Hospital?
East over toward 26th Street, staging over there. But there's not much they can do. This thing is just burning.
Is that in the Hearst fire area?
Through here, and everybody's just holding their breath pretty much.
I mean, I think we can see that really clearly with Mike's pictures.
Let me check. Is that's up here in the Hearst fire. Yeah, that did extend in the last update that I looked at. This would be the Olive View Hospital, right? Yeah, that is in the warning area and within the Hearst fire. live event over. They're going to be moving cameras.
Like there in terms of the evacuations, because people were probably caught off guard. Maybe they weren't under evacuation orders. Maybe they saw the flames but thought, hey, we're okay right now. And then when you have, law enforcement stretched thin, it's not like they have time to go door to door knocking on people's
Appreciate the support, Skinny.
Along that area in the Palisades, was that a rush and a scramble to get out as well, as we saw earlier during the day when people were trying to get out of the Palisades area and going down Palisades Drive onto Sunset Boulevard? Was there a scrum, so to speak, to try to get out of the area?
Yeah, very much so. About an hour or so after what you're describing, when the fire first broke out, Palisades up in the Highlands areas, they call it here, burning down Palisades Drive. You had all the vehicles, and many of the folks just abandoned their vehicles, started running down Palisades Drive, the Sunset, and the ocean. So the fire department had to come
1,000 acres and growing,
if you will, and they pushed the vehicles out of the way to clear a path for the fire engines to get back up there. But to the point you're mentioning, after that, there was a long line of traffic stretching, snaking, as everybody was trying to evacuate, moving from Sunset over toward Palais High School, over toward Temescal Canyon, and then down the canyon over the piece.
Here's what he was talking about really quick in case you missed it, of the vehicles that were left behind, which looked very much post-apocalyptic, and they were moved off the highway. This was earlier in the day. Well, yesterday now. Or yesterday. A lot of vehicles left on the highways, people evacuating and trying to get out.
That they wouldn't let you into the village because they were concerned that there was a fire danger there, so they wanted to get everybody down to PCH as quickly as they could. They finally did that, and then by late afternoon there really wasn't much of an evacuation at all. I did spot several times LAPD with their black and whites going through the area, through the village of the Palisades, on their loudspeakers saying, get out now if you haven't, mandatory evacuations.
Oh, my bad. Here, full screen. It is full screen.
They kept saying with their loudspeakers, evacuate Sunset eastbound.
I could have played it full screen, my bad.
That's where we are now, eastbound, just east of the Palisades village, if you will. El Malfi at Sunset, and the fire inching, burning, well, kind of too close for comfort at this point, burning in the easterly direction and also burning down toward the ocean.
Miguel Moreno in the chat says, if you like to help, turn to the locations, like some of the churches are offering snacks or drinks or more if you like to donate your food to help people and send prayers to them. So you're saying the local churches are having space for people.
Where you're in the urban wildland interface and we're going up into the mountains, into the hills, and certainly those are always problem spots when it comes to the wind, the fuel, the terrain. And now we're here.
Just got a fresh update really quick. I know they're talking, but we just got a fresh update. Now let's go just now. Palisades fire burns homes along PCH. What does PCH stand for? Is that Pacific Coast Highway? I'm guessing. Damages Palisades Village Shopping Center. Okay, Rosenthal Wine and Bar and Patio in an unincorporated area between Malibu and Pacific Palisades near Topanga Beach goes up in flames along Pacific Coast Highway. Okay. Homes and businesses are burning along the Pacific Coast Highway from the Palisades fire, where the glow from the flames could be seen all the way to the Hollywood. LA developer Rick Caruso said that several homes around his Palisades Village shopping center were fully engulfed in flames, and his shopping center, which opened in 2018, suffered damage. His daughter's home was destroyed in the blaze, and he said his family was waiting to hear if one of his sons had also lost his home. Along Pacific Coast Highway, Rosenthal Wine Bar and Patio near Topanga Beach in an unincorporated area between Malibu and Pacific Palisades was on fire, with flames seen just behind the table with the bottle and 2 of wine glasses. You guys can see there. And here, 29 minutes ago, lack of water from hydrants in Palisades fire is hurting the firefighters. They got lack of water supply. Oh no. As fires raged across Los Angeles on Tuesday, some firefighters are battling the Palisades fire. Reported on internal radio systems that fire hydrants in Pacific Palisades were coming up dry. The hydrants are down. That's not good. And then, of course, we've been tracking the extension of the evacuation warnings on our 3D map. Goodness, the fire hydrants are down.
It was apocalyptic.
Both sides of Sunset, we understand even both sides of Pacific Coast Highway. It's just amazing how this fire has burned. All right, thank you so much, Ed. Great to talk to you. I know it's been a while, but these extraordinary times that we're dealing with right now, and best you and Mike, we'll check in with you in just a bit. As we take a look at these pictures again, we want to just remind you that there are multiple school closures as well throughout our region. The superintendent of schools for the LA Unified School District, Alberto Carvalho, he went on the air yesterday and went on social media platforms to notify folks that, yes, many schools in the LAUSD will be closed or campuses are relocated because of this fire. Obviously, most of the schools that are in this region, in the Palisades, will be impacted here. We're talking about multiple schools, including Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, the Palisades Charter Elementary School, and the Paul Revere Charter Middle School. All of them will be closed. District officials saying that they will monitor the fire throughout the day today and potentially shift those campuses to remote learning on Thursday. Also, Glendale Unified also announcing that schools, childcare operations, and district office will be closed due to high winds and fires impacting the region.
So it sounds like basically if there's a private school, elementary school, middle school in that area, it's canceled. I wouldn't put my kids in school today anyways. But the impacts from the smoke, and if it was me. But we'll keep you updated. Okay, so all the charter schools in the region are canceled today.
Heat of those flames. Well, now we've come back over here.
Back in Altadena.
We see there are fire crews that have assembled in place. They were not out here earlier, but they have moved in. It looks like they are trying to put water on these buildings to at least save or try and protect what is left. This is a massive area. We spoke to someone earlier who went here, and he said it was just devastating to watch where he grew up going to this Jewish temple and center. And what's also concerning when we get these large gusts of wind, and because you have this massive fire that is burning, you have all these buildings over here that are on fire, these Santa Ana winds, they pick up embers, and as soon as those embers get picked up,
that temple is destroyed completely. Oh, now they got the fire trucks in there.
And so, yeah, my photographer Sean is showing you what we're talking about. These fire crews have moved in. It looks like they've put the ladder up, and they are at least trying to attack it from the roof. And then if you look over here, Sean, that roof right there, you see the top of that building? When we were over here,
that was
45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, there was a roof on top. But we saw the flames shooting up through the roof, and we knew in a matter of minutes it was going to be gone. And so, as you can see, that roof is gone.
That's a temple.
Completely shattered. And so just a shell of what we've seen just within the last hour. And you can see how big this place is. It stretches back extremely far. And
that's a temple. And we got there Malibu on this one.
The way that the winds were really materializing.
Malibu schools closed tomorrow.
Just the rapid pace and the resources, they were so limited.
Well, I'm not sure what general said it, but there's an old saying that no battle plan survives long once you're confronted by the enemy. Things always change because it's never the way you planned it out. You've got to adapt, and this will be an interesting study. What can you do when your air resources can't be brought to bear with as robust a response,
or your fire hydrants
you would like, and as you're used to? And this is what we're seeing.
Damn, look at the embers on this.
Completely on fire, completely destroyed. And
it's still going.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Lynette and Adrian. Those embers that pick up from that large gust of wind, and it carries this fire. And that is why we're seeing it spread so quickly. I was out in the Pacific Palisades earlier tonight. We were dealing with the same issue there. And now here in Altadena, where we are dealing with these winds that are taking these fires and they are spreading them quickly. They are moving in every direction. right now, it does seem that the winds have calmed down a bit, but in 10 minutes, those winds pick up again. A large gust just bursts through, and it's not just carrying these embers. We were driving up and down these roads. It was difficult to even get through because these trees are falling into the roads, and this Altadena Drive, this part of the road is very wide, so it's a lot easier to get through. We have a lot of fire crews and emergency personnel that are able to safely get by. But some of these roads in the smaller streets with a lot of the homes, they're very narrow. So when Sean and I were trying to drive through, we actually had to turn around because the trees, the branches, trash cans, debris scattered everywhere. We even saw several cars that looked damaged potentially by trees that had fallen from the homes and crushed them.
We saw those in the streets
that had flown over, that was in the middle of the road. So it's just really dangerous even getting around here.
That's older footage now.
Mentioned that the power is out.
They're playing old stuff now.
So you do not have street lights, you do not have signals, and when you get into some of those smaller roads, it's difficult to see unless you have your headlights on or you have the glow of the fire that's guiding you down.
That's not live right now.
And you don't know where that fire is going to jump.
She is right now,
which is just
she's talking
really
live.
Scary, and we're seeing, this is under a mandatory evacuation, so hopefully no one is up here. But we have had a few people stop by. They said they wanted to sneak back in just to see if their house was still standing. But it's minute by minute, hour by hour. We don't know what's going to happen next. They don't know if their house is going to be standing, even if it's standing right now. So just really frightening, and something that we have been monitoring all day, and we'll continue to monitor and be out here and give everyone the most updated information as we see it, just along with all these emergency personnel that are out here fighting this massive wildfire.
Okay, so that's Altadena. Checking the map, the incident map, see if the evacuation zone has extended or if any of this is extended. Now let's take a look. Here's our evacuation warning map. Haven't seen it extend any further in the Eaton fire. Then we go over here to the Palisades fire. I haven't seen it extend any further into Malibu yet, or excuse me, sorry, Santa Monica at this time. And then also here in the Hearst fire, that has not changed yet either. Okay, so evacuation warning still in order. It did extend about an hour ago now, and the size of the fires continue to increase as time goes on as well.
Just talking about that, Sean is showing you, see how they're flying. We don't know where they're going to land. We don't know if they're going to land and then spark a tree.
Why is there no water in the hydrants? I'm not sure.
There's been moments out here where a gust of wind comes and it takes, it's difficult for Sean and I to continue to stand because it is so strong. And
that I don't know.
Because there's fire in some of the areas that we're reporting on, that burning around us on the left and right side, you hear a loud explosion, or you hear
definitely things that need to be answered.
It's frightening. We react and
okay, let's go back to Hastings Ranch really quick. We got that he's in Hastings Ranch.
This home, you can see firefighters are doing
this is live now on ABC7. They were playing old footage. You just got to let their reporters get time to get into a new spot.
Over to Sierra Madre, which is the neighboring.
I'm gonna eat breakfast soon.
When you cross over Michelinda to the east,
I need my second wind.
Under evacuation as well. Sierra Madre, everything north Sierra Madre Boulevard was evacuated earlier this evening because of this Eaton Canyon fire. And we did not see any fire activity that we could come across. There was a lot of firefighters kind of doing structure protection. The street seemed a little bit busier than Pasadena as far as this immediate area. There were still people driving around, but for the most part, it seemed like people had evacuated Sierra Madre as well. But that being said, if you left that area, we can report back that I did not encounter any homes on fire in Sierra Madre. The same cannot be said here for Upper Hastings Ranch. It is just really difficult to see what has happened to numerous streets here in this area amid this driven fire. We heard that big pop right there.
Yeah, what was that?
Lots of things popping
inside the house. How do you stop those?
Firefighters doing what
can the water do when the wind is so bad?
That is part of the.
Of course, Marilyn.
Now, working in this area against.
Thank you for joining the channel. I appreciate you, Ma Danky.
So many homes homes that have been impacted by this fire fully engulfed in flames over the past few hours, and firefighters kind of moving on from one street to the next, at times driving past homes that are burning. There's only so much they can do. There's only so much water as well. We have seen LA County Sheriff's deputies as well making sure that the area remains evacuated. In fact,
boy, man, it's kind of like a losing battle right now with the fires, with the wind, huh? Thank you for the gifted. It goes to Micro Base Studio. Looks like they lost their connection out there. Did I lose mine?
Zulu, go for operations.
We're good. Hello?
Do we have a status?
Hello?
making sure that the area remains evacuated.
Okay.
Referring to earlier.
Oof, that sucks. And right as they were doing a live report again, looks like AXN News is getting resituated. Fox 11's out there talking live.
The older people who don't know,
Silmar.
Everybody gets out safe.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you. Appreciate you talking to us. Stay safe. So they're sort of trying to figure out exactly where to go from here, because there hasn't been much time to prepare. So as we look here at these flames, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on here. The Hearst fire started at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night, quickly growing to 500 acres in a few hours, and of course driven by those high winds that we've been feeling since yesterday and dry vegetation here in the area. Now, this broke out near the freeway, the 5 freeway, where it meets the 14 and the 210 freeways. Several areas under mandatory evacuations, which means leave now, and they include residents.
What the hell is happening?
Boulevard, Filbert Street.
Oh, their coverage ended.
Road and Nick Kloss Drive.
Their coverage ended.
We should also mention that a little farther north, the area near Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate. Evacuation warnings, which means you should be prepared to leave. They're in place for the Newhall Pass, Calgrove, and Wildwood areas, and that's basically a large portion, a large area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street. 3 evacuation centers have been set up: Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center in Panama City. So we do see Panorama City, I should say. We do see fire crews here, LA County fire crews, but as we've been saying, there really is not much they can do as far as containing the fire. These winds are still whipping around. We talked about how strong they would be yesterday. Sustained gusts.
He's still out there.
20 to 40 miles per hour, and those gusts up to 80 miles per hour.
80 miles an hour.
We've been feeling it here this morning. We don't see any homes damaged right now in this area.
Okay, we're gonna quick back go over to him at the Eaton fire.
Questions about the response tonight, because let's talk about
the feed on the other
right now,
channel ended.
The Silmar fire, that I think it was the last check. It was
this is where we left them off, but the other channel ended their coverage.
We won't be able to get a better estimate until daylight, so that's...
Local time is 2:45 in the morning. Right now it's 4:45 in the morning Central Time, my time.
So we just...
Well, 2:46 a.m. now.
With LAFD, and I'm sure it's the same situation there, Mario, that these aircraft had to be grounded because of the heavy winds. And when you have crews there, they're just trying to either save homes, save lives. First of all, there was a line of cars there. Were a number of people alongside the road. These are not evacuees, but you say these might be more looky-loos and the like.
You know what? Let's make our way down here, because there are a few media cars parked here, but that's what we've been seeing is people driving up. That family we just heard from turning around, they said they live here in this area for a few years, and they've never experienced a fire like this. So
while you say that, Mario, I just want to, the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, over the course of the years, as I seem to remember, there had been a fire here that burned several years ago. The Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. I seem to remember that. So, but obviously this is a new situation here. Yeah, what are you seeing there? There's some residents there?
Yeah, you know what? I'm talking to you now. We're live on Good Day LA here, Fox 11. You say you don't live here in the area. You came to see if you can volunteer. You brought some supplies.
Yes, I brought not a lot, but I brought some, like drinks and 3 gallons of water.
Oh wow.
What made you do that? You were watching and saw the coverage, or you knew this was happening and thought, let me go out and help?
Well, I was figuring, I heard about the coverage that it's being, firefighter being stretched thin. So I had a little experience in the military.
Oh, wow.
Fighting fires, but on board a ship. So I figure maybe help be an extra eye to keep look for flare-ups and see if I can either dig some trenches or something.
Yeah, that's much appreciated. I know a lot of these residents
dig some trenches, he said.
To help, but you stay safe. Appreciate you talking to us. So yeah, this car here just pulled up and turned around. So there was it looked like a family in that vehicle, a family of 4 or 5 piled into that vehicle. So they likely drove up, looked at the activity, and said, "No, this isn't going to work. We can't go through. There's too many fire trucks, too many flames that are close to these homes, so let me turn around." This is Sombrero Street here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community, as you said, Bob.
Live TV here, and I know you're just getting there and getting your bearings and taking a look at the things, the situation there firsthand. So we're going to let you go for now and check in with you in just a bit as you assess the situation there. Mario, we appreciate it. Let's go to Samata.
Yeah, that's Fox 11, ABC 7. Let me go back to, let's go to NBC is live out there still.
On the rooftops, some of these homes have been evacuated as far as they've left the area. Some residents have stayed behind. I'm going to zoom in over here, and it's kind of dark. As Tracy was mentioning, all the streets out here are very, very dark. So maneuvering through this area has been very, very difficult. But I noticed that some of the neighbors had come over and started spraying water on this home here, trying to keep the flames away. But as you can tell here, this one here is a total loss. And what happened here, when I pulled up, this was just starting to smolder. And this home actually caught fire from this home. These embers that you could see flying through the air here that are being driven by the wind landed on this rooftop. And that was the end of that. Firefighters did pull in here, went and knocked on the door, made sure nobody was inside. They said it was all clear. And the house, as you can see, is totally engulfed in flames. So as I pan around here, I can show you more homes. This one here has been burning. This was the first one that caught fire on the street.
Damn.
That's according to fire and Kathy, who we just spoke to. This one caught fire, and they said it was actually a small bush that caught fire in the backyard. And when that bush caught fire, it was just enough with the wind to get up into the eaves of the rooftop, and then this one went completely down as well. So firefighters right now are going around doing structure protection. I've seen them put water on a lot of homes that are obviously standing. They're trying to keep them cool, trying to keep them wet. But with this wind,
appreciate it, comedian.
You get these big gusts every once in a while. It's nearly impossible to try to keep these embers from catching the homes next door on fire. So that's the latest here from Upper Hastings Ranch. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Alex, let me just ask you, this is Lynette Romero. Let me ask you, you're talking with a resident there who really wants to do whatever she can to protect her home and her life's memories, all the things that are in her home. You said that a lot of people have evacuated. Can you give us a gauge on, do you think there are very many people who are staying behind, or are most people abiding by the evacuation orders?
Their coverage is done.
I would say most people are abiding by the orders. I did notice that the streets are clear, but like I mentioned earlier, they're very, very dark and dangerous. So it would be very difficult at this point to try to maneuver out of here in a safe manner. So if people are still here, I know I've heard several police units go up and down the streets telling people now, you have to leave now. So this is your final evacuation warning. I heard a couple times on the PA system. So if there is people up here, I haven't seen many, but I can tell you that now would be a good time just to get out of here, because these flames right now are very unpredictable. I've covered a lot of fires in the Inland Empire for the last couple decades, and I can tell you this one ranks up here as one of the worst I've ever covered, only because these winds are so erratic. For a while, they were blowing towards the south, and then all of a sudden they just shifted just a short time ago, and now we're going back towards the north. So just something like that, the unpredictability of these flames and the wind is enough to tell people, you know what, just go. Just get out now, get out safely, and you can just see this one right now. It's now even taken off even more just because the wind just picked up while I've been talking to you. So it just goes to show how when the wind gets going, these flames, which right now we're probably about maybe 10
pick
feet
up significantly
in the air above the roof line, have now probably gone up to 30 feet in the air. So it's just really erratic, and the wind. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, especially the winds. It's just, it's really unpredictable.
It's just so sad to see this, you know, homes burned down to their foundation, and those flames are going, as you had mentioned, Alex, not only vertically, but horizontally, and that gives you an idea of how strong those winds are blowing. And keep in mind, that's what can start the other fires, because then the embers can just start running along.
Okay, let's check in with AXN News. He's a YouTuber, right? Independent away. There's not too many independent people out there streaming in this. They were earlier, but it's so dangerous. The AXN's out there. Let's check in with him. See what he's seeing here. The wind, you can even hear it through here. Okay, guys, this is AXN News. Everybody check into the stream. It's almost 5 a.m. 4:54 in the morning Central. Almost 3 a.m. California.
So it's still going, dude. It's not raging like it was earlier.
So it's still going, but it's not raging.
The east side, because the east side is where it was expanding and going towards where there was lights in the hills, but there's homes in the hills.
I'm in one scanner feed. It's pretty quiet right now. Am I in the wrong one?
It doesn't look as bad. The wind is picking up a little bit right now, but hopefully the worst of the winds are behind us. That'd be the best thing. Best thing that could happen is the wind's just dying down.
About 5 a.m. that's supposed to happen.
Operations Branch 7. Go ahead. 5-story.
I got the scanner on in the background.
Complex.
Yeah, I've had it on. I've had it on the whole time. That's my scanner in the background. AXN will put it on sometimes in the car. They've been quiet often. They're out there fighting it.
Well, for now, the winds have calmed down. Bro, I was here like 3 hours ago and it was roaring. It was like a tornado wind, bro. It was fucking insane. And someone said that they did record like a 90-something mile per hour wind in Pacific Palisades around that time.
E-Night Operations LA.
It was crazy winds.
This one over here is the worrisome one, I guess, because that could extend the fire east. I mean, this is already bad enough.
From off, go ahead.
Oh wow.
The whole Palisades is on fire.
Operations disregard.
This one over here is the one that like could extend into Brentwood and take out a bunch of homes over there too.
Okay, so AXN's out there. They're doing weather. There's another look at Pacific Palisades a little closer.
Well, it is troubling to see that the winds are picking up, but that is kind of what the meteorologists have been predicting.
They're next to Fox.
The time when that was supposed to
Fox
happen.
11 was out there.
So you're going to be out there as our eyes and ears to let us know how things are.
So he's saying the winds are picking up where they're at.
It is kicking up, right? You're definitely feeling that. Are you seeing any emergency vehicles heading into the area?
Absolutely, the wind is definitely picking up. I'm actually feeling it affecting my eyes right now because it's slipping through the cracks of my protective glasses here. I'm going to have to put on some stronger goggles just to make sure that we are safe. I haven't seen any emergency crews come in through this way. A little farther back, we did see a number of fire trucks that were moving through this area, and they've been handling hotspot to hotspot. So they have just been very mobile around Pacific Palisades, trying to take out any spots that they are trying to prioritize. So it's really good to see that they are doing that and protecting as many.
Okay, let's check on it from AXN News. Another view of it. If you live in Whittier, California area, the winds are pretty strong. Yeah, they're saying 98 or 80 to 90 mile an hour winds. 98 mile an hour winds. Some reports. How much are you going to be covering this for the next few hours? I'm gonna have to get breakfast here shortly. I won't cut the feed, but I'm gonna have to eat. I have a second wind. Another cup of coffee. Maybe another safety meeting, but I mean, we got 420 friendly news here on Mercado Media.
We're gonna go get water.
I know California is 420 friendly. course,
All right, so it looks way better.
Digger Duck,
The winds are much
Australia.
better.
Appreciate you.
It seems so calm and peaceful now. Earlier, the winds were just going crazy. The winds and all the people here made it crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary in the sense that, like,
Okay, so he's back in that. He's back in his location he was in to begin with. All the power is out. It's pitch dark there now. Before, when he was there, the power was still on. All the lights are on. They're not on now.
Juliet, go for operation.
yeah, just be advised the patient is transported to that 414 crossing. So,
Okay, so AXN News is back in his spot. No power in there now. It's pitch dark.
No, dude, you have no fucking idea the seriousness of like
Jinxes. What is he talking about? All right, so this is a distance. So that's the Palisades fire from a distance on AXN News, and then Fox 11's right up in it. Okay, so let's go Fox 11 quick.
Very much out of control, burning continuingly, but at least at this point, looks like it's moving further down toward the ocean, further down toward PCH.
Continue to stay safe out there. You and Mike, we appreciate your coverage. Ed, thank you.
All right, it's 3 o'clock this morning. I'm Brooke Thomas. Thanks for joining us.
All right, so they're back in the studio. That's Palisades fire, 2,900 acres burned, 30,000 evacuated. Malibu and Santa Monica schools are closed, so they're playing B-roll footage right now. There's some live footage. They're showing it with the map. Let's check the incident map and see if the warnings have extended ourselves, or if any of the it doesn't look like the evacuate. We got looks like evacuation warning extension eastward. It looks like it's extended eastward a bit from the evacuation order region for the Eaton fire in Pasadena. Looks like it's extended eastward. That's the direction the fire has been moving. Okay, let's check over here in Santa Monica. That hasn't changed. Got the evacuation warning zone here. South of the evacuation order zone, obviously, as that continues to expand, but I haven't seen that change. The Hearst fire, this also has not changed. Okay, just south of the just south of the 118 highway, and then also just around the hospital, but that hasn't expanded or changed either. So neither of the warning zones have changed. The Hertz fire is still 0% contained. And let's go over here and look at the Eaton fire here. The Eaton fire is still 0% contained. It's still at 1,000 acres. The Hertz fire, again, just double checking, still at 500 acres. And the Palisades fire is at 2,921, 2,921 acres, 0% contained. So neither of these fires at this time have been contained. We'll keep checking.
Reporting to Vision Zulu on V8.
We'll keep looking. Back out.
Thank you. Break Zulu.
They're live. Who are they talking to?
Great job keeping it right over the ridge over there, and hopefully everything will be all right, man.
They're in Silmar.
Thank you so much for talking to us. So this is one of the residents here in the evacuation zone, and we're still seeing more cars driving here.
It's getting closer, it looks like.
Let me see if I can stop this one here and see if they're being evacuated. No. All right.
Fail.
So we can tell you we're still feeling those strong winds, evacuation warnings.
Grandma
as well
swerved
as
him.
orders here in this area, and I want to run through a few of the streets. They include residents here along Balboa Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Bridle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. Those
I refreshed
are
it.
mandatory evacuations. A little farther to the north, you have the area near Whitney Canyon Park that has also been ordered to evacuate, and 3 evacuation shelters have been set up. The Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon and Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center and Panorama City. So those are areas where you can find resources, where you can go if you really have nowhere else to go after leaving your home here because of these mandatory evacuations. So we had talked about how strong these gusts were going to be yesterday, upwards of 80 miles per hour, hurricane force winds. We're hoping for breaks in the winds, but at this point we've still been feeling those conditions, and they are expected to continue throughout the day. So we'll be keeping an eye on things here in Sylmar as the fire continues to burn. The Hearst fire here behind me. For now, live. We'll send it back to you.
From what you've seen there, Mario, none of the homes, or you don't see any structures that have been damaged or destroyed there, right? And usually when you are in these mobile home parks, and especially ones that are near areas that are susceptible to fires, there's a pretty good sort of fire hydrant and water distribution system there. So when you were driving up, did you see all of those homes?
I was like waving to the camera.
Firefighters there positioned to protect those homes?
We did see some water sources a little farther down in this community, and fire crews were stationed here throughout. We did see flames getting dangerously close to these properties, but they've been doing a great job, and a lot of times the fire department credits the clearance, the brush clearance, for preventing these structures from going up in flames. So that appears to be the case here. We really have been keeping an eye on just how close these properties have been getting to going up in flames, but none here that we have seen, which is always good news. But we know the conditions can quickly change, the winds can switch directions, an ember can be carried for miles and start a new spot fire. So that's definitely a concern, but no damaged properties here just yet in Sylmar that we can see.
Mario, thank you. We'll check back in with you in a bit. This massive brush fire in Pacific Palisades continues to rage.
And some of that's older B-roll footage. That's live, but they're talking in the studio. They're doing a traffic report. So let's go to AXN News. Anything we got here from the National Forest? Not in the last hour. Situation is the same for a while now. Just not. It's not good. It hasn't gotten better. It's just been deteriorating. That's the Palisades fire. You can see when it gets brighter.
Rick Caruso was here. Dude, if Rick Caruso was here, bro, he'd just link up to one of those fire hydrants and put that thing out.
Who's that?
Like the Haktua girl, man. Put some water on that thing. Spit on that thing. Spit some water on that thing. And just like that, Rick Caruso would save the day.
Some water on that thing.
You know, this storm, the National Weather Service has said that this windstorm is
Still at 0% containment.
devastating, and that's
just like I'm telling you.
exactly what we've been seeing overnight and this morning. These winds.
3 fires, 0 containment on any of them.
It seems like it finally has calmed down, and then next you get this strong gust and these embers. That's what we're really worried about, because these embers can travel far, and in an instant, a building or a home can catch on fire. And so when you see things like this, unfortunately, you know, a Jewish temple and center, this is probably, you know, a place of refuge for so many people, a place that they go to every single week. Your heart just breaks to see a building like this just completely on fire. And to also think about those homes that are on fire, your heart just goes out to everyone who might have had to evacuate and grab everything that they need. So that's a situation that we're seeing out here. We just arrived on scene here, but I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Okay, Jaysha, thank you.
All right, let's go back to Hastings Ranch.
Walk here across the street, but there's a couple of residents out here who are actually watering down the houses that are in the neighborhood. And let me see if I can.
Seems to be a common strat.
They're actually going door to door, making sure that nobody's in there, and they're taking their hoses and washing them down. So that's what these guys have been doing here. Let me
hope that
Real
works.
quick. Actually, here he is, and get a chance to maybe talk to him. Sir, I know you're out here watering some people's houses. Can you tell us a little bit about what is it that you're doing? Because it seems like you're out here trying to...
Saving our house, man.
Yeah. Do you live here? That one next door, right?
Two doors.
But what you're doing here is you refuse to leave, and you're trying to save your neighbors' houses, aren't you?
And ours.
Yeah, and yours. How difficult has it been, though, going from house to house to keep them wet?
I don't know, man. It's like hard. It's.
How would you describe the, if you can, sir? I know you're watering this down, but how would you describe?
He's like, I don't know, bro. It's tough.
It's pretty good, but there is no firefighters. That's why I'm pissed off. No firefighters over here.
Oh, he's
So you're
pissed.
pretty much doing it on your own right now, aren't you?
Yep.
Gotcha. And that's what.
Me and my buddy.
Yeah, you and your buddy. I've seen you guys going door to door, and Lynette and Adrian. That's kind of what we're seeing out here. Is what I'm seeing is neighbor helping neighbor. Even though a lot of these people have obviously evacuated, there is a few residents that have stayed behind and are doing their best to try to save the homes. Now, earlier I showed you the home that was fully engulfed, and now it's slowly starting to catch the neighbor's house on fire. And this is what we've been seeing a lot of here. Let me get up this driveway.
Oh boy, the fire is like right
Shot
there.
of what it looks like here. So this home here, during my last remote, which is about 10 minutes ago, was not on fire. And these neighbors actually helped put this garage out earlier this evening. Now, once again, it looks like the house is starting to catch fire.
I see. Does it work then?
And firefighters
Doesn't
aren't up here right now only because they are down the street and they were putting some water on some other houses, but resources are spread very thin up here. And so here's another home that might be a total loss very soon, and there's not much they can do. Now, I'm going to push in and show you these embers. This is what Tracy was talking about earlier, and I hope you can see them on the screen there. These embers are carrying not just a couple houses, but I've seen a few of these actually go blocks. Now, I say that because the spot fires are starting just adjacent to this home and some of these other homes, and this is what's causing the spot fires right here. These embers, they're carrying up to 2 blocks away, according to firefighters, and this is what's causing all the spot fires. So the wind is picking up out here a lot more than it was just about 25-30 minutes ago, and it seems like the smoke has gotten a lot thicker out here. So that's what we have. I'm going to go down to where my news van is and just make sure it's in a safe location, because we got to make sure we keep that in a safe spot. But this is what's happening now, is that this home, which just a short time ago was not on fire, is now starting to catch fire.
So Alex, you had mentioned that when we last talked to you, that was
And the guy is like next door, like watering his house, thinking that
gust of wind that you guys had observed and noticed there. Do you suspect that maybe that gust started that fire, because you said that home was not on fire, at least not to this extent, just a few minutes ago?
That's exactly right, Adrian. It's just these winds, where these gusts pick up, and I'm sure we can probably get our meteorologist team can kind of go into detail a lot more than I can out here, but the gusts pick up ever so often. Every couple of minutes you get a big burst of wind, and then all of a sudden these flames come alive, and then they just start to carry. And they start to carry from rooftop to rooftop. And that's sort of what's causing these houses to start burning. They're not burning from the ground level. I've covered a lot of
what's the roof made of?
The shrubs, the brush on the bottom will start the fires. These are actually, most of these homes that I've seen catch fire are catching fire from the rooftops.
Okay, are they like flammable rooftops? Like, what's going on?
Just flying through the air, and they're just landing on top of these homes.
Super ultra flammable rooftops?
I mean, you can just see how it is now, just the entire sky is glowing. Before we just saw flames just here and there, but now it's just everything is aglow. Alex, thank you for that. Let's make sure that your vehicle is safe, make sure that you're safe. Lynn, as you're looking at this, the conditions from Alex's picture, what can you tell us about what you expect in the next couple of hours?
Well, unfortunately, we're in the peak of it, as the rest of the team has been telling you, and I told you yesterday morning, the peak of the wind gusts were expected to be late last night into this morning, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And unfortunately, these winds are not going to let up. We're going to continue to see these consistent wind gusts, sustained.
The fire is right there. It's getting bigger and bigger as we're watching it right here.
And we're going into this morning when we're going to have the lowest humidity for today. So you have the combination, unfortunately, of these very strong winds, gusts, by the way, in that area that are blowing up to 40 miles per hour, sustained winds, anywhere between 10 to about 20 miles per hour that just do not stop, that just keep going. So we have been hearing from our reporters out on the field, and also from firefighters.
Oh,
the
they're done.
risk of
AXN
seeing
quit,
these spot
stopped.
fires and these embers that are being carried
Is he going live again?
long distances from where the fire originated and landing on rooftops, landing on trees, on palm trees, and more fires that are developing. And that is the definition of long-range spotting. This, unfortunately, is one of the things that we see here in Southern California, especially with wind-driven fires such as this one. And this is the third time that the National Weather Service has issued a red flag warning in which they refer to it as a particularly dangerous situation, where we have that combination of very strong Santa Ana winds that have already been reported upwards of 80 miles per hour.
We got chat saying roofs have insulation on them, wood, felt, clay tiles. Ghost Patriot says the embers get under the eyes of the roofs, then sparks the insulation, and that catches fire.
What makes this wind event so unique as opposed to, let's say, the other two fires that we've had that have already been very destructive, the one that we had in November and also the one that we had in December, this one widespread, reaching areas that don't usually see these strong Santa Ana winds that are usually places that are usually wind sheltered, such as Pasadena, such as the San Gabriel foothills. So that's what makes this particular wind event so unique and so rare, and unfortunately so destructive and damaging, is that we're seeing these winds, one, not let up, very strong, and affect these areas that aren't usually affected by these strong winds. And I think that that is also something that has caught a lot of our residents by surprise.
No changes in the evacuation warnings yet.
Winds would be reaching areas that
no
are
changes.
usually wind sheltered. That could cause maybe a false sense of security, but these winds have been affecting us, and this morning we're seeing these winds peak until about the middle of the morning. They're not going to let up, guys.
I wonder if that Twitter account, what was that Twitter account name? What was her name? She was live?
The numbers.
You think she'll go back live out there again after she got some rest?
How strong those wind gusts are going to be, and then the location. Having lived out there a while ago, you always check on those old communities where you used to live, and you still have friends and neighbors who live out there. So that was definitely something that caught all of our eyes.
Fight your photo, girl. Let's see. She's probably sleeping. She was live all day yesterday.
They hadn't seen anything like this. They were expecting that they hadn't seen anything like this since, what was it, it was over 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, and there is no doubt that it is a serious situation. The governor has declared a state of emergency. We do know that things have not died down, and they aren't going to die down.
State of emergency.
That is a neighboring home, and they're doing structure protection on that house.
Still 0% containment.
They've done a great job so far. So they kind of come to a home realizing even though this one's a loss, they want to make sure others nearby do not go up in smoke as well. So it's really tough to see. We're watching the winds. We're watching the embers. It is a dynamic situation. All night I've been telling our viewers one of the tough things to see is the resources. There's just not enough. Everything spread so thin across Southern California, and even on this fire as well. One resident just drove by maybe 10 minutes ago. He said he came by to get some medication, and he said, where's Arcadia, where's Temple City, meaning where are those firefighters to help here? We have seen mutual aid. I saw Laverne, I saw some other fire departments, mostly LA County Fire here on scene.
The fires are so damn big, they need help from other states.
From that resident wanting to see more. I think he was frustrated seeing how many homes were up in flames. He said he had a few homes here in this immediate area. And he was just kind of at a loss for words and went back down the hill. And I say back down the hill because Upper Hastings Ranch, given the name, it is a bit higher elevation than the rest of Pasadena. We're getting water sprayed on us right now as they're trying to get this house fully put out. We'll step back just a bit. It's a bit higher. People come here for the views. It's up closer to the mountain, which, adds the fire risk. It's just to the east of Eaton Canyon where this fire started. It's adjacent to the Eaton Canyon golf course. For people who have evacuated, I don't want to spread too much panic that all of the homes are burning. A lot of the homes, a majority, are not burning in this immediate neighborhood. In fact, homes north of Allegria seem to be most at risk. That's where we've seen the most damage this morning, to the north of Allegria, which is on the upper part of Upper Hastings Ranch. But you see right here with our live picture, just absolute devastation for so many of these homes. Many people are going to come back to absolutely nothing, which is heartbreaking. heartbreaking. We do know the warning was there with the red flag conditions, the high winds, low humidity, and incredibly dry. It was a recipe for disaster. I got to tell you, though, I'll say it again and repeat myself, I have never seen a fire like this in Pasadena since I have lived here. John and Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Mark and I are neighbors. I live in Pasadena as well, and I have to say it's one thing to see a fire on
Okay, and that is the ranch, also in Altadena. I've been refreshing my firm's map every time I open it. Look at that.
For the first time, I smelled the smoke.
That is a lot of rectangles and squares in the.
I evacuated my dog.
My goodness.
I'm so grateful that I have a company where I can bring my
Pacific Palisades, big. Same with the Eaton fire.
I really have no words.
Yeah, and Mark, I was going to say about 10 years ago.
Have they? Is it extended yet? Nope, still 2,900 acres.
And we really lucked out because there wasn't one. And now we're seeing just how bad it can be when you combine those incredible winds with fire.
Yeah, it did.
It's devastating to watch. All right, Mark, you're doing great work out there. Thank you. Get some rest.
The firm's map's gotten pretty.
We want to go to Jaysha Patel. Big. She's also covering the fire. I think she's also in the same area. Jaysha, what are you seeing?
John, right now we're at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center, and we're on
It's gone now.
Before we were on the side that is just completely on fire. The other side, it looks like it has completely burned down, almost like a bomb has gone off. If I step out the way, you can just see the absolute destruction that has been left behind by this.
Well, there's that Jewish temple we've been watching burn for hours and hours.
That are still standing, literally creaking as the wind has been blowing in this area. Pasadena City Fire is here trying to get a handle on things. If we walk over into this building, we just actually heard a pop. I'm not quite sure if these are propane tanks or what's popping inside, but you can see what looks like might possibly be a classroom or something at this center. It is still burning inside, and so this situation is just picking up. It's different every single minute that goes by because these flames and these embers just keep picking up different areas of this center. If we pan around, you can see
they're having connection problems.
In this parking lot, we can
the actual ABC 7 feeds having connection issues.
Very much burning on the other side, and also buildings around it. So I've never seen anything like this here in Pasadena, but a very fluid situation. Firefighters just trying to get a handle on what they can at the moment. Right currently, there are 2 Pasadena City fire trucks here in the parking lot. But as you can see, it is just heartbreaking to see all of this devastation here. Again, this is a Jewish temple and center, so you can imagine there are classrooms here. People come here every single week to pray, and to see all of this rubble basically just on the ground is just absolutely heartbreaking. Of course, the Eaton fire has burned more than 1,000 acres. We still have many hours.
They can't get it together.
Winds are going to pick up again, and so we'll be here covering to see what exactly happens. But pieces of the building.
Okay, let's go back to here. What are they doing here?
Vasquez.
Oh, what the hell?
What's your name, sir?
Samari Bulin.
Samari, you live here?
This is one of my good friends from high school.
What do you think that garden hose is gonna put out the?
Are you by yourself?
No, I have a friend in the back.
So.
Oh boy.
How are you guys doing so far? You've been able to.
So far, so good. We've been able to keep it at bay. We've taken out some fires at neighbors' houses so it doesn't hit this one.
Have you guys been able to get any help from emergency services out here?
No.
That's what I'm hearing.
They've driven by like 15 of them, but none of them have stopped.
You're not getting help from them. There's not enough firemen out there.
Give me your name again.
Samari Bulin.
And you've been fighting this since what, 6 o'clock when it started?
I got here around 10 o'clock. My friend's been here all day.
So far your home's still okay?
So far
what
it's
have you
okay.
been doing? Just
hoses, buckets.
Oh wow, there's the fire.
There's a pool at one of the neighbors. We've just taken buckets and hoses to get their fire out. And that's all we've been doing.
Well, you're in the thick of it now.
Yes.
The strongest winds.
Yes. How high are they supposed to be?
We don't know. I
Okay.
mean, we could get up to 50, 60. Our weather team back at the station is keeping track of it, but we know this is the peak of the wind event.
Yeah, we were just saying if we could get through the peak, then there might be some hope to keep it.
All right. Thank you so much. Be safe.
Thank you.
So you can see the house is intact as he and his buddy try to protect it.
Okay, that's where the embers blow in there.
All right, guys, we're gonna head down again.
The fire is like right across the street from this one too.
and the winds are blowing west. But
Oh,
this
boy.
is the street as you look live at this house. You could see just burning to the ground, guys.
But what's so scary about that, Michelle,
I
is you
lost
see that
connection.
house, you see that house fully engulfed just
But,
across the
we'll send
street
it on
from
back to
the
you.
other houses. Okay, Michelle, you see, so you can tell, like, again, it's just one little ember, right? And we just saw on the other location that you were looking at, the split screen,
Right
you saw
across
that
the
woman
street.
who, I think her name was Kathy, who was doing whatever she could to protect her home.
She's in that same general neighborhood area as Michelle, not too far away. That's where Alex Vasquez. And look at those flames just roaring right now.
Look at the wind still, bro. It's been like this for,
The wind's shifted the other.
like, the wind has not stopped for 5-6 hours.
In a moment's notice, and that's something I wanted to ask Michelle.
7 hours, actually.
A little bit later on this.
Imagine like 80-mile-an-hour wind for like 7 hours straight, just like a full day.
So you're saying
8 hours.
it's like I've been out in like hurricanes before, and okay, and generally you got the winds going. Producers, we can hear you in our ear. So generally, when you're covering a hurricane, it's like all the winds are kind of going in one direction. You can almost
Wow, look at the full wind is getting worse.
What Michelle's talking about, the winds are shifting direction, so you can't. It's hard to stand, right, Michelle? I mean, you're being knocked around.
Yes, I'm getting knocked around. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this is the house. So this is where we
Yeah.
were trying to come to initially, 1773.
Bro, the fire is right across the street.
This is actually a friend of Brittany Hope's. And so we connected with the wife, and Billy's the husband who stayed behind. So this must be his pal that we just spoke to. They just, yeah. So, guys, yeah, this is where we were headed toward, Homewood, when we heard there were multiple homes on fire. And we connected with Brittany Hope, NBC4 colleague and reporter whose friend lives here, Carol. She evacuated, and her husband Billy stayed behind. And the guy we just spoke with is Billy's friend who came to save the house. Well, they're doing a good job. You know, when she told me that Billy stayed behind to save the house, I thought, that's crazy, but apparently they've been making some good efforts. As we look live at a house across the street from Billy and Carol's home on 1773, burning right now, but it's just unpredictable here. Guys, we're gonna stay on top of it and
I have
bring
to
you
ask
some more visuals here.
Michelle, as we stay with your shot, because we're looking at this house burning and just raging. The flames are just raging across the street. To know that these residents are using their garden hoses, it really just seems like, you know, a daunting task to try to protect your home with a garden hose. But there aren't enough firefighters to go around.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I thought, well, do you even have a chance? But if you look, their efforts are helping, because Billy and his buddy stay behind. They're saving 1773 while the wife Carol and others evacuated here. And the winds are shifting. They're shifting. So the big fear right now is that
It's gonna.
to the west of Altadena, to the west of Homewood.
She's breaking up. The connection's getting tough.
Technical difficulties when you're
The connection's getting tough out there. So, home on fire, 3052 Raymond Avenue. We see where this is. This is a report of a home on fire. You see where this is at. This is on the scanner, which I have in the background too. Altadena. Okay, house on fire here. Report.
Copy. Also now a report of a vegetation fire, Midwick and Midlothian.
Another fire.
Last company with traffic for operations on command. Go ahead.
So that's in Altadena. House on fire here. How close was that to where that was? So that's.
Midlothian.
He was just north of Washington Boulevard when we were watching AXN News earlier.
424-280-0490. Copy 424-280-0490.
All right, let's tune into the latest with the warnings. Any warnings that might have come in. Let's check these. Still looking at 0% contained in 1,000 acres. Let me refresh here. On this 3D incident map that we have, the Eaton fire looks like, oh, we have increased warnings now to the west of the main area around Altadena. What do we got around? We got warnings that have extended around the 210 highway. What is that called? Hamanmanga Watershed Park, west of that park. What else is in this specific area? Let me try to map it really quick. So this is new warnings that I'm seeing on the screen here. That's let me see here. What are we looking at? So the Watershed Park, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Cherry Canyon Park area, Alta Kenyatta, Montrose, like this whole area right here is under warning now, which is west of, so the fire, the wind must be pushing those fire embers westward from where the Eaton fire is. So I don't think it's going to be going any further south. At least that's what we're seeing here. I haven't seen the warnings extend southward anymore, like south of the 210. But these are some new warnings here to the west. Evacuation warnings. Okay, that's new. Then also you have evacuation warnings. They haven't extended further south in Santa Monica, so those remain the same. Nothing new either to the north. Also in the Hearst fire, nothing's changed there. So the only new evacuation warnings I'm seeing is going to be, well, it'd be directly north of Pasadena. If you're looking at the map, north-south along the 210 around the Watershed Park. And again, La Cañada, Flintridge. It looks like the split between the 210 and Highway 2 in north of Glendale, northeast of Glendale.
That could
increased
become
warnings.
An umbrella, lawn furniture, that kind of thing. We want to help keep.
I wonder when they'll talk about that.
The power line.
All right, great advice, Jeff Montfort. Thank you very much for that information, and we wish you.
Is there anyone reporting on the new warnings?
Southern California Edison, we appreciate your time. 3:30 right now, and again, the breaking news this morning: we're tracking 3 major wildfires burning here in Southern California.
We do want to show you this map right now where these fires are burning. They are burning in the Pacific Palisades.
3 major fires right now, you guys.
The largest fire is in the Pacific Palisades. It has burned nearly 3,000 acres. The winds continue to pick up speed. Several homes and buildings have been destroyed. We don't have a number on that.
Okay, we're going in and out of some studio and live coverage. It's probably rotating some of the reporters, too, that have been out there all night long. We're kind of getting to the point of not having a whole lot of live feed out there, unless you guys know of a feed that's still going, that's not playing old stuff. None of these YouTube feeds just regurgitate old news.
Clemo from operations on command.
Old news. Southern California wildfire. Yes, nothing really breaking out there. All the morning newscasts are starting, right? Yeah, I know they're going to be changing, like a shift change, basically. Sky News is out there. It's like a shift change for the news, basically. Any of the weather guys covering it? Not that I've seen, unless you guys have any resources or that you follow. Good morning, Dankster. Hope you got some rest. Good to see you. Good morning. Up so early. What do you mean up early? Been up all night. Been up all night. You guys like the video? If you haven't, like the stream, not because there's wildfires, but to help the stream and the algorithm. You see here.
Channel.
No.
Exactly.
I mean,
Like
they're
a
doing.
fire hose. If you put
I mean, they're doing weather within these reports. I think they're just trying to get the new shift out there. Those reporters have been out there all night. Not really saying much here in this one though. We have coverage, but no. Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking in that one.
It's burning. She's at the intersection of Chautauqua and Sunset. Lauren, can you talk to us about what you're seeing there as you cover the Palisades fire?
Operation 10.
Breakfast is coming. Or not coming, but I'll get it soon.
There is a lot to take in as we drove down Sunset Boulevard.
Just looking for live coverage. That's all I care about. I don't want B-roll. I don't want anything yet.
Vehicle access. Of course, this is something firefighters have to navigate around. And once we got here, we started to notice homes on fire. Just devastating to see. If you take a look around me, you'll see all the heavy smoke too. You can smell it from miles away from the area. You could be in a neighboring city and certainly smell it. It's dark out, but you can see the plume of smoke as well, that massive orange glow. And joining me right now, as you take in all of these images, these homes that are burning in front of us, joining me now is firefighter Robert Foxworthy.
Let's hear from the firefighter.
With CAL FIRE. Talk with me a little bit about the current situation.
First time we've heard from him. Let's hear it.
I drove up, I came right up to you and I asked you, how have things been like on the fire lines?
Well, things have been incredibly tough tonight. The winds that we were predicting came to fruition, and it's been an incredibly difficult.
Oh no, we're losing the. Oh no. Oh man, what a time to.
Right, so just like what we saw with Michelle in the
oh, dang it.
When you have
we haven't heard from a firefighter all night.
Issues like this is going to obviously cause technical issues.
Yeah, it's the weather is so bad.
Well, our technology works. The fact that we've been on for hours and hours right now and able to provide this coverage.
Dang it, just when we were about to hear from a firefighter. We haven't heard from him at all yet. We were finally going to get an update on the situation.
The fire out in Altadena, Pasadena.
Well, no, from the firefighter perspective, it's important because they're having some manpower problems, it seems. And I want to know any further about the hydrants that are down.
She is being joined now by Shauna Mendiola. We're doing team coverage.
Oh man, hopefully they can get it back together out there. Okay, let's check back in Hastings Ranch.
We are on Valley Lights Drive here in this area. We've been roaming the streets, checking the area. There is devastation on multiple of these streets, all of them mainly north of Allegria for people who know the area, for evacuees who are wondering what's happening. Here across the street, I mean, we are surrounded by the devastation. I want to give a shout out to the fire crews on scene, the mutual aid you see here, Riverside County, San Maria, City of Moreno Valley on scene, and other fire departments as well. LA County Fire we've seen here, and this is Riverside County Fire as well that we're walking by.
How far away is Riverside County?
Walking to the west, every home here on Valley Lights is a total loss. With this one, you see just the chimney standing. I am in the driveway of this home, and then across the street you can see
just
the
to the
facade
east
of a large front entrance to that home. 3815 Valley Lights gone.
So Riverside's out there.
Absolutely devastating. The winds, they come and go. I want to say that they were more sustained earlier in the evening. They started to die down, but then once again, even the last 5 to 10 minutes, we're getting those gusts again, which is really concerning. The embers blowing up, the concern of more homes catching on fire. The good thing, not seeing residents here in the area. Embers now blowing our way. You may be able to see that. I'll turn my back as the embers move this way. We haven't really seen many residents in the area. It does seem that a large majority, nearly all of them, heeded the evacuation warnings and got out in a real hurry. You got to imagine there was a lot of chaos when that happened around 7 p.m. This is just east of Eaton Canyon and the Eaton Canyon Golf Course. Again, not clear exactly how many homes have been lost. We'll get that figure, whether it's later today or in the days to come when they do that assessment. But absolute devastation. Never have I seen something like this in Pasadena. And you think about Pasadena being on the map for the Rose Parade, and now just, more than 1 week since we were in the national worldwide spotlight.
Oh boy.
A major fire impacting so many families.
Okay, I got a report from the Los Angeles Scanner. Let's geolocate this. Call of a home on fire, 3459 Fair Oaks Avenue in Altadena. Elderly person still inside. Elderly person still inside. 3459 Fair Oaks Avenue. See where that is spread to. Hey, right off of Loma Alta Drive. Let's see where that is. That's okay. This a lot of reports of fires in this specific grid here. That's north of Washington Boulevard. That's where we did see some live feed from AXN News. But we're getting more and more reports of houses on fire in this specific region. and the Eaton fire, which that is spreading westward. That is why this region is under warning now. Oh, it is extended. Yep. We do have an update. We do have an update on the evacuation orders for the Eaton fire in the Pasadena area that is now under evacuation order. See how that's changed? This is now red. Basically, if you're in Altadena, you need to get out of there. That's the best way I can put it. Like, there's one little section here of Altadena, but still, like, you want to take that risk. This is now under evacuation order. Okay, so evacuation warning in the area that I mentioned earlier. Got to go up to my other map because I'm not a expert of the region. So La Cañada, Flint Ridge, you got warnings there, but you got evacuation orders now heading westward of this fire. That was earlier. I don't know if that lady got out of there. You watched that report, but the fire is basically spreading like this. Okay, basically got a fire spread. Here it is, right? And it's going this way. That is what we're seeing right now. The first cause was that if it was going to continue further south, obviously. But either way this thing goes now, it's in an urban area. But it is actually heading to the northwest. Heading to the northwest, almost like right along that 210. Right along the 210 as it heads up northwest. Let me check anything else there. So new evacuation orders. Again, the new evacuation orders are in this area, in this region. And we do have evacuation warnings further to the west. So these are new, brand new as I've been covering this right now. This hasn't changed. This was the latest update before these new orders. Let's check here. Santa Monica with the Palisades fire. Nothing new there. No new evacuation orders. We better keep an eye on it north here. I got to keep an eye on it in case the evacuation orders have extended further northward. That's a very significant fire. And then also in the Hearst fire, not seeing any further evacuation warnings. So right now, the only extension of orders and warnings of the fire spreading is this Eaton fire in the Pasadena, specifically the Altadena, the town of Altadena, and heading northwest. That's what I'm seeing right now, according to the changes in our incident map in California. Looking at the NASA firms map, let's refresh that. So we had according to the satellite, it is also extending northwestward because it was just like this. This isn't a good color to use. Let's use blue. It was just about like this chunk here, and now we're starting to see satellites showing the fires extend northwest. So we're seeing that as well. So that's why we're seeing the evacuation orders and then warnings extend northwest of Pasadena and Altadena. See if we got anything new on the Los Angeles scanner. Yep, nothing new there other than the report of the elderly that is still inside of their home. Let's check in. Oh, we got the firefighter
out there as we watch this home behind us burn. Talk with us about what the situation has been like on the fire lines.
So incredibly difficult conditions for the crews out here today. Incredible amount of wind. When we have those strong winds and we have structures that catch and vegetation that burns, it throws embers out ahead, making control of the fire incredibly
Well, there's the embers
difficult.
right there.
So a lot of really tough work has been put in by the crews tonight and will continue to be put in until we get this fire contained.
Talk with us about the strategy. And for viewers who are just tuning in with us who weren't with us about 10 minutes ago, we're here on Sunset Boulevard and Chautauqua here in Pacific Palisades. Talk with us about the strategy, if any, at this point, because you look around and it's overwhelming. everything is on fire.
So the main priorities obviously are going to go to life safety first. So majority of what the crews have been doing in the early hours of this incident is moving through areas and making sure that the public is out of the area, and for those that aren't, they're safely trying to evacuate them and get them to safety so there is no loss of life. After that, then the priority moves to structure defense, making sure that we can save as many structures as possible.
So you're telling me you guys are still trying to get folks to evacuate?
There are still areas where the public is, and this fire is actually moving into new areas. So it is moving into areas where there is still individuals in homes, and they're in the process of
like northwest of Altadena.
To safety.
What is your message to them if they happen to be watching, if they're trying to track the flames as they inch closer to their neighborhoods? What is the message?
The message is get in your vehicle and leave the area as soon as possible. This fire is moving incredibly fast, and by the time you realize it, you're stuck. Especially the way this fire is burning, throwing embers out ahead, it can actually throw spot fires and start fires on the other side of you.
And that's what's spreading it so fast.
Fire. We saw what happened earlier in the fire when folks were trying to evacuate, and they were overrun by fire and had to abandon vehicles, and then we had to bring bulldozers in to clear the road when people left their vehicles. So try to get out as soon as possible, and my suggestion would be is if you're still at home and you have the ability to leave, do so.
In your experience in fighting fires, talk with me about the big challenge in this one. Is there something that makes this fire different than previous fires you've fought?
I can't say different. We've experienced a lot of fires like this in California, but what I would say that's making this fire the most challenging are the weather conditions. It's the fact that we're in red flag warnings, incredibly high winds that were predicted and are now coming to bear, and we shifted a lot of equipment down to Southern California. That being said, this is an incredibly fast-moving fire, and it's still a lot of work for the crews that are here.
Yeah.
Talk about the fire moving into other neighborhoods, into areas that hasn't burned just yet. You are advising people to evacuate as quickly as possible. I know you have been right here on the corner of Chautauqua and Sunset Boulevard. Can you talk with us about where you think it's headed? You talk about that new ground that hasn't burned yet?
So, you know, it's difficult to say exactly where the fire is going to move. Generally, the fire has been moving from the hills down towards the coast. It would be the best way to describe it, and it's actually made it to the ocean in quite a large chunk of ground. Now that it's at the ocean, it's starting to move kind of north and south along PCH and basically chunking along and getting closer to Malibu and closer.
That's the house we were looking at earlier. Look how much in flames it is.
Eventually these winds are going to stop and turn the other direction and start moving back towards the east.
Neighbors spraying the house with water. It didn't help at all.
Back towards the opposite direction, but I do know crews are in there trying to what's called securing the heel. That's basically that back end of the fire, getting around it, line around it, so when those winds do shift, we have line there and hopefully don't have that progression to the east of the main fire.
Got it. That's really helpful. And when we talk to a lot of homeowners who decide to stay behind, they say they need to protect their home, that they know that the resources are slim when it comes to firefighters. I mean, you guys are here from NorCal, thankfully helping out with this. Is that an option? Can a homeowner try stay behind and save their home? I mean, you're on the fire lines. Is that possible?
I guess it's possible, but I would advise against it.
Yeah.
There are trained professionals that's their job, and we're bringing more crews in, and that's why we ask the public to leave, because once those flames get too big, then the natural inclination is, well, I would need to call 911 now to get out of here safely, and there's times where our crews are stretched.
Yeah, then they gotta.
There may not be available crews to come in and assist folks out of the area.
That's good information, good to know, and we're seeing a lot more resources pouring right now, fire engines that are coming by. For folks who are watching, God forbid, their home on fire, what is your message when people wonder, well, how come that home made it but not the next one? I mean, that's a tough situation for firefighters. How do you guys decide what's salvageable and what's not?
Well, the biggest thing is what can be saved. So obviously the firefighters are going to prioritize those structures that are in the area that have a better chance of survival, and they will go into those areas and pick those homes that may not be involved yet or have a better chance with the crews in there to actually save those homes. So, you know, every
what are they doing there?
Is different, and it's always different depending on the conditions, the way the fire is burning, which way the wind is blowing. So those crews and every single individual
what's going on in there
is out there evaluating as they're moving through an area what homes are the most savable.
Got it. And I had my producer talking with me.
What are they doing in the garage there?
I'm going to give my producer the opportunity to repeat what he said. Meanwhile, I'd like to know from you, firefighter Foxworthy, what the strategy is over the next couple hours. Again, if possible, what the plan is over the next couple hours while these winds are still so strong.
Obviously, number one will be any of the public that is still in the area. That will always be the number one priority. Number two is as these crews move in, it's getting into the areas and protecting as much property as possible. And then at the same time, when we're able to start doing perimeter control. So basically getting in there and trying to stop the forward progression of the fire.
Got it. Very helpful information. I understand our anchors have a question for you as well. Firefighter Foxworthy, let's hear from Lynette in just a moment.
We really appreciate all the information he is giving, Lauren. One of the things that we have heard over our air as we've covered this is some concerns about whether or not there's a water shortage. Can you tell us if Firefighter Foxworthy has seen that? Has he heard of that? Are there any other obstacles or challenges that the firefighters are facing?
There's a fire in there they got to get to. They're blasting with a hose.
That's a great question. Firefighter Foxworthy, we want to know, is there a water source issue? We heard chatter about that overnight. Is that something you can speak to?
I do know there were some concerns at times with some of the hydrants. Obviously, when you connect so many fire engines to those hydrants, along with structures burning and water escaping from those burned and broken lines, it can lower the pressure. I do know that the water company has came in and we have escorted folks with the water department into some of the pumping stations to actually get into those stations and up the pressure so we can utilize the hydrants and get the pressure back up. Along with that, we've also brought in a large number of water tenders. So those are basically trucks with big giant tanks on them that are bringing water into the areas where we may have some issues with the water system. So yes, we are in the process of mitigating those problems and correcting that so the crews have the water they need.
How long was that an issue?
I'm unsure.
Okay, good to know. We have another question from our anchor.
That was actually a good question because we were wondering.
So is it more, I guess, just staying on that specific topic, Lauren, so it's more of a water pressure issue than a water shortage issue, or are they one and the same?
Firefighter Foxworthy, is this more of a water pressure issue or a water source issue?
I'm unsure of the specifics. I don't know the water systems around here. I know there were some concerns. I do know the water district was brought into areas. I was listening to the traffic on the radio. We were escorting folks into those pumping stations, and I do know that water tenders are into the area. I'm unsure of the specifics on the details related to that. Those would be questions for the water department.
Got it. Thank you so much for your expertise, what you've been able to share. And as we wrap up, if we can just quickly go over acreage. Containment, I'm sure, is out of sight at this point, but acreage and where the fire, one more time, is headed next for our viewers, if that's something you can share as well.
So last last number was just under 3,000 acres. Obviously, that was a few hours ago, so those numbers are higher now. I would expect updated numbers probably in the next few hours.
It's got to be like probably 3,500 to 4,000 acres.
And generally, the wind is still pushing to the west generally, so that would be the overall movement of the fire. Obviously, it's moving up and down the peak.
Okay, according to LA City Fire, Palisades fire started as a backyard fire. Oh boy.
The fire was to the ocean and it's made it there, and now the crews are trying to get on each side of the fire. And
the Palisades fire started as backyard, but what about the?
Thank you so much for all the information you've been able to share. Thank you for the crews that.
What about the
here
Eaton
with.
fire?
I know you guys traveled from NorCal. We appreciate it very much. We'll continue to talk with you throughout the morning.
3 major fires.
We'll go ahead and send it back to you.
So much good information, Lauren. We really appreciate Firefighter Foxworthy for taking time during this time. He's so busy, so we really appreciate that. He was a wealth of information. Another fire that broke out late last night was in Sylmar near the 210, 5, and 4.
Okay, we're still checking that one. Still watching that. Let's check and see if there's any further evacuations that are taking place. And the big one being the Palisades, but I'm not seeing any further evacuation warnings or notices. Let's check north. Nope, none of that's changed. Let's check over here. Looking like it's still the same. Still about the same. What do we got? Those cameras? Oh, wow. Maybe multiple cameras on this site. That's the viewpoint that it has. Same with there. So we actually have a couple mountain cameras. Mount Wilson cameras. What does this one look at? This one looks the other way. Okay. But a new evacuation order site just to the northwest or west, Pasadena area, Altadena area, and new evacuation warnings around the La Cañada Flint Ridge, Haha Manga Watershed Park. I think that's how that said. Haha Manga Watershed Park is under the evacuation warning. Let's check the Los Angeles scanner. Not hearing anything on my scanner right now specifically. Multiple structures on fire. Loma Alta Drive in Altadena just posted. Loma Alta Drive. Let me pull that up really quick here. Maps. Multiple houses. So this is just showing us that it's the fire is still extending. I've been geolocating a few different scanner reported fires, and they are trending northwestward. Okay, the fear was they were going to continue to advance southward, but I mean, it's urban and densely populated no matter what direction this was going to go. But it doesn't seem like it's advancing any further south of the 210, and rather it's now heading in a westward direction towards that La Cañada Flint Ridge, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the Watershed Park, etc. Loma Alta Park right here. So we're getting increased reports that it is heading westward. Nothing new from the LA Times. Let's check in a new evacuation orders for 500-acre brush fire in Sylmar. And again, that is the fire, the Hearst fire around Sylmar. Evacuation warnings remain the same. 3 major fires. This one is 500 acres. And it is not contained at all.
Winds have proven to be quite erratic. We don't know exactly what direction they will be heading towards. We've seen tons of embers just kicking up, flaring up, and going in every which way direction. So again, we've talked about those spot fires, right? The fact that these embers can travel for several miles and just, start another spot fire, just quickly pick up and light up homes or an entire neighborhood, having it go up in flames. So again, if you are under evacuation orders or an evacuation warning, they are strongly advising you to pack up your essentials, gather what you need, and head out, because this is the moment. We don't know exactly what the wind and what the fire will be doing. So again, this is very important to keep in mind out here. We are just behind a barrier. We did not want to cross that barrier. On the other side, there is a parking lot. That is where a lot of the fire crews have stationed. One of the things that we don't want to do is get in anybody's way. That is extremely important. That is another thing that really They want to stress right now to please allow these emergency vehicles to go through. That is why it is essential that if you have received an evacuation order or a warning, that you please move so these larger vehicles can come in and, of course, try to save structures and more importantly, lives. So again, these folks out here in the Oak Ridge community have heeded that warning. They have left. And also important to know that if you are thinking and looking ahead into an exit strategy, a lot of these freeway entrances and exits here along the 210 freeway have been closed off. In fact, we were at the 210 in Yarnell because that is where the Hearst fire started at 10:30 last night, which has now been burning about 500 acres of these hillsides here. A lot of those freeway entrances have been blocked, so you will find several roadblocks. You'll have to take side streets to hop onto the freeway for the next couple of miles. So another thing to consider. But again, right now, thankfully, the big headline coming out of this community is that 0 structures have been lost, and the majority of people who live in this community have decided to exit, have decided to evacuate.
Yeah, that's in Sylmar, specifically with the Hearst fire. Again, 3 major fires right now.
Operations from Juliet.
That's due to the severe wind conditions and the ongoing fires in that area. So residents in the affected zones should be prepared to evacuate if those conditions get worse.
That's where she is. She's in Altadena.
Firefighters in that area are bracing for that. That's why those evacuations.
Let's hear from her.
It is completely on fire. We just got an extremely strong gust. I mean, you can see these flames just coming out of the window here. You know, John earlier said that
this is Altadena, where we're getting the new warnings.
Like a hurricane. I can definitely attest to that. I used to work in the Gulf Coast covering tornadoes and hurricanes, and these winds definitely feel almost like hurricane force winds. When you get those gusts, there's just no telling where these embers and where these flames are going to spread to. As you can see, obviously everyone has been evacuated from this assisting living center, but just heartbreaking.
That was the view for Sylmar, that last one.
All around it is just completely on fire. We can see rooms, parts of the building falling inside and onto the ground. If you pan to the other side of where we're standing, you can see also this other area just completely on fire. So you can just see the devastation that's out here. Not that far from here, literally just feet away down the street, you have the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. That is completely on fire. We were there earlier showing you all of the destruction that's been there. It looked almost like a bomb had gone off there. It was just rubble, building on the ground. It almost looked like classrooms there, probably on fire. And so the situation out here, these winds making it really hard for firefighters to get a hold of this. Pasadena City Fire, they were over at the Jewish Center. There are fire crews on standby here at the Assisted Living Center. I believe that we were here, one of our crews from our station here last night, showing people getting evacuated in wheelchairs.
No, I'm from Minnesota.
In gurneys, in stretchers. And so to imagine, you know, how heartbreaking it is for these people who lived here to have to pick up and leave at a short notice. Just on the other side of us, you can see someone even just abandon their car here. So people really just had to get what they could and rush out of here. You know, this fire, we're not even seeing peak winds, but these gusts are just extremely, extremely strong. And so a little worried to see how things look in a couple of hours, because if the gusts are this strong now, I can't imagine how it's going to be in about 2, 3, 4 hours. Send it back to you guys.
Okay, Jaysha, please be careful out there. Heartbreaking, devastating images. Jaysha Patel live in Altadena. We are also following breaking news on another wildfire burning in Sylmar, and this one is moving fast. This one broke out around 10:30 last night. So far, the Hearst fire has burned 500 acres. There is 0 containment. Evacuation orders are in effect for people in the area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford.
That's the Hearst fire. So some areas it's doing better, and it looks like others it's not. No live feed right now. Nothing live. All right, let's take a look at it. That's the NASA firms. If you're just tuning in, we're tracking 3 massive wildfires that have been spreading all night in Southern California. Nothing new from the Los Angeles Times. Let's see if there's any new written articles yet. You see updates 21 minutes ago on NBC. New blazes erupt as crews battle Palisades wildfire. Well, we know Fast-moving fires are engulfing the Los Angeles area, prompting mandatory evacuations for at least 49,000 people. The Palisades fire has already burned through almost 3,000 acres, while the Eaton fire has destroyed 1,000, and the Hertz fire has affected 500 acres. While the blazes are 0% contained, no deaths have been reported. The fires are sparked by a combination of dry conditions and powerful winds, which are expected to strengthen overnight. 7 minutes ago, most extreme conditions expected are this morning. The National Weather Service said winds should gradually weaken throughout the day, but the worst conditions were the worst is yet to come, basically. Dangerous fire weather conditions are ongoing in Southern California, with most extreme conditions expected this morning. So it won't get better until the day, like daytime. Critical fire weather conditions are expected to persist well into the Thursday. 21 minutes ago, windstorms put Santa Clarita at risk from Hertz fire. LA County Sheriff warns Santa Clarita.
I'll get an address and come back up to the top.
Where is that? That's up here. Oh, that's further north.
Palisades Charter High School.
So that'll just exacerbate more the waterfalls. There's waterfalls here. So they're thinking it's going to keep spreading northward. Let's check our incident map. I haven't seen any further warnings northward into Santa Clarita.
LA, go for operations.
It's like south of it, but these evacuation warnings haven't spread yet.
For Palisades Charter High School, it's going to be 15777, 15777, Bowdoin Street, Bowdoin.
All right, back to a live report in Altadena.
Direction here. What we're looking at is another home that caught fire. The fire just raging. You can hear the sounds here, crackling and popping. It feels like the winds are headed now south, and at times they were west, but we know we're in the peak of it. Just to give you an idea of how quickly it spread, this home on Homewood is the one that caught fire that we saw. And then the fire continued to the home behind it right here that is now flattened except for the chimneys. And that then spread to the home, the third home right behind that one, which I believe is near Brayburn. Wow.
Those are like 100-foot flame licks, higher than the telephone poles.
Oh, wow. Look at the wind. Just like the fire is like a
100-foot flame licks right here. It's just incredible to watch here. And as we look at that, I could look down the street right here and see that there's not
Chasing Reality OSTV. Do you have any mods on? Can we verify that?
People are on their own.
Mods sleeping.
And that's what we heard from a lot of people. We met with one guy, Billy Millette, who stayed behind to save his house. He's across the street there on Homewood. And his efforts seem to be working along with his buddy there who showed up. But just south of them, across the street.
I actually have my very first support for something was with the Australian wildfires. I actually have my shirt. The game Destiny did not the YouTuber, but the video game Destiny did a fundraiser for the Australian wildfires, and I bought a t-shirt to support. Let me find that.
The wind, you've got to be feeling the heat of those flames in addition to the ash blowing in the air. It's got to be just terrifying out there.
This is the scariest fire I've easily been in. The winds were so strong, guys, that my helmet blew off, and I have it as tight as I can. So that's just to give you an idea.
Yeah,
of just
ironically enough,
strong these.
just wore this
winds
shirt.
are howling here, and again,
Chasing Reality is live.
Look at it rage up again, Joel. The fire.
Snoop Dogg did not pass away. What the fuck?
And of course, spot fires.
Chasing. What's it? Chasing Reality.
Flying away.
Are you seeing any firefighters out there?
Okay, let me pull it up quick. YouTuber? What the heck? My YouTube broken? What is happening? What is it? No, this isn't right. I'm pretty close to that. This isn't the right YouTuber. Chasing Reality OSTV. Got it. There we got him. Okay, you got to feed up. I wanted to show you guys really quick though the Australian wildfire t-shirt I have, because I have some Aussies in the chat. This is the shirt that we got. It was a Destiny shirt. You got the Rue on there. And I bought this to support the wildfires back in the days for Australia. Those are massive. You guys are talking about it. Yeah, this is the one, OSTV, Chasing Reality. So we do have some independent journalism propping up, but the connection's getting tough. Connection's a little tough out there for them, as we've seen all night. Let's check back in with the NBC.
They can't get to.
This is getting worse, dude. That's that house that was like the neighbor put water on it or whatever, and then it just going.
Some homes that can't be saved. And
It's blazing so bad.
Lives are the #1 priority, and we know there's a lot of evacuations and rescue efforts happening right now. And so, yeah, that is the situation from the 1700 block of Homewood here in Altadena.
And we're hearing from firefighters, I mean, they're just stretched so thin right now. And again, when you have situations like this, fires burning in multiple areas, you literally have thousands of firefighters, but many, many more homes compared to that, and there's just no way that they can get to every single one of these homes. So what you're looking at right now is a split screen, but this is the same fire here that we're talking about, just in different pockets and neighborhoods here. And we want to check in with Alex Vasquez. He's giving you that visual on the right there. Alex, we talked with you just about an hour ago. Are you in that same general location as you were about an hour ago, or have you moved on? Again, this was in the Hastings Ranch area of Pasadena when we checked in with you the last
This is live in Altadena.
Adrian, I'm still in the same area. This is a new home that caught fire. What you're seeing here is LA County Fire Engine 93 trying to get a stance to save the home next door. This home here is not burned. This is a home that's fully engulfed, and they're doing their best to keep the flames off this other home. Now, you can take a look at how strong this wind actually is. These flames are actually flying so far to as about 18 feet. Now, take a look at these embers. As you can see, they're in the firefighter's face. One firefighter told me he's having a hard time even being able to see out here. So let me get you a close look here at what they're doing. This is how they're putting water on this house, trying to keep the flames just feet away from this roof right here.
Oh boy.
So this is a full-blown...
Look how fast. Oh boy. It's
trying to keep the flames down away from the other home, trying to keep water on the flames to try to cool it down. But you can see firefighters right now, it's just the wind is the biggest factor here. They're having an extremely hard time.
Nah, that's way better than Patrick Lancaster. Lancaster would be like, sounds like he's shitting during his coverage.
To get in there as well to help him out, but
that's Patrick Lancaster.
This is where the wind's really
No, those could start fires.
Fight off a giant stool.
Difficult it is to fight these fires. This is it right here. This is where they go. This firefighter here is only feet away, and I can tell you, I'm about 20 yards from this home, and I can feel the heat.
Yeah.
Really, really strong. So this firefighter there is doing his best to try to save this home. So
oh, man.
Let me get back up here a little bit and make sure I get out of their way.
Yeah, Alex, you said that this is the worst thing you've ever seen in all of your years covering, one of the worst that you've ever seen, and now it's gotten even worse since we last spoke to you.
It has, and this is definitely one of the worst fires I've ever covered. I've covered a lot of really bad fires out in the Inland Empire, the Blue Cut fire, and even the Grand Prix fire. But this one here, it just seems to never, the winds are not letting up.
This is live, yes.
We're actually trying to do their best just to keep water on the adjacent homes. And then this one was just a small ember that caught the backyard on fire. Wait, take a look here. This firefighter's actually going into the property right now.
Oh, boy.
Let's get a little closer here to show you what he's doing.
Oh, really? Do we need to?
This is what they're doing. They're up against pushing water through the fence, through as much as they can to try to get in there.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
Get out of their way, dude.
That's really hot. So this is what they're up against. I just want to make sure you guys get an idea of these firefighters are doing everything they can. They're doing their best to try to protect these homes, to try to save homes.
Right.
And just these winds, as you can see, these embers are really carrying. The wind gusts are extremely strong. The winds have picked up a lot since the past hour. It's hard just to stay stay standing straight here, and I'm 6'6", 250 pounds, and it wants to knock me over. But you can see this firefighter; he's doing everything he can. And a lot of effort here by all the firefighters. As you can tell, they're trying to get into structure protection mode, and they're trying to save homes out here.
Yeah, I mean, this gives you an idea of how courageous and brave these firefighters are. I mean, they are.
Man, that fire is
with the fire blowing right at them.
Right.
And one thing that I don't think that I've ever seen before during one of the most powerful gusts that we just had moments ago, you know how powerful the stream coming from those hoses are, right? It's extremely.
And it's pushing back.
Powerful.
The wind is
went
pushing it back.
backwards.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. It went to the left as you're looking at the screen. As he's shooting that stream to the right towards the house, it literally was bending in the air, and that gives you an idea of how powerful the gusts are. Which
that what if that tree catches on fire right there, man? It's about to, isn't it?
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Adrian and Lynette here, you can see this firefighter right now. They're telling him, hey, if it's getting too hot, it's getting too dangerous, you got to get out of there. And he wants to stay there to try to protect this other home. So I want to make sure our viewers understand that these firefighters aren't out here just being proactive. I mean, they're doing everything they can aggressively to battle these flames. And if it means jeopardizing their safety, they do it. They get close. They're trying to get that water on this on these hot spots, on these flames, and trying to do everything they can.
Oh boy, it's like blowing.
To these residents. One firefighter told me that his family lives in this community, and this is just heartbreaking to him. And he grew up coming out here as a young child, and he said this is just heartbreaking to see his
all night, Bilbo, all night. 7 hours of coverage so far.
Just the force of Mother Nature and the flames.
Boy, like, oh my goodness.
And those are all just flying. Those can go a mile.
Those can start that tree on fire right there.
Talking about these firefighters and what the pressure that they're working under, and we have to remind people this fire started at 10:30 yesterday morning. So we're coming up on 18 hours that these firefighters have been on the line here and doing everything they can. Just the sheer exhaustion of having to do this, and you can just see that. It's overwhelming. There's just no way with that fire hose. You can't battle this.
I know, and they sure are doing their best.
They have to try though. Like it's not like they can just stand there.
I've seen a couple of them take a little break just to get a little bit of water, get fluids in their bodies. But whoa!
Oh boy!
The wind shifts on us, and it feels like a blowtorch out here when this these flames.
Hope that firefighter is not in a bad spot there.
See, he's using a tree to shield himself. He's actually using this tree to try to break that fire, that heat between. Now, I just want to make sure that.
God dang! That fire is winning. That fire is winning. That firefighter is in a tough spot.
In case something goes sideways or the winds get a little too erratic, they can get out of here very quickly, including myself. My news van's out there. I try to park in a safe spot and make sure I can get out of here safely as well. But this is what they're up against. Like I said, I just want to show.
But how do you do against that? He's doing the best he can.
Don't quit. These guys are in here just feet away from the flames, and they're not going to let more homes burn if they can help it.
Alex, I just got to ask you about the wind. I mean, we can see how
it's terrible. Hours, you guys. This wind isn't new. This has been going for literally before my feet started.
What that's like to be out there in
it's been like 10 hours straight of like this wind, more than that. When did the Santa Ana winds start? What time? They said like 10 p.m. or was it before then?
I was shooting with my eyes closed.
I didn't start streaming until 11 p.m. my time, so
and the smoke combined, it makes it almost
or was it midnight? I don't remember what time I started streaming. No, it was 11.
Whiteout conditions, almost what you would see in a snowstorm. I've covered a lot of snowstorms, and this is very comparable. For a little while, when the wind shifts a certain way, the actual neighborhood will like almost disappear. You could barely see. There's a fire truck over there. You could barely make it out. But that's just how thick the smoke is out here and how dangerous this stuff is when you start breathing it in. I saw a couple of firefighters actually having a hard time just catching their breath because the smoke is so thick.
Let's get a big W fireman in the chat.
You don't know what's in these homes, the toxic chemicals. Oh, there goes.
Oh, there goes the roof. Oh boy. That firefighter got exploded.
Don't know what's on the other side of these walls. And look at this firefighter. He's
doing the best he can.
He's not going to give up.
Just feet away from these flames.
And he
is going to make sure he.
Sorry, Alex. So we saw he's there. We saw another firefighter come up trying to help give him a little bit more slack on his hose. But it's just one guy.
It is. It is.
Do they have more
There's
hoses?
other resources out here, but everybody's taking a house.
Oh.
There's like 2 or 3 guys that are spread out because they're trying to stay ahead of the flames. Now here comes another firefighter to try.
Yeah, you got another.
And here comes CAL FIRE coming into the scene as well. This is a big mutual aid. Riverside County Fire Department just pulled in here. So there was a call on the radio just a short time ago before you guys came to me that basically said we need extra help out here, and these guys started mobilizing and moving into the neighborhood. But look, you can see this. This is what these firefighters do. Just a moment ago, this thing was flaming. This guy was not going to give up. I don't know his name, but this firefighter stood his ground.
Yeah, he's in there.
Shielding himself with that palm tree. And
look at the charred tree, and he was using that tree for cover.
He's doing it. He is doing it. Amazing work. Thank you so much for showing us this this firefight. Just one person there with the support of his colleagues in the background. He did exactly what he set out to do, and we watched it happen live here on Today in LA. Thank you so much. We're going to stay on your pictures, Alex, so stay with us. But we have on the phone Margaret Stewart with the LA City Fire Department. Margaret, thank you for talking with us. I know you've been on with us throughout the last 18 hours, back and forth. What is the latest this morning? How bad is it, and how much worse do you expect it to get?
Fire department.
We don't have an update in acreage. We won't be able to do that until our aircraft can get up to do a surveillance. So we know it's grown, but we don't have a number. As anticipated, the winds were worse through the night. That was the forecast, and the winds are going to continue. So we're, by no means are we we're still in the growth phase. We don't have any containment. It's not possible to do so on the ground. As your viewers have been watching, this is the kind of battle that all of our firefighters are in right now, defending and saving every home that they can. There's going to be a lot of homes that they can't.
Margaret, have you heard of any injuries so far? And
see, it's like while he's saving it, it's those embers are a motherfucker.
But do you have any idea at all of how many homes might have been lost?
I think he stopped them. It's like
in terms of injuries,
that wind is coming back now, though. I think the wind died down there.
Injuries reported at this time at the Palisades fire. As we've discussed earlier, we had one firefighter, LAFD firefighter, that sustained a serious head injury, and she was transported to the trauma center. We don't have an update. And there were multiple civilians that sustained burn injuries. And I don't have a further update on that either. And I'm sorry, what was the second half of your question?
I know it's still early, and you're worried just about putting the fires out, but is there any ballpark rough number regarding how many homes have been lost so far?
No, unfortunately, we know it's going to be a big number, but we're not able to do that kind of an assessment right now.
Right.
Margaret, I know you mentioned that once you get some air support, you're going to be able to get a better gauge, and once the sun comes up, about exactly what's happened. Let's talk about the winds and how that has impacted being able to fight this fire from the air.
So our aircraft have been grounded due to the severe winds. When they're in excess of approximately 55 miles per hour, everything is grounded. So they're continually checking the weather. We'll have another check at 6:30 to 7 is going to be a full evaluation.
Still getting over a little cold, my bad.
If they're able to get up, then they will, but we have to do it based on the wind conditions.
Right. How long have they been grounded?
I don't have.
All night.
It was around 8 p.m.
Yeah, all night long.
That hour, don't quote me exactly,
No,
but
it's
it was
okay.
somewhere around that time.
So we were talking with our meteorologist, Margaret.
And they're grounded because of the winds. Let's check with let's see if any further evacuation warnings have been implemented here with these fires. Okay. Nothing new with Palisades fire. Still got the new evacuation orders just to the west of Altadena, or in Altadena, but even further northwest. I'm not seeing anything further here with the Hearst fire. And again, we have like no new information other than the fires are absolutely not contained whatsoever. The winds are still very extreme, very, very, very extreme. It has not died down. If you're wondering, hey, is this like dying down yet? No, it's not. Here is Chasing Reality OS TV that was recommended in chat. Seems like they have a stable connection. This is independent media here.
So much debris and things in the road.
Oh boy. Well, we had a connection there for a second. Or He's rolling up onto it. Well, let's switch back over. I don't know if anyone else is live out there. We only have like really the local news that's been live out there all night. Got a solid source here with the NBC for the last half hour or so.
How many firefighters do you have on the ground? What kind of resources are we looking at to kind of let people know that even if there's not a fire truck on your street, there are firefighters out there doing tremendous work?
There are. I mean, I can't say it any more than that. We've got, over 400 LAFD firefighters in addition to all of our assisting agencies that provided immediate mutual aid. And CAL FIRE is the state fire service that organizes strike teams from out of the area that, just like we send strike teams up north when there's fires, they'll bring additional resources in. And we have, as I mentioned earlier, we can't save every home. We need what we call defensible space, and that's, space brush cleared around homes or homes that aren't inside, tight with vegetation. And as you saw, that firefighter, we'll make the stand and we'll do our utmost. We ask for all residents' cooperation. If you're in the evacuation zone, especially Palisades, you should be gone. There should be no one left in that zone.
Right.
Up in the Hearst fire, the warning zone, if you look at our map on LAFD.org, if you click on the Hearst fire,
Yep.
You'll see that we have an evacuation warning area.
Yep.
So that's the area southwest of the 5 into the Granada Hills North community. We need those people to be
Granada Hills
we need
North.
them to have a go bag at the door, their vehicles in the driveway pointing out. They need to have any medications, have their cell phones charged.
What's that area?
Be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice.
Before we let you go, Margaret, I just have to ask you,
Is that this northern area?
People who have talked about either water shortage or
Newhall.
water pressure issues in this firefight. Can you give us any details about that?
We've heard those stories as well. We don't have any specific examples, nor do we have any further details on that.
Right, Margaret Stewart with LA Fire. Thank
LA
you so
Fire.
much for everything
Thank
that you and your...
So she straight up said, like, if you're in this warning area north of the evacuation order in the Hearst fire, you need to be ready to move. So that's why even if you're in the warning area, that's still basically like where it's coming next. We're not like, maybe if we were like 3 hours from now, evacuation warning areas will die, like, kind of become questionable. Like, hey, do I stay or do I go? But right now, I mean, at least south of Altadena and this evacuation warning zone just north of the 210 doesn't seem like it's expanded any further southward. So here, use discretion. But definitely, like in the north of Pasadena, Altadena area, you should be like leaving. But again, they just mentioned in the Hearst fire heading towards Santa Clarita. So south of Santa Clarita, if you're in that evacuation warning area, it's getting dangerous in there. There's Hastings Ranch.
Here in Pasadena, this is the Upper Hastings Ranch community. It is a higher elevation, high above the city, above Sierra Madre Boulevard, near the city of Sierra Madre. It is a highly sought after place.
It's 4:22 in the morning.
So many of these homes are a total loss. We knew the winds were protected.
4:24 in the morning.
All the way through 5 a.m. and here we are. They are not letting up. This is about the worst we have seen. Walk with me a bit. So that's that home. This entire street is up in flames. This house is gone. This house right here is still standing to my right. But just about every other house further down the way has been devastated by this fire. You can see all of them. Everyone, thank goodness, evacuated in a real hurry, it seems, when the fire started sometime around 7 p.m. By the time I arrived, the streets were practically empty from residents.
It's just fire everywhere.
There's been a lot of concern from those that we have spoken to, at least just a couple of residents, wondering, where is everybody? Where are all of the firefighters? Clearly, some resources have been spread thin because of all of the fire activity across Southern California this morning and since yesterday. It is devastating as we walk from one driveway down to the next with the fire and the wind here at our back. Down the way to my left was a home that maybe about an hour ago was 90% standing, and from my vantage point, it looks to be fully up in flames. You can see in the distance all of the flames coming from that home down there to the left. This is on Valley Lights Drive here in Upper Hastings Ranch. We do know over the past hour or so that the city of Pasadena actually expanded some evacuation orders, a telling sign that they are concerned that this fire still is not over and could spread even more.
That's what we're looking at. Mermaid Grammy, thank you. Okay, we got a better feed than this one now. This one's just weird. It's like delayed too a little bit.
It's not like they're burning in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
They're threatening residents. So yeah, resources are thin.
So we go from Mark Cotorobulis in Pasadena to Irene Cruz in Pacific Palisades. Still very active flames behind you, Irene.
John, Rachel, this is a brutal situation. The wind has picked up and we're seeing active scenes just like this one. This home right here reduced to ash and rubble. Just the framework there is standing and you can see the flames shooting up into the sky. At some points of this home, you can see blue flames as well, and it is not looking good. Embers are shooting up out of the scene, and the wind is just blowing them all across this neighborhood. You can probably hear how strong the winds are just based off what it's picking up on the mic. And just across the street, you can see a trash can on fire in the middle of the roadway, and then right across from that, another home is on fire. Flames shooting up, black plumes of smoke. It is rough out here, and the air quality obviously is not good at all. I can feel the ash landing on my skin, and it is really difficult to breathe. The wind is really pushing that smoke all around, and we've seen home after home in this neighborhood just really being taken down by flames, and those embers catching onto brush and trees and skittering across the floors. It's a very dangerous situation to be out here, and you're seeing this firsthand based on this house. Unfortunately, this is a total loss, and this is not going to be the only one based on what we've seen this morning. But
there's many. Okay, so we got ABC 7 out there. Looks like Chasing Reality's moving again. Moving slowly. It's so dark. It looks like Godzilla. It looks like that Godzilla scene where it's like pitch dark except for the Godzilla efforts trying to take them down.
Alerts letting them know to leave their properties. We've also seen local.
Okay, that's B-roll footage. No thank you on B-roll right now. Anyone else live? You guys know any other feeds that are up going on right now? Nothing new on evacuation orders. Nothing new on the amount of acres being affected, so nothing new on numbers. Let me check the scanner. Los Angeles scanner. Multiple people trying to evacuate 4552 El Petro Road. Multiple people trying to evacuate. 4552 El. That is even further. Okay, that the fires are spreading even further northwest. So we've kind of been seeing a trend with these reports that are coming in off the scanner. Been going kind of like this, which matched kind of like the direction that we're seeing, which also matches like the evacuation orders that are being given right now. It's kind of all matching up between those scanner updates, geolocating where they're at, and our map. Let's see what they say.
Basically 11 a.m. yesterday morning, and we will continue.
Okay, we're all kind of using similar map.
Engine 62, roger.
The way we see buses on the side and like cars that were all on the highway and they're moved off, it's like very post-apocalyptic looking.
Yeah, Zulu from operations.
This is Chasing Reality. Altadena, yes. Altadena is getting destroyed. Like there's a lot of damage there, a lot of fire.
Metro engine 55. This is gonna be a false. Engine 55, roger, false. 265. Metro, redundant 62 available, returning to quarters. 1726. Redundant 62, roger.
Okay, well he's moving. Let's check the other feeds. He's in his car, just pulling up.
Alpha
Let's check Altadena. We got another Altadena report here from ABC7.
Winds feel similar to a Category 2 hurricane, except there is no rain. It's just fire and it's wind. And so it kind of just feels like a vortex here, where as soon as you extinguish something, these embers are just constantly.
Thank you, Ma Dinky.
You can see absolutely heartbreaking right now, the devastation that's been left behind here at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. It looks like
damn, it's gone now.
Parts of the building still standing, but most.
We've been watching this thing burn all night, and it is like just gone. There's like structure. Yeah, we're live right now. It's 4:30 in the morning, California time. 4:30 a.m.
Really picking up. These winds are just not letting the situation die down. But you know, we've been talking about how things are picking up now, but it will be peak winds in a couple of hours. So we're really just getting into the start of things right here. Earlier, we were at an assisted living facility that was completely on fire.
I feel like we've been just getting started for the past 4 hours. We're talking about I thought we reached the peak winds. We haven't reached the peak winds.
Employees were trying to get them out. We spoke to someone that actually came back to grab
this is not good.
Last minute because they had left it there when they evacuated.
We need to bring in every resource possible around the state.
Firefighters are doing an incredible job. You know, obviously they're strapped thin right now because we have multiple wildfires burning, but they are trying to do their best to prevent these fires from spreading. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jaysha, thank you. Be careful out there. Boy, the embers are really flying, and we don't want to see it get caught under your skin or onto your skin.
Hair,
it can really do some damage.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness.
Of course, on the Eaton fire near Altadena, and you can see
there is a state of emergency. They do have federal resources that have been allocated for all 3 major fires in the affected regions. So the state and federal government are going to be involved in helping.
42 from operations on command.
This is OSTV's live out there. Houses on fire. Ah, dang.
Golf course. Yeah, command 42, do you have a need for some additional resources? Command 41, let's get phone on the 1-inch line.
All right, Steve.
Yeah, roger that. Stay by 1.
Right now, no need for additional resources. We have our resources in place.
What's the move if you can't get air support and you can't use your air power to stop this with water?
Happen and they keep talking about that. Have that go bag. If you're in an area that could possibly be impacted, make sure that you're ready to go at a moment's notice, because you don't know how this can change.
And one point that I wanted to make when we were showing Alex's shot covering the Eaton fire in the Altadena, Pasadena area, I mean, you literally would see thousands of embers being pushed at wind speeds of, I'd say those gusts at the time were minimally 50 miles per hour. So
right.
Those embers, each one of them can start a new fire. So we're talking
a
about,
mile away, 2 miles away.
Okay, I got some B-roll footage in the background. Chasing Realities live. We got live at Fox 11.
That LA City fire has confirmed were taken to the hospital. Now, you are looking live at the LAPD here on the scene. They are doing patrols of the entire area, keeping the area safe and making sure that people who don't belong here, like unfortunately we often see looters move into these neighborhoods that are on fire. They are making sure that no one that does not belong here is here. We've seen multiple police just patrolling each and every single street. Again, if you're just joining us on Good Day LA, you are looking live at the Palisades fire. We're on the corner of Sunset Boulevard in Chautauqua, where multiple homes are burning right now. And this is just one corner. Earlier, we were on Rustic Lodge. On the corner there, multiple homes were also burning. We were also on the corner of Sunset and Rivas Canyon. Multiple homes on both sides of the street burning. And this is so much more because obviously, Bob and Brooke, we all know that houses can be rebuilt. You can get the wood, you can build a house, you can build it bigger, you can build it better. But it is often the memories, those priceless mementos. You know, our late mother left us a teacup that meant the world to us. Our late father left us an umbrella. Things like that cannot be replaced. That is the loss. That is the true loss. And of course, we're hoping that all of these folks got out safely, that they got their pets out safely and are safe. The houses can be rebuilt, but it is the memories often inside of those homes that really hits hard for all the folks that are.
True. Fox 11. Let's go back to 4 NBC4.
These winds. I also want to let you know that we are seeing LAPD out here in full force. They have been
That's what Fox just said.
The area in every direction as well. This is another example of the homes burned here. And I talked with a firefighter with CAL FIRE. Gosh, this is a tough image to look at. I talked with a firefighter from CAL FIRE, and he
Thank you, Harp 4803. Appreciate that.
Seen dozens of homes burned to their foundation. I asked him, how many dozens would you say? And he said, we don't have a firm count just yet, but he feels as though it's hundreds of homes. So that's overwhelming to think of. It's heartbreaking for these homeowners who are going to return to see their neighborhood flattened. And then across the street, it's dark out here because there is no power.
Oh boy, losing connection.
Just across the way where there's no power. I was in front of that home on Sunset Boulevard, again here at Chautauqua.
Westwood Recreation Center.
Were inside the home. They pulled their fire hose into the home, into the backyard as they tried to save some of that home. Such a dynamic situation right now because in every direction you look, something
is on fire. That something is on fire. I don't know what she said there.
All right, we're having some issues, as you know.
Connection issues there, but everything, the whole area. Okay, here's a stable live feed from Chasing Reality OSTV. Live look from OSTV. Thank you, B-Rad. Thank you for the support there.
46, 186, 183, Squad 32, Battalion 16 Bravo and 2 Charlie, Camp Cruise 19-1, 19-2, 92, 12-4, Sig 19-21. Respond to the brush fire with Engine 97 and Station 86 on scene. 1600, crash at 16,000 Foothill Boulevard, cross of Irwindale, across from the Arco Station. Unit switch over to V as in Victor 2, V2 for your channel.
So if you guys are just tuning in, it is 4:37 in the morning in California, 6:37 in the morning here. We're tracking 3 major fires that are not in control at all, 0% contained for all 3 of them in South California here in the Los Angeles area, Los Angeles County. Sorry, I'm getting pretty tired now, you guys. I'm trying to get through it as best as I can. Palisades fire still ongoing, and then you have the Eaton fire, and then you have the Hearst fire. Neither of them are contained, and everything. The Eaton fire does continue to spread northwest, and I think we do actually have another evacuation warning zone. New evacuation warning zone just here, just on the 210 in this residential area. This would be, let me go to my map here, Emerald Isle. What is that? Let me double check. Is that the Emerald Isle area? Around the Brookside Golf Course, northwest of the Brookside Golf Course, which that's here, and that's got to be a new evacuation area. So there's Brookside Golf, between Highland Drive and Lita Street, east of Emerald Isle, like in here basically. New evacuation zone. Warning, but I would not play with this. I would not play with this area. This continues to spread pretty quickly. So if anything, our updated 3D map showing the evacuation zones and what that's looking like here has spread. Oh boy. What if I hope all this doesn't get on fire and then just keep going. That's the real cause for concern, is like it's in the densely populated areas. It's gone beyond, but that thing could still spread pretty far if these winds don't die down, which they're not going to for the next few hours. So it's pretty tough spot right now. Thank you so much, Mermaid. I appreciate that. So back reporting in Altadena here.
Fully engulfed, and we just saw, in fact, the side of this building utterly collapse. And I'm telling you, John and Rachel, it is block after block out here of totally destroyed homes. businesses, apartment buildings. When we wrapped around here as well, everything is just on fire, and this is the result of when a fire starts, when those winds are clocking in 80 miles an hour, then you're seeing gusts of 60 miles an hour.
This is Altadena.
Air attack on this fire.
This is where it's getting really bad. It's, I mean, it's all bad. Everywhere's bad.
This thing is so far from over, John and Rachel.
And Kina, we've been hearing about resources of a lot of residents concerned that they haven't seen a lot of firefighters. What are you seeing out there?
Look, there are firefighters everywhere. We know that they're calling in reinforcements, even from other states. In fact, you can actually see, a fire truck right down there, right? They are here. They are everywhere. Law enforcement is out here also. Unfortunately, because of these winds, there is no
Look at the embers
in this moment, and they have to make.
Oh my God, dude.
Decision. Let's back up because that tree's making.
Yo.
Let's back up a little bit to be safe. They're making that really difficult decision, unfortunately, to have to watch some of these things burn. And as you guys have covered fires in this area so long as I have, that's a rarity, right? When you have to make that kind of decision.
Maybe time for you to seek shelter. We really appreciate that live report. But yeah, we see those winds whipping those trees, and we've seen obviously trees down, branches down. We want you and your crew to get safe. Thank you.
Yeah, be careful. Those embers are really scary to watch. Irene Cruz also dealing with very similar.
Okay, so that was in Altadena, where it's getting worse. Christina, darling, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Fox 11 out there again. Let's get a report from Palisades.
And we're taking a look at this house, this structure behind me that has just been burning for the last hour and a half. The flames only growing stronger and higher, shooting embers up into the air, and the smoke is growing as well, being really pushed around by those strong, gusty winds. In my last report, I did mention that the embers were catching onto trees and catching onto nearby brush. Well, actually, it has caught fire next door. The house next
they have
to
a fire jacket on.
Fire just within a matter of minutes because of those embers that are really moving around because of that strong, gusty wind. You can see the embers just flying through the air. And look, there's palm trees. There's trees on the property in front of that home. That home is really going up in flames. I mean, it was not looking like that just a couple of minutes ago. So I don't know how many homes are on the other side of that because it is so dark outside. But I can imagine this not just staying contained to these two homes. So this is absolutely heartbreaking because this is I believe it's the Huntington Palisades neighborhood. And right across the street from this structure, we are also seeing this home burn. And I can see into the actual building, and it is just embers and destruction, and it is totally leveled out here. But the flames are just growing and moving, pushing towards the other homes in this neighborhood. It is looking rough out here and not looking good for the other homes down this street. So John and Rachel, this is tough to see. The families out here, I'm glad that they have all evacuated because it is not a safe situation for families to be staying in this neighborhood.
No.
It's an exact location. Are you near Sunset and Amalfi still?
No, we have moved a few miles past that. Earlier we were at Sunset and I believe, let's see if I can find it on the map here if I do have some internet service. I did pull it up just a moment ago so we can give that information out to people who might be in this area. This is the Huntington Palisades neighborhood, and I am standing on the West Pampas Ricas Boulevard. It's close to Toyopa Drive. So unfortunately, these are the homes that are burning.
Yeah. So it's 59 degrees, which is pretty cold for California, right?
Everybody at home is watching. And
so it's chilly with that wind that's going at 80 miles an hour wind at 59 degrees. And then it's like you're hot and cold because the fires are so hot, but then the wind is cold.
We're at the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. Earlier, Pasadena Fire had a big ladder up and had a hose that was spraying into this center and temple. You can see that conditions on this side have improved. Now they've actually flipped that ladder to another portion of this property, and I'm told that they're actually going
have conditions
to knock it down.
improved?
But the reason they had to move the ladder from this portion, what you're looking at right now, is because it was actually too dangerous. These winds, obviously, when you're that that high up in the air, things can get pretty scary. These winds are blowing very, very hard right now. These gusts are extremely powerful. It seems like this Temple and Center is unfortunately at a loss. We're looking at the framework here, parts of the building. On the other side, parts of the building were barely standing up. And so firefighters have been here for hours trying to just get a hold of this fire. A couple of feet away, we actually have an assisted living center, a facility where people had to evacuate last night. Really unfortunate situation there because very vulnerable people in wheelchairs had to just pick up and go as fast as possible. But you can see around us, I mean, we have fires almost 360 around us here, different properties just on fire for hours. These winds definitely from when we first came here have picked up a lot. It seems like this has been burning just, I believe since last night. And so firefighters trying to do their absolute best. But as far as a reporter's perspective out here, while we are safe and we do have protective gear, it is very difficult, very smoky out here, a lot of ash. We have protective gear to cover our eyes and our mouth, but it is just impossible to be out here if you do not have protective gear because of how bad the conditions are right now, John and Rachel.
Santa Ana winds and dry conditions.
Thank you so much. Absolutely devastating, terrifying to see these images out of Altadena, Pasadena. I've been texting with my cousin.
It's getting worse and worse up in that region. What is he watching? On Scene TV.
Juliet from Operations on Command.
What is that feed of?
Go to Juliet.
Okay, just looking at. Okay.
We're gonna send.
All right, we're gonna check the incident map and see if the warning area has extended.
Location meals are coming to you.
In Altadena. Okay, it has become an order now. Okay, it's become an order to leave. It has changed. So another update. All those evacuation warning areas I just gave to you are now orders, which means this area will now become the warning area in like probably 5-10 minutes from now. So those warning areas have become orders to leave. This will be the new warning area next as it continues to spread. It continues to spread northwest.
Operations for that TC, we're sending 528 and Squad 89.
Nothing new in the evacuation warning area about north of Santa Monica. Let me check here. Nothing new in the Hearst fire. Nothing new there, but we do have increased evacuation orders in the regions to the west of Altadena, Altadena included, heading towards Montrose, which would be La Cañada, Flintridge. So in that area here, as you guys can see, right, that has changed from warning to order. I wonder if they're going to talk about it.
Winds, but then you just add in the.
I'm not seeing anyone talk about the changes in the warning into orders. That is the NASA firms map. It continues to get more solid red. And so does this one. Those are the fires seen from outer space. Also, the fire in Hearst, the Hearst fire, as you guys can see here. Okay, 3 different fires: Hearst fire, Palisades fire, and the Eaton fire. We're seeing them from space on the NASA firms map as well, as you guys can see here as they're laid out. So incident map, update, evacuation warning areas have become evacuation orders, and we do see increased fires on our map. Let's check the Los Angeles scanner. Anything new here? Sheriff confirming home on fire in Pasadena, 1135 Sierra Madre Villa Avenue, which is where. So sheriff confirmed there's a fire. Okay, we haven't seen the fires go. This is in Pasadena. Just to the east southeast of there, north of the 210 around Hastings Ranch. So that's the Hastings Ranch reports that we're seeing. I think Fox 11's been doing a bunch of them. In Sylmar, that's where the Hearst fire is, in Sylmar.
Fortunately, it's about to catch fire as well. That has a Thai restaurant. It's Holloway Cleaners. There's a Subway there. There's an Italian restaurant. I think it's Rocco's Cucina. So that that strip mall there where you see that fire engine, that fire truck just drove in front of, that's that strip mall there. But where you're seeing those trees and that power line, that is the campus of Westside Waldorf. Now, the reason we're across the street, first of all, it's clear there's a lot of fire resources that are focusing on this spot. They've been coming up and down the street. We don't want to be in their way. We also don't want to get hit. Again, it's really dark. Visibility is low. But from this side as well, because on our way here, we saw a lot of downed power lines, and now that we see that power pole is on fire, we do not want to be underneath those, right? Because the winds here are so powerful. I'm sure you can hear it in my microphone. At one point, it's been hard for us to stand at certain parts. So this is what firefighters are dealing with. It looks like they just got, oh, excuse me, we have a really strong one coming.
Oh, wow.
So it looks like fire
My
crews
goodness.
just got a hose, doing whatever they can to get the trees there at the Waldorf School. There were a few outbuildings at the main gate that I could see were on fire. What we can't tell yet, because visibility is so low, excuse me, is if the main building at Westside Waldorf has caught fire. It does look like some infrastructure on the north side of campus has, but that main center building, I haven't seen flames yet there. Oh no.
Oh, shitty.
No, it looks like that fire protection has a flat tire.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's horrible. I mean, we've heard the call, right? They're saying resources are spread really thin. They're asking anyone with any sort of experience fighting fires to come.
Help.
Well, you just saw firsthand one of the fire trucks that came in to help had a flat tire, because once you get close, you have a number that hits, it's going to melt that rubber real quick.
Oh boy.
At this point, if you're watching, I know I have a few girlfriends who live in this neighborhood. Thank God they're safely evacuated. But the winds are pushing toward the ocean right now. So away from homes in the Highland and toward people.
Hey, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Shannon09. Thank you so much.
It looks like the strip mall might be catching right now.
The strip mall.
We've been on air on this since 11 o'clock yesterday morning, and the huge issue is because we have these
strip mall.
You have embers that can travel miles. In a typical fire, you'll see an ember travel 1.5 miles. In a case like this, you can have an ember travel 2-3 miles. This is unprecedented. And that traveling of embers, that's what we saw during the Franklin fire. That's what we saw in that fire in Ventura County last year, toward the end of the year, where these embers traveling. Well, I can tell you the winds are way more powerful now, and those embers jumping buildings is a huge concern at this point, you guys.
Brittany, I know that you mentioned that you have a lot of friends in that area, and we've already talked on air a couple of times this morning, and maybe you didn't hear it because you were en route, but the friend of you tried to protect the home. The house directly across the street was engulfed in flames. Their house was still, it looked like untouched. But it just shows you how this fire is hopscotching through neighborhoods. Have you heard any updates from her or her husband?
Yes, so that friend, they're at the Altadena fire. So they're at the other fire there. I know that
Rod Kennedy, thank you so much for subscribing.
Billy, who's trying to protect the house right now. As of our last spot of service, it seems like they're okay. It seems like what Billy is doing is working right now. But again, as you see winds, there was fire right across the street.
Thank you, Ellie.
House. I have another girlfriend who lives up here. Oh no, you know what, you guys? I'm going to try to call. Just stay with us. I'm going to show you the fire. It sounds like my IFB just went out. Now, when I'm visiting my girlfriends in this neighborhood, regardless if there's a fire or not, cell service is really weak. So this is something that we expected coming into this coverage. I'm just trying to get this call back in just because I know, Lynette, you had some questions for me, so hopefully we're able to reconnect here. But what Enrique is showing you right now. Oh, okay, we're back. Do you guys have me?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Oh, awesome. Okay, great. That's really good. I was just talking about the issues of cell service. And when my girlfriends were evacuating from the Highlands and from a neighborhood near the Getty Villa yesterday, cell service was an issue for them. Now it's an issue for me. I can tell you my Verizon hotspot is working, so I'm called into this IFB on a Wi-Fi call. I have the hotspot right now in my pocket. But if there's people who are still here my message is just to evacuate.
Yeah.
There's no way your family is going to get a hold of you. It's just simply too dangerous. But man, heroic efforts from these fire crews who have been
For real.
working here now trying to save the west side.
My stream is glitching.
LA City Fire said there should be no one in that area.
My stream
right now.
is?
Everyone should be evacuated, and you can see why, as you have strip malls and homes and
Check.
schools and
We good?
utility poles and trees on fire. Even the firefighters' trucks, as Brittany just showed us. And
Plus from everybody.
Are getting flat tires out there, so just a precarious situation, and everyone needs to be gone. All right, let's check in with NBC4's Michelle Vyas right now, live in Altadena, covering the Eaton fire.
Every time I want to click off, Altadena is massive right
Still
now.
on fire, and I just saw on a map just a moment ago. You've been talking about the winds. I just saw that there was a gust in your area at 60 miles per hour.
That's exactly right. That's what it felt like. At times I had to hide behind a car here because it was so intense. Joel Cook, I'm out here with him. He's a little bit stronger and has a lot much more experience. But it's been really scary, guys. At times, we even pulled over to say a prayer. That's how scary it is out here. Praying for the crews out here, praying for the people, praying for ourselves. My helmet flew off during those wind gusts, and it didn't have a chance here. And fortunately, I had an extra one in my fire bag. But here we see a home completely engulfed in flames. This is just south of the Homewood street. We went through Homewood. Dozens of homes flattened, destroyed, just south of Eaton Canyon here, north of the Altadena Golf Course, as we watch this other home on Tanoble and Homewood, now on fire. The patio furniture just melted and burned away within minutes, and you can see.
Oh man, the wind is picking up. Wind is picking up again.
Now on fire as the wind gusts blow.
Wow, like on a dime.
Southwest. So we are just under attack with the wind here, and look at the palm trees up above us.
These embers getting blasted with them right now.
I think you caught it. It started to make a push towards camp from the Lost Floor side.
Just glowing embers
on the back side
all across
of the water tanks. We got long-range spotting down into the canyon.
Billy, at last check, that was fighting for his home, he stayed behind, and his wife Carol took off to evacuate. Billy's okay. Last check. I never recommend staying behind, but he decided to stay behind and limited crews out here in the street.
I can like hardly hear her because of the wind.
There's one coming up now. They're patrolling. Because I see one come on Homewood. And quite a few here.
She sounds scared, honestly. I swear to God.
Homes just being flattened right now. It's just the strongest peak winds.
I would be too. I mean, oh, they're okay. There's for fire. Okay, there's a way out. I thought she was literally surrounded by like fire, right there. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, this is what we're dealing with, guys. It's just an inferno. 360 as the palm trees sway, and we watch this home go up in flames again. They're blowing really hard in a southwest direction.
Hey Michelle, there's another house over there that's starting to catch on fire.
Yeah, that's the one I mentioned earlier. There's another home completely engulfed in flames. Again, these winds are blowing west, so the embers are going west.
Oh,
Clearly,
boy.
probably more spot fires down the street here. But this Homewood area at Tanoble really under attack, and it's quite possible that there could be some kind of spot fire at the Altadena Golf Course, because I know that was, we saw some fire near there, close by when we were driving up. So again, strong winds, so strong that it blew off my helmet, as you can see, but I have another one, so we're gonna keep checking out the neighborhood and check back in later, but Billy is okay, and I checked in with Carol, his wife, as well, to let her know that. So that's the latest, guys, from Altadena. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Michelle Baez reporting for us near the Eaton fire in the neighborhood there that is just under attack.
That's Altadena. Let's check that really quick again. Let's see if warning zone has a...
And we heard an explosion, and we came out and we saw the fire. Is this your house?
What are we looking at?
Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
That's compilation from what happened overnight. Live in Pasadena right now. I'm not seeing nothing new on the map for evacuation warnings. Okay, it's become evacuation orders, but I already put that out about 10-20 minutes ago. Evacuation orders have increased in the Altadena area, so keep that in mind. That keeps expanding northwest.
Homes here have as well just burned to the ground in this fire, this overnight windstorm. Santa Ana wind conditions so incredibly loud at times, sounding like a freight train moving through this Pasadena area. Though at one time when we were here overnight, it got eerily quiet and you could hear simply the fires burning and the popping noises from each home and the cars going up. More popping right now behind us in the distance.
No, none of these fires are contained, you guys.
They have left the area. They have evacuated. Firefighters are milling through the area. At times they'll stop and do what they can.
Really quick, it is now 5 a.m. California time. We got 7 a.m. here, Minnesota time, January 8th, 2025. This is live.
Lights Drive here in Pasadena. I was going to call attention to the fact where we are standing here at this intersection. There are no firefighters, but down the street you see one fire crew stationed, positioned, potentially doing structure protection as this fire burns through the area. So we'll keep you posted here throughout the morning. It is heartbreaking to see all of this devastation in this part of Pasadena. You know, just over a week ago they were still celebrating the holiday lights here in Upper Hastings Ranch. This is an area that so many community members come to with their families to celebrate the holidays. It's something like a rite of passage. When you move here to Pasadena and you live in this community, you know that the neighbors and members in other cities are going to come here to look at your holiday lights. That's why you come to this neighborhood. And now to see all that has been lost, we have lost count. Dozens of homes, a total loss from this fire. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. Dozens of homes, businesses, we know religious establishments.
Okay, they're going back to the studio, so let's try to go back and find live coverage, chasing realities out there. And that is the cycle that we're at right now. Okay, we got increased warnings. The warnings have increased, just like I guessed, right? Just based upon what we've been seeing here. But now the new warning zone has expanded into Montrose, northeast of Montrose. What is this region specifically now? But the warning area has gained territory. Burbank, definitely La Cañada, Flint Ridge, La Crescenta, Montrose, the Canyon Park, Shadow Hills, like the Angeles National Golf Club. I mean, it's getting pretty dangerous. I hope these two fires don't connect. I mean, it's heading in the direction of the Hearst fire. Man, that would be really bad. Still a ways to go before that would become a reality. Lots of ground to cover, but the way that this is spreading here, and without any sign of the winds dying down, it's getting pretty dangerous. So the warnings have increased. The evacuation orders have increased here in the Eaton fire, which is in the Pasadena, Altadena region, Montrose in Southern California. Looks like we also have another fire, I just noticed. The Tyler fire, which is in Coachella. There's a 15-acre fire in Coachella. Keep that in mind. So I don't know what's going on with that, but I don't know if that's connected to these three massive fires in Southern California, but there is a Tyler fire being tracked right now as well. And keep an eye on that one.
Start the helicopter, there's an airspeed limitation on starting the aircraft, so we'll get up when we can. But to give you an idea, we're going to go to a map in the Inland Empire in Fontana, and this is what happens when we get
we're okay on maps. We just checked our map out. Let's check this one.
to drive over. It's not safe to be around, so we were able to follow fire crews in to get here safely. But when you have flames getting that close to power lines, and we can even see a power pole on the top there that has some embers that's just kind of blowing in the wind there, that's certainly a problem. Now, I want to address that building, Enrique, we were talking about earlier. It kind of looks like a cross is burning there on the back. Now, from our vantage point, I can't tell if that is on the campus of the Westside Waldorf School or if that's an apartment building or home behind it. Because there's so much smoke, it's just really hard to tell. Depth perception is really, really tough. Oh, you know what it looks like right now, Enrique, in the strip mall? We have one solo firefighter dragging hose. It looks like he's about to use water. We kind of hear them yelling back and forth. I have a feeling he's going to try to slam the top of the strip mall here with the hose, just doing everything he can. Now, the reason they want to get this under control is because up on this hillside, look at these big buildings up here. I believe that these are apartment buildings, but we know fire moves quicker uphill than it does downhill, and we have all of these embers, so certainly getting.
What was that?
If you can hear that in my microphone.
Yeah, I heard it. What was it?
It sounds like they're taking an axe to parts of the building. That's probably to get some ventilation inside. But look, it looks like the flames are really kicking up right now. I'm not sure if you can tell, but yes, that is indeed one firefighter who's just taking a hose to it. Structure protection is huge right now for this strip mall, but also the Waldorf School and all of these power lines. Wow. I'm not sure if you can hear it through a microphone, but it is so windy. At times when those big gusts come, it pretty much blacks out everything we can see because it brings up all of that ash. And then unfortunately, the result of that is that the flames get even more fuel to their fire, literally. You can see just after that big gust, that lick of flame shot above those power lines. So this is what crews are dealing with. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're just north of PCH on Sunset. What you're looking at here is the back of the Waldorf School, or the south side, I should say, the Westside Waldorf School, this strip mall here with the Thai restaurant, Mexican restaurant, Holloway Cleaners, an Italian restaurant. Now on the other side of Sunset is the Chabad of Palisades.
I don't know how the backyard fire started. We don't have that yet.
Above that, but at this time, it seems that the Chabad of Palisades, it's a Jewish community center, a Jewish gathering place, is still safe at this point, but that's just within the few minutes. But at this point, there is fire on both sides of Sunset, just north of PCH, you guys.
Brittany, you mentioned the power lines. I know you were trying
another Jewish center that might be under threat here.
Concerned about whether or not it has burned, and you couldn't do that because of the downed power lines. Can you talk about that and how you're able to identify that? Only because there are going to be people who are still trying to get out, people who are trying to evacuate. Explain to the viewers how they're.
Because the fire looks dangerous. Okay, what else? So she's on the ground out there.
Discrete code to get airborne inside that restricted airspace, but we understand the president was going to leave about 3 this afternoon. That's been changed to 12:30. So hopefully the winds will die down a little bit. That restriction with the president being in town will be lifted, and then we'll be able to get out there and really cover the fire and the devastation that is out there.
You know, right. And I think that's for a lot of people, and unfortunately, I know a lot of us probably have friends and family that can't get their eyes on what's happening at home. So it'd be really beneficial if you can just get up there and show us that. And unfortunately, we're just waiting on Mother Nature to assist in that particular department. Again, showing you.
Yeah, they can't. Nobody can fly. Everything's grounded. That's why they're not dropping water on it from the air.
Those were still too low, I would say, for anyone to safely drive under. As soon as we passed Temescal, as we were trying to get here to Sunset, all along PCH, we saw power lines just a few hundred yards north of where they were sloped there at Temescal, as we were trying to get to the high school that were in the middle of the road. And that is just a huge concern, yes, for news crews, for us, but really for the more important people, for all the fire crews who are trying to get access. So when you have a situation where it's just too windy, where aircraft can't even get to this, and you have a situation where fire crews are dealing with 3 fires in our region, if they can't even get to the area by ground to fight it, a lot of that is just going to burn. And it's really upsetting. Oh, it looks like fire's actually spreading out to this side. So this is one of those embers, right? It looks like, gosh, is that dumpsters there? It's really hard to tell with visibility, but that's now on fire as well from some ember that jumped.
Just since you've been on the...
That's how it's spreading. That's how it's spreading quick, is the embers, just like that.
I mean, this happened within the past 45 seconds when you were talking about power lines. That wasn't on fire when you asked me the question about power lines.
Can you describe what it's like? You know, we had heard from Colleen Williams and Lynette and our traffic anchor Robin Winston. I mean, you're looking at sometimes whiteout conditions because there's so much smoke. Can you just describe what it's like to drive through that? That is it has to be a very disconcerting feeling because you cannot see where you're going. You cannot see where flames are coming from, where fire trucks might be coming from. To give people at home an idea of how challenging it is, how challenging it can be to get around, and this is why you should be out by now. But just can you describe what it's like to be in those conditions driving?
Certainly.
Let's go to Chasing Reality, who's live out there. Don't see any of the fires in his feed there. And she's out there. That's not many live feeds. Anyone else live? We got Chasing Reality and local mainstream news.
14 and the 210 freeways, several areas under mandatory evacuation.
That's not footage. That's footage from earlier in the night when we watched live reports. That's B-roll. What else we got out here? So it might be time for me to take a rest to wake up. We'll see though. Only like one live feed left right now, basically. They're live out in ABC 7 after they're doing their weather report. It's kind of like the shift change time again.
Every few seconds,
she's on PCH,
or I can see 5 feet.
Pacific Coast Highway.
It's just not safe. And again, with the visibility issues, if there is a power line, utility crews are having a really hard time getting where we are. So there's a very high chance that those power lines are energized. You don't want to drive over that. I hope that everyone here has evacuated because it would be really, really hard to get out at this point.
And the point that, I wanted to bring up with you, Lynette, right now is that we've heard from veteran firefighters who have decades of experience saying these are the most challenging conditions that they've ever had to deal with, ever. And they have covered so many fires, and that's really saying something because we talk about these fires all the time here in Southern California and say this is about the worst that it's ever been.
And we can't say enough that it is not over yet. We are in the middle of it. It is 5:12 right now. You are watching continuing coverage here in Today in LA. We're going to send it right over to Belen De Leon because you have been saying all along, Belen, get ready because it's going to be one after another in terms.
Okay. All right. Just for the sake of my energy, and we're going to be covering this all day today. I'm going to go get food. I'm going to go get my breakfast, and then I'm going to get a few hours of sleep, and then I'll go live again after literally just a few hours of sleep. Okay, I'll get like 4 hours, 5 hours, quick hop in the shower, change, and then we'll fire the stream back up. Okay, but I need to get some rest. I need to get some sleep because this is going to keep going. This isn't done. There's going to be news to cover. I'm talking like in 4 hours, 5 hours from now, I'm going to fire it back up. Okay, doesn't mean you need to come back then, but if you're just waking up for your day, we've been live for the past 8 hours, been going all night. And the situation isn't going to change. I'm sorry, but I need to get some sleep. Okay, so if you just tuned in, subscribe to the channel. I will be live again. I'm looking at the feeds. They're doing B-roll right now. So if anything, some of the independent news will be out there. It will have more coverage to go through. More people will be awake. So there'll be more information to receive right now. So again, if you tuned in for tonight's coverage, thank you so much again. More breaking news to come. So just hit that subscribe button if you could for me with the notification bell on. Join the Discord server to make sure you get your notification. And I'll see you guys in a few hours. Okay, a few hours. More breaking news coverage will continue here on Mercado Media. And I'll see you guys then. Thank you guys for tuning in. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good rest of your day. See you soon.